Good morning, everybody. Just making sure that I'm not muted this time. And I am late, but I have a reason for being late. I know you brothers will forgive me for being late. Thank you so much for being in here, guys. Does it help if I set it up like this so that because it seems like you guys already been waiting for me and stuff. So I think that I have to actually set it up in advance. So the problem with my schedule is my editor is very slow and he sucks. And sometimes he takes too long. He gets distracted with all these projects that he's got going on, and then he has to, direct, and then he's got to change the lighting, and then he's got to make sure gets all the tabs ready for us to watch the videos that we're gonna watch for the day. You know what I'm saying? Got to check the audio. Got to make sure that we're okay, that we can hear this. All kinds of stuff, guys. My whole team sucks. I need to fire some people. You guys know that I wear all the hats in the Dennis Herrera Show, and that's just the way it is. Good morning, everybody. Robert, Brian, who else we got? Marisa, Marisa. Okay, Ozzy in the house. Craig, good morning. Ryan, howdy, MAGA, and my man. What's popping today, baby? Let's go, man. So I know some of you guys probably didn't read the title on my little thumbnail that I made up this morning, but yeah, it is. Oh, oh, here we go. Good morning, sis. Trinity is the reason why I was late today, by the way. So you guys want to judge me? I don't care. Now, since Trinity is already here, I guess I can. You know what time it is. You know I got to do it. I got to give you. I got to show you the reason why I'm late. Hopefully, because I didn't get a chance to double check to see if everything was great. I hope that it turned out to be all right. Okay, so there's only 20. There's only 26, maybe 30 people watching. Trinity, you know I had to embarrass you. Everybody on the chat, I want you to give it up. I love you, sis. Ah, man, what the hell happened? I know what happened. I know what happened. Son of a bitch. I can't believe it. No, I ruined it. What happened? No, not that one. That's Berniel's. Son of a bitch. I gotta fire this editor. This guy sucks. Son of a gun. Can't believe this. I cannot believe it. I just ruined it. Sorry, Trinity. I want to know what the hell happened here. Sorry about that. Let me try this again. There we go. I was trying to rush, man, trying to get here on time, and I I didn't remove the audio length, so it just keeps playing Trump because that one actually went all the way through. Dang it, man! What a failure. Well, sis, happy birthday! You got my voicemail this morning, I'm sure, and I really hope that you are going to have a very happy day today. So I am glad that that you guys are here. Brian, Fresh, Robert, etc. All of you guys give her a very happy birthday. She finally turned 21. And yes, I told my wife happy birthday already this morning as well. All right, guys. Well, we have a good one for you today. Um, Good news for the Democrats, bad news for America. The mayor candidate in Miami has won for the Democratic Party. Now, I'm going to say something, maybe the people on the right might not like this, but I will tell you something. We had to be held accountable for everything that we do. And I understand that. It could be a little bit, what can I say, difficult for some to understand this. But 21 years old, I turned 21 years old about 26 times, I think. Something like that. But here's the thing. Even listen, you guys know it's not really about being Democrat or Republican. I really don't care who sits in the chair. If Republicans are screwing up and they're not helping President Donald Trump, they are gonna be losing. They're just gonna lose. That's just the way it is, guys. They're going to lose. Rand Paul will probably not get elected again. He's going to lose. Any Republican that turns against President Donald Trump, they're going to lose. Because you have to understand something. These Democrat politicians that we have, not the new lady, I don't know anything about her, but we're talking about the swamp. We're talking about Schumer. Pelosi, she's out of the picture already. Well, kind of, right? She's still hanging around like an old spider web that doesn't want to go away. But these evil people that are on the leftist politics, on the leftist view that we don't need in our country, like socialism, socialist, communist, Marxist, we don't need in this country. But what do you expect to have when Republicans are failing at their job? They are failing at being stable on a great foundation. Where is their faith? Where is their hope? You guys, if you guys haven't, you probably saw my short that I just created for Marjorie Taylor Greene. I know some people will probably misunderstand what I'm trying to say by it. I think she is a traitor. That doesn't mean that she's going to be hung or taking her head off or be killed. No, of course not. We don't want that. But she's still a traitor. She betrayed the president, the Republicans, and the country, the American people that supported her, the American people that supported President Trump and are still supporting President Trump. This is kind of like a little bit of a I can compare it to a religious faith, to a little bit comparable to faith, in the sense of God is good, God is great, and it is nice when everybody, comes together and agree that God is good. Everything is fine. But then we have that group of non-believers, a lot of people that are just either too religious or they just pretend that they don't believe on anything. Both of those cases can be very dangerous. And so right now we have this thing to where there is a lot of uncertainty in the air. And I am very disappointed on Republican politicians in the sense of, you see what the Democratic Party is doing. These Democrat politicians, they're destroying the country. Why do you lose faith in something that is working? I don't understand. When they get these meetings together amongst themselves, do they question all sides of the political spectrum? What are the poor people going through? What are middle class going through? Rich people, of course, we already know. Okay, they provide jobs. We're gonna, deregulate tax cuts. We get it. They're gonna provide thousands of jobs. Okay, we get it. They pay most of the taxes. We get it. Rich class is set. What is middle class and the lower class thinking? What is the problem? Besides lazy people, let's not kid ourselves. Let's not kid ourselves. And as I said, accountability. Guys, we're not talking about Israel. Stay on subject. I'm going to ignore the chat, just so you guys know. I'm going to ignore the chat. No canceling. You guys know the rules. If somebody starts threatening, screenshot, send me that screenshot. Okay? Or you can report them yourself to the FBI website if you have that information, or report them to YouTube. Only threats. Any racist comments, you can also report. Everybody else, get some thick skin so that we can continue doing our show. We need to make sure that we stay on point. I'm going to tell you, Republicans, they got soft. They got soft. They got overconfident. Republicans have been in office about almost 30 years in Miami. And it was the father and then the son. Like, there is no different thinking. You have to understand. Listen, regardless of how much, this is going to be very biased, and maybe today you're not going to agree with me on this. But I really believe that it doesn't matter how much demand we have for something. You got to protect the pricing, man. You got to protect affordability. You can't just go on the flow of saying higher demand, higher prices. You got to stop that crap. You know what you do? Fill up the housing. That way people that come over don't stay. Go somewhere else where there's housing. But instead, you keep raising the price of everything. And what that does is, not only is it make it unaffordable for those who are actually working, but you're creating more homeless problems. The people are sick and tired of prices going up, and nobody seems to know how to stop it. I get it. I trust me, I know Biden effed it up. And yes, Americans who voted for Democrats are responsible. Now, they will take no responsibility for it at all. They will come in here. They will go into every conservative group and then just, start judging and hating and telling us, oh, this and that, oh, affordability. Bros, man, accountability. You voted for the clowns before this administration. Inflation hit 9.1% during Biden's administration. What are you doing? Did you take any responsibility for that? No, 898. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. Tariffs actually made $77 billion because of Trump's first administration. Before Trump put those tariffs, we were just hemorrhaging money. Do you know what that means? That means that we were losing a lot of money. It's like a gash wound that you just can't put a finger on it and that's it. No, it needs stitches. Forget about Israel. Forget about your TDS. Forget about the things that you disagree with the orange man. You're going to lose your country. And if you're an illegal immigrant on my chat, you're going to lose the opportunity to live in a very strong and prosperous country. If you complain about your previous government, you're going to make this one worse. I'm not wrong about it. I know third world countries. I know corrupted governments in third world countries. I'll give you an example of corrupted government in third world country. We got military in Honduras. We got military in Honduras. Excuse me. Forget about the FC. Forget about everything right now. Blank. Empty your cup. And just listen. If you want to learn something, shut the hell up and listen. Don't just hear. Listen. Listen to try to figure out what somebody else is telling you today. Stop with your dumb-ass rhetorics of orange men bad, oh, this is, shut up and just listen. It's very simple. We try to get opinions, but when you come in here, you say, lie. Just freaking listen. And if you think I'm lying, tell me what is a better idea than what I'm telling you. Here is the Honduras current president, Xiomara. She says that President Donald Trump, it's either going to allow illegal immigrants to be in this country, or she wants the U.S. military to get the hell out of Honduras. And she says, because they have been here for a long time and they haven't given us 1 cent. Let me show you what Honduras has received from the United States of America. And this is corrupted government. The U.S. provides Honduras with significant funding through foreign aid and private investment with approximately $194 million. That's times 26. The coin in Honduras. $194 million times 26. Do the math. Watch this. It was committed on 2023. She says that she's never received 1 cent. The Hondurans people, they haven't received 1 cent. Okay. And it says substantial private sector funds mobilized under the Central American Forward Initiative, around $545 million deployed to Honduras. Times 26. Additionally, Honduras and the U.S. send massive amounts. Hondurans, this is what she wants. Hondurans and the U.S., listen to this number. They send remittances, payments to Honduran families of about $10 billion times 26. Corrupted government. Do me a favor. Somebody go ahead and get rid of Graham 1112. Get rid of this moron. He's not willing to listen. Get rid of him. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Yeah, get him out. Any one of my muds. Get Graham 11112. Get him out of this chat. Now, $10 billion. The recent figures for fiscal year 2023, this is not including 24. We'll get there. $193.9 million in foreign aid to Honduras, with more reported for the 24th and the 25th. The focus area, aid supports education. Education in Honduras is shit. Governance, let me guess where all the money goes. Climate resilience. Sure. Let me guess where the money goes. Health. The healthcare system down there is unaffordable. It's crazy. And the other thing is economic development. Often through USAID. What is the corruption? What is the corruption in the government? Everything that I just mentioned right there. Education, governance, climate resilience, health, and economic development. Guess which one of those is not suffering for lack of funding? Take a pick. Education, governance, climate resilience, health, and economic development. Tell me, guess which one is not lacking funds? Guess who's getting all the money out of all those? Education, governance, climate resilience. Guess who's getting all the money from there? Okay. That is government corruption. She puts out a video out there saying that the United States hasn't given them 1 cent. Not 1 cent, she says. And we have military in Honduras from the United States of America. And she says not 1 cent. And yet, billions of dollars comes from here. Of course, she wants the illegal Hondurans to be here because they are sending billions of dollars. Imagine if they are sending $10 billion annually. How many people will it take to send $10 billion to another country? It's crazy. It's crazy. But that doesn't just happen in Honduras. Guess what happens in Mexico? Mexico receives substantial financial flows from the U.S. primarily through remittances, payments, money sent home by Mexican workers, totaling over, oh my goodness, totaling over $63 to $64 billion annually, with the vast majority coming from the U.S. Beyond personal remittances, the U.S. provides hundreds of millions of dollars in aid. Unbelievable. Check this out. Foreign assistance aid for specific programs like rule of law and anti-drug efforts. And there's also significant trade, goods and services, that involves billions in the U.S. spending in Mexico. Though this creates a trade deficit for the United States of America. How about that? Let me read it again so that you guys understand. I know I have this heavy accent, whatever you guys like to complain about. But just listen to that. Beyond personal remittances, the United States provides hundreds of millions of dollars in foreign assistance for specific programs like the rule of law, anti-drug efforts, and there is also significant trade that involves billions of dollars in the U.S. spending in Mexico, even though it creates a trade deficit for the United States of America. Imagine that. How dare us send hundreds of billions of dollars to Mexico when we could give it to dear leader Trump? How about not Trump, but how about the American people? How about that? I said it from the beginning. Maybe you didn't hear it. Forget about Trump. Forget about all the bull crap that you have been filling your head with. You got to start over. And you got to start thinking, why do we talk and we think the way we think? It is unbelievable to me that people, as long as they get their crap, they don't care the suffering of everybody else. They say they care about the innocent women and children and family. They don't. If you did, you would be against illegal immigration. If you did, you would be against criminals. If you did, you will be against drug dealers. If you did, you will be against the Democratic politicians right now. But you don't. Stop pretending that you care. You don't want to understand. You already got your mind set up that this is the only thing that matters. Hate the orange man. It is unbelievable. There's a lot of hot feelings. A lot of hot feelings. And it's very dangerous. Now, I'm going to make sure that I say this a couple of times at least in my show. Political violence is never okay. People will be forced to defend themselves. I get it. But if you are illegal in this country, you have no rights. You have no rights. And let's not forget that they are being taught to cry and squeal like little pigs when they're getting arrested, because that levels up the emotional state of people that don't know what the hell is going on. It is in nature for us to feel bad for people that are crying, that pretend to be in pain sometimes because we think it's real. They put themselves in that situation. It is not your responsibility. You should not feel guilty about it. You're protecting your country. They didn't care that it's your country. They didn't care that this is your land. They don't care that this is your country. They know. They come from a country where there is borders as well. Why are we taking third world country people from Africa when their own people around them don't even want them? There is a reason why they don't want them. They're garbage. Nobody wants the garbage. Only Americans like to take garbage in. They probably believe that another man's garbage is somebody else's treasure. You're taking the wrong message from that saying. Do innocent people require pardons? That would mean the J6 committee are guilty. Mark, we have said that on this channel, and that's true. That's what I believe. All right. That's just a couple of points that I wanted to touch up from Mexico and Honduras. International, it is what it is. I don't think I have a translation for the video, so I'm not going to play it. But it was like this video right here from, that's the president of Honduras, okay, Xiomara, which, by the way, who the hell, nobody told her that her right glass was broken or water? Man, I'm telling you, it's just crazy. Let me go ahead and play it for some of the Hispanics in here.
Perderían toda la razón de existir en Honduras.
So Trump has deported 1.5 million people on his first mandate. They self-deported. 1.5 million self-deported. Now, can you imagine if only Hondurans? You're going to tell me only Hondurans were deported? I think she's just exaggerating on that. But the words here are in English. It says Trump deported 1.5 million people in his first term. It is now suggested he'll remove 1 million a year in his second term. 1 million a year. 4 million more people will get deported. Let's hope it's more than that. Okay. All right. That's it. That was the only thing that I was going to show from her. Bruh, you guys, man, I spend so many hours, man, going through all of this information, whether you guys like to believe it or not. I bet you some of the libtards that come to my channel, they just come in here to insult because they heard a little bird tweeted them something. But they do no research. They don't seek for the answers. I started this podcast with telling you that Republicans are soft. They are losing their votes because they're soft. They need to stand up, wake up, and keep on fighting. The fight's not over. You don't get into government, and once you're in there, okay, I'm just going to do my 4 years, and bada bing, bada boom, I got the reputation, I'm done. That's not how it works. If you sign up to be in service for the people, it's a long haul. It's a long ride. You don't give up. You got to go until the end. You give it all you got. Miami, I look at the pricing in Miami. It is freaking expensive. Housing is ridiculous. Even if it's a rat hole like New York, it's expensive. What do you expect the youth to think? Number one, they're lazy. They're becoming more radicalized by socialist, communist, Marxists, which is the Democratic Party right now. These politicians are so corrupted. And the one thing that pisses me off about these Democrat politicians that we have, not only are they socialist, Marxist, Democrats, communists, not only is that bad, but they continue to lie to the legacy media in press conferences. They lie and lie and lie, and there's no accountability. I went through a list of things on my X account yesterday because people really believe this nonsense. People really believe that this is bad. They think this is truth. 8 impeachable offenses. People really eat this stuff up. Deploy U.S. troops against civilians. This is exactly what you guys think. How many in here agree that President Donald Trump deployed the National Guard against civilians? You see, the word in there, civilians, make it sound like innocent people. Of course, criminals are civilians, but so is law abiding. So they give you this line, but they don't tell you, hey, now check this out. Check how this sounds. Listen to the difference on the way that I'm going to tell you. Watch this. Deployed U.S. troops against civilians. Now, this is what I say. President Donald Trump deployed the National Guard to protect innocent, law-abiding civilians. What do you think now? It's a big difference. It is a big difference on how you say things. Here's another one. He kidnapped American residents during ICE and DHS raids. No, they arrested residents and citizens for obstructing justice. And that's a big difference. Deported migrants to foreign prisons. Illegal transfer. Wait a minute. So now they care about illegal? They don't care about them breaking the law. That's illegal. So some illegal is okay, but other illegal is not okay? What are you telling me? What are you saying? You saying you're a hypocrite? So illegal immigrants, it's okay. But illegally sending illegal immigrants to another country, that's illegal. I'm telling you, I don't know why anybody supports the left corrupted politicians. I don't get it. Here's another one. Targeted protesters for deportation. We had a massive illegal immigration invasion into our country. What citizens can do, if they really are citizens and residents, it's collaborate, cooperate with federal agents, respect them, tell them thank you. Thank you for cleaning up our streets. You know what that's going to have? What's that going to have is going to give you more housing availability, more job availability, real jobs. And all these millions of people that are leaving that were working illegally, that is going to cause employment to go down, to go up. But that doesn't mean that it's the American citizens' legal jobs. Let's face it. There is hundreds of thousands of lazy-ass Americans who believe to be socialist communists, and they feel that the government and our tax-paying dollars, our tax dollars, is supposed to support them. Let's not be fooled and blinded about it. I have my issues with high pricing on rents, etc. I'm with you on that. And I'm going to fight against that. Because I think that price gouging is a horrible thing. It is not fair for the working people. Nobody, I don't care if you're a Democrat or a Republican, you cannot justify the high prices on housing. It's unbelievable. Well, family, you didn't wait for my response. I get it. There's a few second delay there, but I just answered your question. Says the what? Says the moron yelling at a camera about a man who doesn't care if he exists. Okay, Zach, I'm a citizen on this country. What the hell are you talking about? So you're talking to a migrant that knows the migration law, that knows why you get deported, not as ignorant as you are, that you don't understand that people that don't come to this country to respect it, to love it, and make something good for it, they shouldn't be here. That's not what migration is all open for. You're such a dumbass that you think that allowing illegal immigrants here is a great thing, not knowing that when you do that, you are supporting people that are not vetted. Murderers, rapists, thieves, mental health problem people. You don't understand. Maybe you're one of them. That's all I can think. You either an illegal immigrant, you are in some country in Africa and India, coming into a conservative podcast, not to help the conversation, just to insult. You can do whatever you want, your prerogative. But I can tell you right now, if my screaming bothers you, turn the freaking volume down on your phone. How about that? How about we start with that right there? That's right. If you come into my chat, it's because you want to hear the truth. I will say thank you guys for subscribing, for liking my videos. Thank you for that. Everything that I tell you is from my heart, and I mean it. I want you to be prosperous. But you need to understand what is the real cause of our crisis in the economy. Think about this. If we had a lot of migrants, and President Donald Trump touched up on this. If we actually have migrants from successful countries, please, successful countries, send us some migrants this way. Why are we getting the garbage from third world countries all the time? Why are we getting garbage that only want a handout, only want to support their countries? I gave you two examples. Mexico and Honduras. Together, that is over $110 billion that does not go back into our economy. I gave you the example that Biden's administration was able to bring $77 billion because of Trump's tariffs. And now, because of Trump's tariffs, everybody and their mama came to us to negotiate. Tariffs have dropped. China is negotiating with us. They play tough, but they came. They came. And what was the result? We made over $170 billion. We more than double what we did on the first administration. Oh, but you think prices are high because of the tariffs? Let me tell you what happens when I send my family a small camera that costs $55. You see, tariffs in Honduras, they're like between 0 to 15%, depending on the item that they receive. You know what these bastards were charging my family member down there to receive that camera? 100% the price of the camera. Price gouging, my friends, it's a real problem. You can keep blaming President Donald Trump for everything, but I'm going to tell you something. Come in February, March, when you start doing your taxes and you start seeing how much money you're going to get back, I want you to come back into my chat, be accountable, and be a witness, and come back into my channel here and tell me, holy crap, bro, you were right. I'm subscribing. I want you to do that. I want you to do that. If this tax season, nothing good happens for you, F it. I'm on your side. I'm on your side. Let's go. I find it very interesting that even though pricing right here in Washington State, the average here, they say, is like $4.20. I've gone to the gas pump at $3.86. But the average is $4.20. Let's say that. The highest is $5.60. We're still $1.40 under. So prices are down. Under President Trump, highest inflation, my friends, 3%. Under Biden's administration, inflation went up as high as 9.1%. And the reason why prices started coming down towards the end of November of the 2024, why do you think that was? That's right. President Donald Trump won the election. So Biden gets some credit for the inflation going down. Everybody complained about the stock market. Oh my God, tariffs. Oh, my 401k is gone. That's really interesting because I doubled the money of my 401k. I don't know what the hell you were investing in, but that's your fault. That's not Trump's fault. If you don't know how to invest, hey, you gamble. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. But the fact is that people were panicking on the stock market. Why don't you go take a look and see what the stock market actually is? It's just a fear-mongering tool. It's made for you to either invest a lot or not to invest at all. That's all it's there for. If they need the money, they're going to tell you everything is great. But if they don't need your money and they just want to take it away, they'll say everything is bad. And then you're going to lose. You get rid of your stuff. And then they come in from behind and start grabbing all that stuff that you're leaving behind. And then, boom, market goes back up. They make billions. You lost all your money. Damn, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. Now, if you guys don't know, my show is actually non-scripted. So everything I tell you is just off the top of my head, which means that I could forget some stuff. I need to get Elon Musk's chip. I'll be twitching over here sometime. But that's because that's how I will be collecting the data. Okay, back in 2021 on Jan. Oh, man. No, hell no. We're not doing that. All right. I think I'm giving you enough examples of why I say what I say. But let's get to the beginning of this show. And we're going to start. Let me see. Do we start with. What do we start with? With Face the Nation. I'm telling you what. I don't know about this Face the Nation news, but we'll figure it out. I'm going to try to put some different types of videos in here. Hey, thanks for the super chat, Jason. I solved, and you're right. Fuel 235 here in Tennessee. Seems highest prices in those blue states. Man. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you being here. I want this channel to be filled with American patriots. And please, do me a favor. Do not be just a sheep of the herd. And I say this because January 6th, a lot of people, even though we didn't start it, even though it was a setup, even though it was a coup, there was a lot of Republicans that stuck their head where they're not supposed to. Now hear me out. I believe everybody that was peaceful in the building, they're obviously innocent. They put their ass in jail anyway. They even arrested somebody that wasn't even there for January 6th. I understand that. But what I'm saying is that there was a lot of other people that responded in the wrong way. So we need to be held accountable for our actions and what we do. That's all I'm saying about that, okay? So try to be a patriot of this country. Don't just try to be a loyalist to a party. Because if the Republican Party is pooping in our country, we need to call it as it is. If the Democrats are doing it, we got to call it for what it is. And right now, the Democrats are the lunatics. They have turned into a socialist, Marxist, communist party. That is who they are. And even when I run for governor here in Washington State, let me just tell you, about 68% of the people here in Washington, they vote Democrat. They don't even look. They just boop, 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 Democrat, Democrat, boop, 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 Democrat. They don't even see who the actual candidate is. They're loyalists to a party. And then they wonder why prices keep going so expensive. Then they wonder why people are having an issue with affordability. They wonder why they run out of money when this state of Seattle, Washington, this is a great state. This state should be very wealthy. But they have so many social programs that just tells people, don't worry, be lazy. Make up some sort of problem that you have and we'll give you free money. You can only do that for so long before the economy of that state goes into shit. You gotta hold people accountable for things. Let's take a look and listen to what Face the Nation had to say a day ago.
And we're joined now by Minnesota Democratic Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. Welcome to the program.
Thank you, Margaret.
We have a lot to get to with you, but I want to pick up on where the Treasury Secretary just left off. He alleged that people who were tied to you or your campaign were involved in this broad, brazen scheme to rip off the Minnesota state welfare system. Do you want to respond?
Guys, let the chat roll. Don't block anybody just for stupid comments. I'll let you know. Just keep an ear out, and I'll let you know who to get rid of.
Onto that, do you know what he is referring to?
I really don't, and I don't think the secretary himself understands what he's referring to. We obviously had people who were able to donate to our campaign that were involved. We sent that money back a couple years ago. And actually, I was one of the first members of Congress to send a letter to the Secretary of Ag asking them to look into what I thought was a reprehensible fraud that was occurring within the program.
So this was, just for our audience, the Biden-era Justice Department called it the largest COVID fraud scheme in the country. And this was pocketing COVID-era welfare funds, more than $1 billion in taxpayer money that was stolen. It was pretty shocking. Of the 87 people charged, all but 8 are of Somali descent. And that has added to the spotlight being put specifically on your community. Why do you think this fraud was allowed to get so widespread?
Well, I want to say, this also has an impact on Somalis because we are also taxpayers in Minnesota. We also could have benefited from the program and the money that was stolen. And so it's been really frustrating for people to not acknowledge the fact that we're also, as Minnesotans, as taxpayers, really upset and angry about the fraud that has occurred.
Mm-hmm. So do you think, though, that there was a failure by the Democratic state government to police itself? This is a brave.
I want to point something out that people always say, especially the people on the lower end of the economy. Everybody, you can be on Snap, and because you work something, I love how people always say, I'm a taxpayer. Now let me ask you this. How much money did you get back on your refund? The taxpayers are those that don't get money back. I'm going to say it again. The ones that actually pay taxes are those who pay taxes and don't get anything back. That's a person that pays taxes. Now, I will say this. We paid over $6,800 in taxes in 1 year. Okay, that's probably not much for many of people that make a lot of money. And we got $1,000 back. So technically, we only paid $5,600 in taxes, but yet we still paid $56,000 in taxes. See, we pay taxes, but then you get to a certain extent where, like, if you're getting $7,000, $9,000, $10,000, $20,000 back in tax refunds, you didn't pay taxes. You took somebody else's taxes. And then they go out on the street, I'm a taxpayer, like the Somalis right now. She said, oh, we're taxpayers. You're taxpayers. Okay. 42% of you guys are on SNAP. Why is it Somalis are getting some really nice fancy cars apparently? And they qualify. For some reason, they qualify for SNAP benefits. They qualify for free health care. Somehow, somebody said, hey, here we go. I like this migrant right here. He depends on our government. He depends on our government to give them free health care. We depend for the government to give them free food stamps, SNAP, cash, and some housing. Yeah, let's make them citizens. This is exactly the kind of garbage, the kind of people that we want to be citizens in this country. That's how they make sense of things. She says we pay taxes, but she doesn't say how much they take in benefits. 42% of the people from the Somali people that are actually in SNAP are being more of a burden than what they pitch into the government, into the system. And that's a fact. You don't believe me? Go research it. Make your own research. I've done my numbers, and I know that they are getting more money from us than what they're actually paying. They're not paying taxes. Please. Please. They get at least $55,000 yearly on benefits. They pay taxes. Pff, my ass, they pay taxes. That's not including the cash that they get. And they just passed another thing where they're going to give $4,500 when they're pregnant and if they have a child. $4,500. Guys, forget about Israel. We're talking about right here in the United States of America. You guys don't know how to clean your house, but you want to tell the neighbor how to clean theirs. You don't mow your lawn, but you want to tell the neighbor how ugly their lawn is. Don't be hypocrites. Don't be hypocrites. Fix your shit here. Fix this country here first.
Reason fraudulent activity here.
Yeah, and that is what I alluded to in my letter that I'd sent to the Secretary of Eg, was to see where things were going wrong. How can this amount of money disappear fraudulently without there being alarms being set off? And it is something that, we have to continue to investigate. We have to.
Hey, Sam, give me the numbers. Go ahead. Give me the numbers. You know what's going to happen? You don't know what the numbers are because you do no research. So shut up. Don't make stupid comments. I'm okay making comments, but that was a stupid comment. Shannon, that is actually kind of true. I'm not going to deny that one. Okay, let's see. Family, what you got? Family gamers. If we are paying the neighbor $2 billion a year, we get a say on how long their grass is. Yeah? And tell me, what are we getting from Israel? Since you know the relationship that we have, so if we give Israel money, how much are we getting back? What is Israel giving for us? I'll give you a chance to make your case. Tell me, are we getting anything from Israel at all? I know there's a little 10-second delay there, but I'll wait. $8 billion to Somalia. We should get to say something about Somalia. Thank you for that. Nothing. Charlie thinks we get nothing from Israel. See, that's the problem. Okay. He does research, doesn't scroll up to see the numbers I gave. Hey, I'm not here to research your dumbass. If you want to make a comment in here and you want to argue with me, put a super chat so I can see it. There's a lot of comments in here. I can see everybody's comments. Put it on the chat again. You just wasted that comment right there. Heath is here? Where is Heath? Time is on my side. Yes, he is. True patriot in the house. Heath, if you are here, my friend, I don't see you. God bless you. God bless you and your family. Let me see. Where? I don't see him. Oh, because it's got the white letters. That's why. Okay, I see. Uh, I'm from Honduras. Uh huh. Okay. He just want money, bro. See, that's a socialist mentality right there. See, these guys think they're entitled to everything free. Because me over here using my money to pay for electricity, internet, my equipment, all of that stuff, oh, I gotta do it because I gotta do it. But these motherfuckers come in here demanding stuff. Hey, my chat, I'll just say this. Get some thick skin. Let them put some dumb comments in there. If they are threatening, get rid of them. Everything else, just ignore. Okay, so I gave you a chance. You guys have nothing good to pitch in. All right, I'll continue with my show, and I'll try to focus just on my show.
Continue to ask those questions.
Because, as you know, one of the initial defenses by the organization at the heart of the fraud, Feeding Our Future, was to claim the probe was due to racism. Do you think that this was all about negligence, or that it was like political fear of alienating the Somali community?
So you have to remember that the woman who led the program is a Caucasian woman. And that was her way of making sure that this would continue to happen by using whatever.
Did she just throw the racist card out there, bro? So the whole reason why Somalians were fraudulent was because of a white woman. You know what? She deserves it. And so do all of the moron American white people that keep doing all this support for these ungrateful bastards. She deserves it.
Rhetoric that was available to her. We do know that when the money was stopped, they did sue. The AG, Attorney General Keith Ellison, defended the department in that lawsuit. It was a judge that said it should continue, that money should continue to go out. And so this wasn't something that people were not looking at. There was always those alarms. And
so even though it was fraudulent, the judge said to continue to sending that money out. How deep is the corruption? That's what you got to ask yourself. That's the question you got to ask yourself. How deep is the corruption? To where it goes to court, but the judge says, okay, that's fraudulent, but keep sending the money out. Keep sending the money out to terrorists. No big deal. You see what the problem is? That's a Democrat judge. That's an activist judge. Yes, the same activist judges that are hiding illegal immigrants. The same activist judges that keep allowing illegal criminals to stay in our country. And they use the loophole excuse of, oh, we got about 1 million people in the backlog that need to be going first. And it takes 10, 20, 30 years. And then when they finally get deported, whoever is in office, they blame that person. Unbelievable.
We will continue to understand where things might have gone wrong as these investigations continue and as these fraudsters are prosecuted and sent to jail.
Well, it's going to have impact for your community because we've already heard the head of Medicare and Medicaid say they're going to have a new policy that applies to Minnesota. You heard the Treasury Secretary say they're investigating. But there's another thread here because House Republicans and the Treasury Secretary just now talked about a link to terrorism. A possible link. He said they're just now beginning to look into it. How confident are you that that's a false claim?
I'm pretty confident at the moment because there are people who have been prosecuted and who have been sentenced. If there was a linkage in that the money that they had stolen going to terrorism, then that is a failure of the FBI and our court system in not figuring that out and basically charging them with these charges. And so I do know that for many years, this sort of like alarm that there is money being transferred through the airport in bags and going to terrorism that accusation has always existed. There's never been here and there in those accusations. But if that is the case, if money from U.S. tax dollars is being sent to help with terrorism in Somalia, we want to know.
Yeah.
And we want those people prosecuted. And we want to make sure that that doesn't ever happen again.
So there are 80,000 people of Somali descent in your state, but the president has been very focused, not just on them, but on you. In this extraordinary cabinet meeting, he said Somalis, quote, come from hell. They complain and they do nothing but bitch. Take a listen.
These are people that do nothing but complain. They complain. And from where they came from, they got nothing. We don't want them in our country. Let them go back to where they came from and fix it. Thank you very much.
And not only that, but let's face it, they themselves, they say they love Somalia more than the United States of America. So here, get the hell out. Go back. Oh, Somalia is more beautiful than the United States. Well, go back. Why are you here? What, Somalia doesn't give you free food, free housing, free health benefits? What does Somalia give you that the United States doesn't give you? They're garbage. That's what he's talking about, garbage. Things that don't bring any value, you got to dispose of them because they bring no value. We're not just a country where third world garbage comes into our country. You might get offended by little words like that, but you have to understand something. Now, I'm going to tell you, it is very annoying to try to provide prosperity to a nation, and the same ungrateful bastards in the nation are the ones fighting us. They're fighting us because we're trying to make this great nation be great again. And we're inundated with traitors, with enemies. See, Americans that have common sense, they don't want to waste time protesting. They don't want to waste time going through all this BS. They'd rather work and provide for the family. But unfortunately, Democrats have socialists. They got more lazy people. They got mental health problems. They'd rather protest than to go to work. I was watching this one episode from I think it was all these socialists against a capitalist with PBD, and one of the guys comes in there and is like, "Oh, I don't get hired." They say, "I don't get hired." And he's like, well, have you applied for a job? Yeah, I sent over 200-something applications, he says. So what has been the problem? Have they called you? Yeah, but the jobs are not for me. That, my friends, it is the garbage in our country. But they're born here, so it's our garbage. We got to deal with it. Okay? We don't need more garbage from the third world country. We can fix garbage. But if they don't want to get fixed, all we got to do is throw it out. If they're not used to our country, they don't belong here, they can go back where they came from. It's a very simple thing. But these guys, the Democrats and the leftist legacy media, like to make everything about racism. They are the racist. I am sick and tired. Like I even throughout history, have never, ever heard white people be so racist against black people as much as I have seen minorities be racist against white. Every failure of their life, they blame the white people for it. The very same ones who has given them the opportunity to come up in life. It's like biting the hand that feeds you, so to speak. We have plenty of those people in our country. They're not going to go away. So we got to get tougher.
That knocking is vehement agreement from his cabinet members there. I just wonder what the reaction is in your district to have that from the highest office in the land.
It's disgusting. It's completely disgusting.
That's disgusting. But what she says about white people being racist and the problem for Somalis and blacks and minorities when she calls them demons, Nazis, fascists, bigots, all these other names that they make up from the Marxist book? You think that that's not, what is she talking about? So when it's to them, it's a problem. But when it's not to them, hey, it's all fair. Kind of like allowing illegal immigrants to come into this country, but to send them to another country, that's illegal. Please, man. Retardation may not have a cure. May not have a cure.
These are Americans that he is calling garbage. And we feel like...
Again, why would they make garbage Americans? Why would you grab leeches and say, this is great for our country? Why don't you make citizens, people that are hardworking, paying taxes, are learning English, are assimilating to Western civilization? Why aren't we making those people citizens? The ones that love this country. A lot of Hondurans, a lot of Mexicans that actually love this country because maybe where they come from is horrible. And they agree, they want to raise the American flag. Those people should be citizens, or at least residents. But these leeches, just sucking off the tit of the government, taking all the money, the food, and the housing, they got to go. Why did they make these people citizens? It's like our enemies hate us. They sent us the worst of the worst from their country, from their third world shithole. They sent us the worst people here because they know that they're going to destroy our economy. See, they don't want them. They sent the worst. President Trump says, Sweden, please send us some people over here. Countries that have great people that can be migrants and become part of the American citizenship, they don't get to come. Only garbage is sent this way. If they're so happy in Somalia, they got to go back to Somalia. Come on, guys. You got to see it. You got to see it.
There is an unhealthy obsession that he has on the Somali community, and an unhealthy and creepy obsession that he has with me. I think it is also really important for us to remember that this kind of hateful rhetoric and this level of dehumanizing can lead to dangerous actions by people who listen to the president.
And 95% of the Somalis in your state are U.S. citizens.
Yes.
Just for clarity there.
90, what?
Are U.S. citizens.
Yes. Lead to dangerous actions by people who listen to the president.
And 95% of the
95%. 95% are citizens, and 42% are on SNAP, are on government assistance. 95, 42%. Half of them, 98, that's probably more like it, family. But half of them are on SNAP, meaning they are a burden to the community, to their city, to the state, to the country. I will say, though, what Tampon Tim said about being on the highest for, bringing money in, I don't know how that happens. When you have garbage like that, I don't know how that happens, so there's not much I can say about it. I haven't really looked into that too much. But, by the way, this is why we're watching this clip, see if we can learn something new, okay? Thank you, Paul Salsi. What are you smelling in the chat today, Paul? What's happening in the chat today? 88% on government benefits. No, I think it was 42 on SNAP. I don't know about healthcare, though. Which one? Ilhan Omar? Yeah, I think 4 of her husbands actually thought the same thing as well. Thank you, Peter. Appreciate you. Check your green card. I don't have a green card, sir. I'm a citizen. But thank you for commenting. James says, do you think it could be easier for you to migrate here from Honduras under MAGA policy or Democratic policy? So here's the thing, my friend, James. Thank you for the comment. Immigration laws are not MAGA nor Democrats. Okay? They're not Republicans or Democrats. Immigration law is a law made by Congress. When you go to the embassy, for me, in Honduras, we got denied twice. We came in the third time, and they said, okay, fine, go. We have to be have all our vaccinations, all of our health care, not our health care, our health test needed to be positive. We did a physical test as well, economic test, that there is an economic requirement. They need to make sure that we were able to sustain ourselves here in this country. And my mother's number one rule was we are not going to depend on the government. Guess what? It doesn't matter if it's Trump in office or not. President Trump has said it himself. I want migrants here, but I want them to do it the right way. I want them to be legal. If they're here illegally, they got to go. There is a reason why they are denied the visa to come to this country. And that's because they're going to be a burden to this country. I just mentioned it. They're leeches. This is not what we want in this country. $61 billion, $63 to $64 billion goes to Mexico from migrants, mostly illegal. 50-something billion dollars goes to Honduras from all Hondurans that live here in the United States of America. That's money that we're not getting. And that's fine. If they are legal, they can do whatever they want. As long as they pay taxes, as long as they're abiding by the law, as long as they're respecting this country's rules and its people, so what? But we're talking about illegal migrants, not migrants. Illegal migrants, please. That's a big difference. Huge difference. What else we got in the chat? Not you, Let Freedom. You lost my respect on that one. No more uneducated people here. That's one. What is it about illegal? Don't you understand, Democrats? Paul Salsi, I missed a comment. What do we have on this chat? I can't smell anything. What's going on? What's happening? I want you to tell me what's happening. Did I miss the message? Thank you, MLS. Appreciate you. City, that is not true. I am a citizen. And as a matter of fact, President Donald Trump is the one that says, welcome to the United States of America citizenship. Oh, it's so true. I should have had my phone recording that. I didn't think about it. Thank you, Arlene. Democrats always saying no one is above the law, but refuse to follow immigration laws. It's what are you talking about? Makes no sense, Paul. That doesn't make sense. Yeah. Democrats always saying no one is above the law, but they refuse to follow immigration laws. It will never make sense to them. It just isn't. Maybe we should dumb it down a little bit. Dumb it down a little bit more. Let's see. Freddie says, correct. Thank you. Peter, immigration law is affected by the administration in charge of. Bull crap. No, it's not. What is affected is who actually enforces the law. Some stuff don't mix. It's like oil and water. Yeah, true. Demis wasn't born here. Should he leave too? Peter, you're not listening. Or maybe you just said that before I answer your questions. You mean negative. La Fala, you can't read. I don't know what the hell you guys are typing in there. Okay. Paul, he said, what is it all about illegal that you don't understand? Paul. I don't see Paul's comment here. All right, let's see. Well, will ICE go after the CEO violating? Oh, Family Gamer. There you go. Now that, my friend, that I agree with. I like that. And you're right. So one of the things. What, Nadia? Are you from Russia? What country are you from, Nadia? You didn't just hear that I'm a citizen? What a douche. So there is a program that yeah, she does have TDS. It's all right. So there's a program on the government. It's a government website. There is a program where they actually have a system where you put the social security number, and it's like, what was it called? It was like something. It was to verify that they were legal residents or citizens. It would actually tell them that they're legal to work. It'll have a picture. It'll have the full name, etc. And when businesses didn't do that, and ICE would come into their place and find the illegal immigrants on there, the fine was up to $10,000 per person that they hire that were illegal. Whether they said they knew or not, it was irrelevant because they all have to go to this website, run the social security, so HR, they have to run the social security numbers and make sure that it matches the actual person that is working, okay? TDS meds available at Walmart. We accept EBT. Oh, you guys are safe. Yeah, E-Verify. I think, no, but there's like another name on there on the option. But yeah, E-Verify is the one. Thank you for that. Thank you, Brian. Dequisha. Oh, here we go. We can fund more programs native to the country's untreated issues rather than creating new ones by accepting more difficulties, such as supreme justice for illegal immigrants. I'm not sure what you meant by that at the end there, but I think that I don't know, man. I don't know if the Supreme Court also sometimes it's a little bit disappointing. I can't believe that they're supreme judges and the way that they think is like they're erroneous. They don't think for the benefit of our country. I understand justice is blind and all that stuff, but you gotta understand. Okay, here, justice is blind. This is the people. Does this benefit the people? No. No. And before you know it, the people are screwed. And as long as justice keeps mishandling situations, it's not going to get fixed. So I'm not sure what you meant. I hope that makes sense.
Somalis in your state are U.S. citizens.
Yes.
Just for clarity there. But the president has restricted all immigration processing, including asylum claims from Somalis already on U.S. soil, along with 18 other countries. ICE reports it has rounded up about 19 people, and they put out press releases with the images of about 5 of
Don't worry, I'll go through the list. Let's just watch the clip.
them that they say are the worst of the worst. Is that the entirety of the crackdown to date?
Yeah, so far we know of the people that they've picked up in Minnesota. About 5 of them are Somalis. And from what I have read and from the people that I've spoken to, all of them had already had orders of removal. So these are not people who are undocumented, but people who have committed crimes and who should have already been sent out of the country.
I want to ask you about something else that the architect of the president's immigration policy, Stephen Miller, said. On Thanksgiving Day, he posted, "No magic transformation occurs when failed states cross borders. At scale, migrants and their descendants recreate the conditions and terrors of their broken homelands." What do you make of this argument of failure to assimilate and sort of ruining America?
Yep.
How do you understand this?
I mean, when I think about Stephen Miller and his white...
Again, guys, it's the fact that they are here illegally. If they were not able to be vetted at the American embassy in their country, they shouldn't be here, period. It could be me, a hard worker that believes in the truth. If I came here and I broke the law, I should be deported. It's the same thing. People will never actually accept the answers that we give them. If I was rich because I worked my butt off and made the right investments, they will say, "Oh, well, you say that because you're rich." And if I tell them that I am broke, that I'm working and this is the hustle and this is the money that I need to make, they'll say, "Well, how do you know? You're just as broke as everybody else." Well, if I was in the middle class and say, "You know what? I know what the rich do and I know what the poor do, so I got to make this decision." Well, you say that because you're middle class. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I say. It doesn't matter. It just people just they don't want to understand. They're just never going to understand. It's like a lost case. I try every day, and I'm going to continue to do my show every day. But it's very disheartening to see how many people just love to be in misery. And it's very unfortunate because I don't believe that the people that are in this chat are actually Americans that care. I think the people on this chat are just people that are either paid to be here to disrupt our atmosphere or just people that are really ignorant or illegal in this country. That's just what I think.
Supremacist rhetoric. It
That's how you hear
reminds
it.
me, yes, it reminds me of the way the Nazis described Jewish people in Germany. And, you know,
You do know, you guys do know that Miller is not a, she knows that he's Jewish, right? Let me bring that back.
Stephen Miller said. On Thanksgiving Day, he posted, "No magic transformation occurs when failed states cross borders. At scale, migrants and their descendants recreate the conditions and terrors of their broken homelands."
Yep.
What do you make of this argument of failure to assimilate and sort of ruining America? How do you understand this?
I mean, when I think about Stephen Miller and his white supremacist rhetoric, it
That's what
reminds
you're-
me, yes, it reminds me of the way the Nazis described Jewish people.
So Stephen Miller is a white supremacist. Reminds her of Nazi. Did you guys know that he's Jewish? Or you automatically, because you have brown skin, you automatically looked at him with a bald head and call him a Nazi? Does she know what the hell she's talking about? Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. She effed up right there.
In Germany. And, you know, as we know, there have been many immigrants who've tried to come to the United States who've turned back, one of them being Jewish immigrants. We know the way that people were described who were coming from Ireland, Irish immigrants. We know the way in which people were described back then when they were Italian immigrants. And to me, you know, we're yes, of course, ethnically Somali. We are in this country as Americans.
Yeah.
We are citizens. We are productive part of this nation, and we will continue to be.
Congresswoman Omar, thank you for your time today.
She's ridiculous and she's a racist. There is no question about it. All right. What is my next one? Well, here we go. This is going to be from News Nation.
A whistleblower is now accusing a contractor in Maine of defrauding taxpayers out of millions of dollars over the course of 7 years. It's a story you'll see first here on the Hill and exclusively on News Nation. And it centers on Maine's Medicaid program. The business at the center of the allegations, founded by a Somali American, drawing comparisons perhaps to the scandal that has rocked the state of Minnesota.
Oregon, south of Washington State, Oregon. I'm sorry, guys. It's Somalian. What can we say? President Trump is always right about everything. And so are we, my patriots. So are we.
Our Rich McHugh joins us live tonight from Lewiston, Maine, with his exclusive reporting. Hello, Rich.
Hi, Blake. Yeah, we're here in Maine, but this story is eerily reminiscent of the scandal that's evolving in Minnesota. We spoke with a whistleblower who alleges that millions have been bilked from the state here, from taxpayers and the Medicaid system, and that a Somali American-led health services contractor is at the center of it all.
I thought that we were doing the right thing this whole time. And the more I started digging, the more I started finding. And I just couldn't believe what I was seeing, that this was happening and that I was part of this.
Chris Bernardini spent 7 years working for Gateway Community Services, a Somali American-led health services contractor in Maine. Bernardini alleges Gateway oversaw a system in which false records were filed about client visits, and he says they charged taxpayers for providing services that were never performed.
We started getting some clients calling and saying, months later that their client owed them hours. They hadn't come in for these shifts and stuff. But I had a time card for it.
And they were billing for it.
They were billing for it.
In March of 2022, Gateway received a notice of violation from the state's Maine Care Services Program Integrity Unit based on an audit of records taken at random from January 2017 through December of 2018. Gateway overbilled by an estimated $904,000.
In your professional opinion, what you saw was fraud?
Absolute.
No doubt about it.
No doubt about it.
But Bernardini says when the pandemic hit, it got worse.
I started seeing bonuses, $2,000 bonuses going to these staff that had only been with us for 2 weeks, never worked a shift with a client. And yet the PPP loan comes, you're giving $2,000 away like they're lollipops at a doctor's office.
In April of 2024, Bernardini wrote to the Department of Homeland Security seeking whistleblower protection. They referred him back to the state of Maine. Nearly a year later, Gateway fired Bernardini. The company's founder and CEO is Abdullahi Ali, a Somali American who, while at the time serving as executive director for Gateway, last year ran for president of Jubaland, a state in Somalia South that borders Kenya.
Did you catch that? Did you catch that? They fired the white man. And this jerk off right here, he's still able to run for president? What? Wait, I must have misheard. I must have misheard.
Last year ran for president of Jubaland, a state in Somalia's south.
Yeah, he ran for president in Jubaland. How about that? Fired the white man for figuring out the scam
that borders Kenya. Last week, he posted on X, "I make no apologies for building a successful business in Maine, working hard to earn a living, earning my PhD, giving back to my Maine community, and running for office in Jubaland. I am proud to contribute my hard-earned dollars to support my people back home." We reached out to Ali for comment multiple times. We even came to Gateway to try and speak with him.
Hello. I'm with News Nation. My name is... No comment? Is Mr. Ali here? Can we speak with Mr. Ali?
Republican State Senator Matt Harrington has called on Governor Janet Mills to investigate.
It's just an absolute insult to the Maine taxpayer.
Why garbage? Well, there you go. That's what we call garbage.
We know that there's this Medicaid fraud going on by Gateway Community Services. We're seeing nothing from the Mills administration on this, and I think it's appalling.
I still can't believe it. I still can't believe I took so much of my time and put so much of my life into this agency that just tossed me aside. It's caused me to reflect a lot and,
that's messed up.
Try to trust my gut more and speak up more when I see something. It's not right.
I smell a lawsuit, retaliation, discrimination. That company, that group needs to go bankrupt ASAP. And this guy should take all their money. You smell that, Palsy?
Now, we've reached out repeatedly to Mr. Ali, to Gateway behind me. We've reached out to Governor Janet Mills, the head of Health and Human Services here. We've even reached out to the 3 Democratic Somalian American state reps here. Nobody would speak with us. Blake?
Rich McHugh, live for us tonight, Lewiston, Maine, with that News Nation exclusive. Rich, thank you. Joining us now for reaction from Monticello, inside the great state of Maine. Representative Donnie Ardell with us tonight here on the Hill. Donnie, you've been listening to that, and thanks for being with us. Your reaction to Rich speaking to this whistleblower?
Well, I have to agree with Senator Matt Harrington, where the executive branch of Maine government has, apparently dropped the ball. There's apparently no movement on an investigation, even though an investigation seems absolutely appropriate at this time.
You're a lawmaker, Donnie. You've got fellow lawmakers who clearly are disturbed by this. Any movement in the state legislature there? I know you're out of session, but what, if anything, are folks like yourself going to potentially do about this?
We are out of session, and we do have an oversight committee. I think this oversight would be an appropriate place to begin an investigation. However, I think the way this is funded, where MaineCare is really the administration of federal Medicaid. So the way this is funded is that about $1 billion of state money goes into MaineCare, but about $2 billion of federal funds goes into MaineCare. So the federal government has a clear interest in how their money is being spent, even though it's.
Are you family? Are you talking about the Biden, about the Obama administration? Are you talking about the Democrats that gave us the garbage Obamacare that has been giving billions of dollars to their corporations? That's the one you're talking about? Okay.
It's being administered by the state of Maine.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and down.
Hey, quiet, Cuomo, quiet. I feel a little biased with that News Nation. Sometimes I feel like I'm watching CNN, to be honest. But it is a little bit better. It is a little bit better. Let's take a look over here. Let's see. Let's take a look here. So, excuse me while I go to the left here. Tim Minette, or Minette. I don't know how to say his name. Minette. Omar married Minette, a political consultant and entrepreneur, in March 2020, in both a legal and Islamic ceremony. They met through their work. As Minette's consulting firm, the E Street Group, worked for Omar's campaign. Interesting. A relationship that drew scrutiny and controversy at the time. I wonder why. Minette and his business partner have recently faced lawsuits related to their winery and cannabis ventures. Hey, listen, I know some of you guys in there, you guys smoke the devil's lettuce. But a congresswoman married to a guy that has a cannabis farm? I don't know. Maybe that's where they made all the millions. Okay, here we go. Previous husbands. Abed Nur Saeed Elmi. Omar married Elmi in a legal civil ceremony in 2009. They separated in 2011, and their marriage legally ended in 2017. Ahmed Abdisalan Hirsi. Hirsi is the father of Omar's 3 children. Man, I feel sorry for those children, don't you? Omar and Hirsi were in a relationship from 2002, separated in 2008, and reconciled in 2011. They married in a Muslim faith traditional ceremony after reconciling, and later legally married in January 2018. Their legal divorce was finalized in November 2019, shortly before her marriage to Minette. Man, she's good. And she's probably better than Kamala Harris. Allegations by conservative critics that Omar married her brother, Ahmed Nur Saeed Elmi, as part of an immigration scheme have been widely circulated but fact-checked as unproven and false by multiple sources, with Omar calling the claims absurd and offensive. Well. Yeah, you know what? We'll take her word for it. I mean, she's very credible, right? She's very credible. You guys agree with that? And let me see. And then we're going to jump into... Oh, yes. This is from Newsmax. What you got to say, brother? Lay it on us. 2 minutes.
So we'll ask again, where did Ilhan Omar get all that darn money from? Let's go through it. When she first ran for Congress in 2018, she was married to a Somalian man named Ahmed Nur Saeed Elmi. and she had a net worth of approximately $65,000. Not a ton of money, but $65,000. By 2020, a whole 2 years later, Ilhan had already divorced and remarried another Somalian man by the name of Ahmed Aladizian Herzi, and her net worth was still right around $65,000. Yet just 4 years later, she was divorced and remarried again for a third or perhaps a fourth time. We don't know for sure because Ilhan Omar likely married her brother at one point to get him into this country illegally when she came here from Somalia, which, by the way, is a federal crime, and she's serving in Congress. And nobody talks about this. So by 2024, Ilhan's married to a new person, a white guy named Tim. There's Tim Minette.
Let me remind you. Oh, Minette. See, there you go. Let me remind you that she thinks white people are evil, and so she decided to marry her twin.
And Tim is not a rich man, but now he is. Tim's rich now because somehow over the course of the last 3 years, Ilhan Omar's net worth has skyrocketed to over $30 million and counting, meaning she went from having right around $65,000 to $30 million in 3 years. Think about that. Powerball drawing is tonight. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Ilhan Omar did not win the lottery. Bernie Madoff was cheating, and he still wasn't doing that well. That is a 46,000% increase in less than 3 years. Now, how do you suppose that happened? Do you really expect us all to believe that she just played the stock market like she's got a great investor and they just got kind of lucky over the course of the Biden presidency? And why are we the only ones asking these questions tonight? So once again, where did Ilhan Omar get all that money, and why is she trying to make Americans feel bad for Somalian criminals?
Information.
Why? Why indeed? Why indeed? So 40 billion to Argentina, guys, that's the best you got. It's getting old. It's getting old. I mean, I can't believe that you're going to sit here and say all these comments as if you have all this knowledge, but yet that's what you got? 40 billion to Argentina? How about 200 billion to Zelensky and Ukraine from Biden? Do you ask for that question? Of course you don't, because you don't give a shit. You just don't like Trump. Whatever. To each his own. But that's not the way that I make my judgments. I want to see what people actually do, not what they say. And very unfortunate, and I will go back to Republicans need to be held accountable for their lack of desire to fight for the American people. See, Democrats, even though they're dirty, they're resilient. They will stick to their lies. They got contacts in high places. They got contacts in district courts. They got money everywhere. Ilhan Omar, $30 million in 3 years. What a great way to make money in government. I say investigate, audit, follow the money. God, it's going to be so joyful to see her go to jail and then get deported. I hate people that take advantage of the United States of America. I really hate that people take advantage of the United States of America. I want to say it again. Republicans have to be held accountable for the lack of will to fight for the American people. It is very disappointing to me. President Trump shows up, boom, everybody's is lit up. Everybody is back on track. It's like the Israelis, the Israelites. When Moses was there, boom, everything is great. Everything is great. And then Moses goes away for 40 days and 40 nights, comes back, and the people are gone mad. They're going crazy, worshiping false idols again. That's what the Republicans are doing. Timmy, I'll give you a chance. Tell me, what am I making up? I love this. I love it when people come into my chat and tell me I'm lying or that I'm making something up. Go ahead, Timmy. Your next comment better be something that I made up. Go ahead and give me a comment that I made up something. This is the time where you get to put your comments on, and I'm going to read them for you. Go ahead. What did I just make up? American citizens are already deciding where the money goes, and it goes into socialist Democrats. And they waste the money that other people work so hard to earn. $176 billion, I think it was up to $200 billion that Biden gave to Ukraine. Because Qatar has an agreement with President Donald Trump and the United States of America. Plus, a lot of money is being invested as we speak. Manufacturers are being built in this country, and we're going to be sitting pretty here in the next couple of years. Which story, DC? Go ahead and correct my story and tell me the truth. Axped, go ahead, educate me. Oh, $40 billion from Argentina. It's already back in our pocket. Ukraine cannot defeat Russia, but it will be at peace very soon. Noga, what the hell are you talking about, Nola? I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, sir. Time on my side. All right. That was your chance to go ahead and put some comments in there. Some of you guys took advantage of it. I appreciate it. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad at all. This channel, he can do whatever he wants. That is true, but we're trying not to be too strict. We do want people to participate, okay? So don't stop people's voices. If they have something legit to say, guys, we need to hear it, okay? If they're just stepping out of line and just making stupid-ass comments, that's when I will say get rid of them, but do not cancel anybody until I tell you. All right, let's tell you what Dinesh D'Souza has to say today.
Yet you have seen not only the rise of a strong anti-Jewish, anti-Israel sentiment on the left and on the right, but it's often kind of accompanied by efforts to kind of minimize or promote or ally with some of these Islamist elements, particularly not so much, I would say, Al-Qaeda or ISIS, but certainly with the Muslim Brotherhood agenda, just as you have described it. How do you account for this bizarre sympathy toward a goal that we would seem to be nobody really wants?
Well, I think it's a combination of ignorance, but it's also cognitive dissonance, and there's also strategy there. So, you know, on the street level, it's incredible ignorance. You have Gays for Palestine, for example, women marching in tank tops and shorts that are pro-Hamas, when the second they step foot in Gaza, they would be killed. Gays are thrown from rooftops and hung and murdered. So, you have this extreme woke alliance with a radical Islamist ideology because they share the same purpose, and that is to defeat Israel. And, that's why I also always say Jew hatred, anti-Semitism is not rational. It makes people crazy. And what is really interesting is how the Islamists are very open about, first the Saturday people, then the Sunday people. We're coming for you too. We were marching against Israel, and now, that October the 7th and the war apparently is over, but it really isn't. But let's just call it a ceasefire right now. They're now marching in Christmas markets in France and Belgium and attacking Christian religious bookstores and throughout Nigeria and Sudan, engaging in mass slaughter of Black Christians. It's not about Israel. I mean, this is the greatest diversion tactic, is getting people to, well, first of all, starting a war, which is what Hamas did, getting people to believe that Islamism is only a threat to the Jews, and if only we created another Palestinian Islamic state in a sea of failed Islamic dictatorships, all of a sudden there would be peace, and diverting everyone's attention to the so-called Israeli-Palestinian conflict as though that is the cause of the problem, when it's really not. It's the Muslims in mosques, the radical imams preaching throughout Europe, throughout the United States and Canada, death to the infidels, death to the Americans, death to the Jews, death to gays, subjugation of women. The issue is radical Islam. And what really we should be forming are alliances between minority communities and all communities, frankly, that believe in the upholding of Judeo-Christian values against the infiltration of radical Islam. But going back to your earlier question, this should have been done 20 years ago. But because of the Islamophobia campaign, the coordinated and very well-funded effort to silence us, to sue us, to defame us, we couldn't organize or talk about this. But now is the time. Now is the time to wake up and understand. I always say that we're wasting our time with pro-Israel advocacy. The goal should not be to get people to love Israel. The goal should be to form alliances against the creep of radical Islam into our Western Judeo-Christian societies, because that is the real threat. There's no reason why a mother in Ohio should care about Israeli politics, but when you show that mother a video of a young girl who dresses perhaps like her daughter walking down a street in Belgium and being surrounded by 15 Muslims who are shouting and threatening to rape her and attack her because she's not dressed in a Sharia-compliant way, that is what you should be worried about. And when they say globalize the Intifada, that is what they mean. Bring Sharia law and radical Islamist principles into the West. And we see this all over Europe. It used to be faux pas to talk about the Sharia no-go zones throughout France. It's happening. It's real. There are places in France that the police can't even go to without, full armor and automatic weaponry, and they go in and they out, and it's Sharia-compliant neighborhoods. That's what's happening, in Michigan. That's what, they want to happen throughout the Western world, and we cannot allow this to happen. We cannot have a subset of Sharia-compliant neighborhoods within our Western democracy, because it is just not compatible with our constitutional rights.
And that is the truth. And this is what I'm talking about, the culture. It's not compatible with Western culture. It's not who we are. And those who are trying to find just something to believe in, some religion to believe in, just because we have freedom of religion doesn't mean that you're going to get to poop all over our country. That religion doesn't. That religion was created by a government, a Muslim government, and you're not accepting just some religion. You are accepting a government, a foreign government way of ruling over the people. Sharia law is over and above American law. You don't understand that. It's not a religious, as in I believe in God. It's a government made up way to govern over others. And they have tried this for thousands of years now. They have failed because people eventually stand up. But I don't want to be living in a generation that accepts this for people to suffer.
When I first came to America around 1980, I had $500 in my pocket. That's it. Now, if I'd been really frugal and not spent a penny of that money, what do you think it would be worth now? What could it actually buy now compared to what it could buy in 1980? Well, the answer, less than $130. Now, why is that? Because the U.S. government, through the Fed, is constantly printing money and devaluing your money. When the government prints money, there's more money chasing the same amount of goods and services. So guess what? Money goes down in value. Money buys less. The Fed has been at it since 1913. That's why a dollar today can buy just what a few cents could buy in 1913. And the government continues to print oceans of money. It really never stops. Now, an ounce of gold reached a high of $850 in 1980.
That is true, but we're not here to announce gold. Well, which profession do you respect the most? Police, doctor, lawyer, farmer, teacher, or soldier? That's an interesting one. Dun, 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 dun. Mexico must take care of its water and sewage problem immediately. It is a true threat to the people of Texas, California, and the United States of America. I bet you none of these libtards that are in here are worried about that. But it's okay. We're not going to hate on them. All right, guys. And we are now down to Scott Jennings on CNN. Well, it's just an introduction.
How much did you spend with Joe Biden? I'm just curious.
How much time did his senior staff spend with him?
How much time did you spend with Joe Biden?
Zero, about the same amount as his staff. Eloquent job of explaining just what a disaster Obamacare has turned out to be. It's neither affordable and there is no care. It was an act. What's killing your party is a failure to be honest with the American people about why you lost the last election. I am not accustomed to helping your party do anything. Yep. But let me give you some advice. This was the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
We had to bring you in the right way, Scott, because that's how everybody knows you. Thanks for coming in here today. We're going to get to the book in a second, but do you really think at the end of this, as we talk about Epstein, these files, do you think that we're going to see the full release that everybody is thirsting for, or is something else going to stop this from happening? Right now, it's on a good track.
Well, it feels like we're going to get as much transparency as we could get. I still wonder what is going to be redacted, what will not be seen by the public. I mean, the House Republicans, it should be noted, released 20-something thousand emails back over the weekend. So there's obviously stuff to come out. What's interesting to me is I think Democrats strategically may have never believed that Republicans would do this. And they may be careful what they wish for here, because we're already finding out that Epstein was in touch with Democrat members of Congress in 2019. We know Larry Summers, the president of Harvard, Bill Clinton's Treasury Secretary, was soliciting dating advice from Epstein. We know he was trying to fundraise with Hakeem Jeffries. I think we're going to find out the Epstein political story has everything to do with Democrats and nothing to do with Donald Trump, and that could blow up in their face.
That's very possible. I wanted to ask you also, what did you make of how the White House and the president handled this? Because, I've obviously, I'm a big fan of the White House, like what they do. But I also watched as so many of the administration officials promised, especially during the transition, that this was all going to come out. And we finally got the DOJ. And then when it came to the moment, there was all this pushback that I thought was very disappointing. What did you make of that?
Well, it makes me wonder what there is to release. I mean, that's the thing. We've been talking about files and documents, but none of us really know what it all is or what's in there. And so, look, I guess we'll find out soon enough. I also think the president rightly believes that Democrats were using this to try to weigh down, bog down, and tie him down.
Right.
And try to create a public narrative that he had something to do with it when he had nothing to do with it. And I think he's always resistant when Democrats are latching on to things. And I think it was, frankly, frustrating to him when Republicans seem to be helping Democrats do that. So I understand his frustration with it because he's out here cutting peace deals, passing the big, beautiful bill. And all anybody in Washington wants to talk about is this thing. And I sensed a level of frustration in him.
When they pulled the redaction last week with Virginia Giuffre and you realized how disingenuous they were going to be with this, the first thing that went into my head is maybe he's fighting this because he knows there's going to be another 100 emails that they're going to play this game with and just torch him on. And I wondered if that was it. And obviously he knew Epstein. I mean, everybody says he's in the files. Of course he's in the file. Anybody that knew Epstein for years, that hung out with Epstein, that was in that Palm Beach crowd, that Mar-a-Lago crowd 20 years ago, is going to be in those files.
Yeah, he knew him, and we also know that he excommunicated him from Mar-a-Lago. He got rid of him.
Time ago.
He got rid of him out of his life when he realized the guy was a total scumbag and what he was doing. But you know who didn't get rid of Epstein? The Democrats. After he was a convicted sex offender, you've got him texting with Democrat members of Congress, telling them what to say.
Yeah.
So you have Trump responsibly excommunicating Epstein and Democrats cozying up to him. Again, I have a feeling we're going to learn about how deeply tied into the left Epstein really was.
Yeah, the Plaskett stuff was funny to watch, and funny to watch her try and scramble and save face today on such an embarrassing thing. And she's got such a big mouth normally too. And this one, she got dinged really hard on this one. The media, as you would expect, is elated over all of this. I looked through the paper this morning, the rift between Marjorie Taylor Greene and the president. Every headline I saw pop up. Wall Street Journal, Politico, everything, Washington Post, all about Trump losing control. He's going to be a lame duck. They're elated over this story and the impact of it. They think this is going to be what reduces his power.
I've been hearing this same story from Democrats in the media for a decade now. It's because they're wish casting. They can't take him down. They've never been able to stop him, so they're hoping that one of these times this wish comes true. I don't think it's going to come true. Look, I talked to the president. I was in the Oval Office last night. Talked to him about this, and bottom line is he sent Marjorie Taylor Greene back in the summer some political information, a poll. He was trying to do her a favor and let her know that it would be very difficult for her to win statewide in Georgia. And since that moment, she's been a political enemy of the president, and I think he finally got frustrated with it.
Yeah, that clearly pissed her off. But it's funny because I think she has delusions of grandeur if you think she can win statewide in the state of Georgia. I just don't think she's got that. I don't think she's got that punch, in that state. And I think the president showed her that. But it was also interesting today that she made it seem like she had been so loyal to him. And I'm thinking she might have won her first election without his endorsement, but she grabbed on to that energy and what he has and latched onto that for political survival for years.
He is the leader of the Republican Party. He is the leader of the MAGA movement. She is part of it or has been part of it. But look what happened since this summer. She's opposed the president on his Middle East policy. She opposed him on bombing the Houthi rebels. She opposed him on the righteous decision to take away Iran's nuclear capability. She's opposed him on deportations several times. And then she runs to The View, where the cast and the crowd claps like seals for her attacks on Donald Trump. Now, if you don't think this is going to be frustrating to Donald Trump, you haven't been paying attention, and that's not what a loyal member of the Republican or MAGA movement would do. But obviously, she perceived his giving her that political information negatively when I actually think he was trying to do her a favor and save her from a humiliation.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. New book, Revolution of Common Sense. Tell us about the book.
Yes, thank you. I started writing it in February. That title comes from a phrase the president uttered in his inaugural address, and that's kind of his rebranding of the conservative movement in the Republican Party. I started writing in February. I talked to the president. I've been in the Oval Office. I talked to several members of the cabinet, interviewed Elon Musk, who has eye-popping quotes in this book, and put it together, and I just wanted to sort of show how quickly Trump got going when he took office. He smashed Washington before it ever got out of bed. The day one executive orders, the issues he took on, and whether he knew he was signing up for it or not, he is the leader of the free world in the fight for the future of Western civilization, and I think he's leading us admirably on a number of fronts right now.
Scott Jennings, probably the only reason a lot of conservative people watch CNN. If they do watch, I hope they get you a good contract.
That is the truth. That is the truth. That is the truth. I do look for Scott Jennings' part in what he has to say in CNN. Let's go ahead and listen to. I will take just a couple of minutes break, guys. I need a couple of minute breaks. But I'm going to go ahead and I already listened to this one from Speaker Mike Johnson. I will go ahead and leave you here with them, and I will be right back.
Good morning. Our majority is narrow, but we were happy to add a new member this past week, and we've administered the oath now to Representative Matt Van Epps of Tennessee. You're really going to love him. He's a combat veteran and a dedicated husband and father, a very effective state official from Tennessee, and now he...
hopefully they don't change the angle because I'm not going to be here to adjust it. I'll be right back, my patrons. Give me 2 minutes.
Will be representing the folks of Nashville and 14 counties here, and we've added him to his committees this morning formally and officially, so he has hit the ground running. There is a lot going on here. We wanted to talk with you about some of those things this morning, and I'm so grateful for this leadership team for giving you the report so far, and for Representative Kiggins, who is an extraordinary member of Congress, as you know, a decorated veteran and somebody who's so committed to our nation's defense and our military servicemen and women, and her expertise and all these things have been so greatly appreciated. We're glad to have her this morning. Now, look, we've had one of the most consequential, most productive, most successful Congresses in the history of this institution, the 119th Congress, in spite of those small margins. The Republican majority has been working in lockstep with the Republican majority in the Senate, even though that one's small as well, and of course with our strong Republican president and his administration. And the results of that cannot be questioned. And I see this false narrative right now, oh, they haven't done enough. Oh, pray tell. Listen, the Working Families Tax Cut, big beautiful bill, took about 6 months of the first part of this Congress to put together because it was so consequential and so comprehensive. And there are so many things in that bill that our members are going to be so excited to go and run on and talk about in the upcoming election cycle, because we inherited an absolute disaster from the Biden administration. Virtually every area of public policy was decimated, and we had to rebuild from the ground up in many of these places and make all sorts of changes and reforms to get America back again, and we did. We put it all in this one landmark piece of legislation that will have consequences for generations, and it will be seen and written by history to be one of the biggest things that Congress has ever achieved. And among those things was an approach to beginning this affordability agenda, because remember, we inherited massive inflation from the previous administration. It's no secret affordability is the flashpoint, right, in recent weeks, and we had 4 catastrophic years of Bidenomics that we inherited. The Biden administration spent like drunken sailors, and they attempted to tax and regulate their way to prosperity, and we all knew when they were doing it, it would not work. It had exactly the opposite effect. The result was inflation skyrocketed, gas prices reached record highs, homeownership declined, credit card debt increased, all those things that everybody felt and they're still feeling now. Now, the American people gave us a mandate in the election. The president won the Electoral College soundly. He won a big majority popular vote. We got the highest vote total for House Republicans in the history of this institution, and they charged us to go fix this. We began that process with a big, beautiful bill, and we have never let up on the accelerator. We keep it going, day by day, week by week, notching away at this, trying to fix everything that the previous team broke. And now I wish we could flip a switch right after the election and make it all go away, make it all right. But you know that's not how the economy works. It takes some time to implement new policies and root out the bad things, and that's what's happening. It is a fact that the Biden administration and their Democrat enablers in Congress, we cannot forget, wrecked the U.S. economy. That's what happened. And we had to take it over in January. This is why Democrats' newfound claims about affordability are just patently absurd. Okay, here are the facts, and you know this. Many of you don't write about it, but these are the facts. They're undisputed. They broke the economy, and now they want to lecture to the American people about affordability. They opened our borders, and now they want to lecture to the American people about immigration and border enforcement. They broke the American health care system. They caused premiums to skyrocket, and now they have the audacity to tell Republicans that the only way to save it is to throw hundreds of billions of dollars to health insurance companies, which would merely fuel a system that is rife with fraud, waste, and abuse. You cannot be an arsonist and a firefighter at the same time. That's the message for the Democrats. Let's be very clear about one thing. When the Democrats talk about health care affordability, okay, this catchphrase that they have, They are talking about one thing and one thing only. They are talking about continuing handouts to big insurance companies. They do not want, they have no ideas, they have no desire to fix the broken system they created. They just want to subsidize it. And subsidy is a big word. It means they're taking taxpayer dollars and funding a broken system. That is their entire affordability agenda in a nutshell. This agenda does not lower healthcare costs. All it does is hide the cost of the failed law, which we assume is the point. And their proposal, which is a 3-year extension of these enhanced subsidies, the Democrat COVID subsidies that they created, that they put the expiration date on for this December, that proposal to extend that for 3 years is devoid of any reforms that clamp down on the rampant waste, fraud, and abuse, and it continues to provide taxpayer-subsidized health care to Americans who are making hundreds of thousands of dollars in annual salary. It doesn't make any sense. Now, you heard Whip Emmer and Leader Scalise reference the massive fraud that's just been uncovered in the last week or so in Minnesota. We know that this has been going on around the country in these deep blue states, and now the evidence is starting to come forward. It's staggering. It should upset. It should anger every American. This is where their dollars are being wasted and abused. A new report by the Government Accountability Office, which I haven't seen too much written about yet, you should look into that. It is an eye-opener as well. It makes clear why it would be a dereliction of duty to just extend subsidies without massive reforms to them. Okay, over the last 2 years, this is investigators at the Government Accountability Office. Okay, they submitted 24 fraudulent applications for the ACA subsidies, the Unaffordable Care Act subsidies, Obamacare. Okay, of the 24 fraudulent applications that they created intentionally to just see what would happen, 23 of them were approved. These applications were completely fraudulent. The investigators did not submit any Social Security numbers, citizenship documentation, or reported income documents. And 23 of the 24 applications were still approved. 18 of those, by the way, are still receiving coverages they were as of September of this year. That means the Obamacare exchange and insurers didn't verify any of the information they were supposed to under the law, and they proceeded to pay tens of thousands of dollars to insurance companies for people who do not exist. Okay? The GAO report also found that 29,000 Social Security numbers in 2023 and 68,000 in 2024 were used to receive more than 1 year's worth of insurance coverage. In other words, multiple people were utilizing the same Social Security numbers to openly defraud the American taxpayers. The GAO also found that more than $94 million was sent to insurers on behalf of dead people. Okay? This is the system that Democrats in Congress want to extend without reform. It's unbelievable. Listen, these are undisputed facts. The Democrats broke America's health care system when they gave us the Unaffordable Care Act, Obamacare, 15 years ago. Remember all the promises? Some of y'all were here. The average premium and the average family is going to go down $2,500 a year. You're going to be able to keep your doctor. You're going to love this system. None of that was true. In fact, it's the opposite. And premiums have risen because they broke the system dramatically over that time. In some areas, as much as 70%, and some over 90%. And those things are still on a trajectory to rise further. Now, what are we going to do about that? The Democrats had a chance to vote to make life more affordable earlier this year in the Working Families Tax Cut, big beautiful bill, and they blew it. The House version of the bill, you may remember, included cost-sharing reductions. We passed that out of the House, we sent it to the Senate, and what that would have done is would have lowered premiums for the average American family by over 12%. Democrats fought to strip that out of the bill. Every American watching today should remember that. The Democrats had a chance to actually lower your premium 6 months ago, but they refused because they wanted to keep health care as a political football. They do not want a solution. They want an issue. That's what this is about. They use the American taxpayers, they admitted themselves during the longest shutdown in U.S. history a few weeks back, as leverage in this cynical political game. So in the coming days, what you're going to see is the other party, the Republican Party, continuing to do the important work that we've already begun to actually lower the cost of health care and reduce fraud, and we hope Democrats will join us in those efforts. There are two parties in this town. One has no intention and no plan and no desire to lower your healthcare costs. They really haven't put any good idea on the table. They just want to subsidize a broken system. Check them on that. The Republican Party, on the other hand, is already demonstrating that we know how to do this. We're not just talking about it, we've done it. In the Working Families Tax Cut, you will remember, in the Medicaid reforms, we went after program integrity. We didn't change the substance of Medicaid, as they claimed falsely. We went to program integrity. Why? Because we owed that to the American taxpayers. We got ineligible recipients off of Medicaid, and we cut out the fraud, waste, and abuse. And the CBO said they've calculated it saved $185 billion for American taxpayers and reduced premiums. We reformed it to strengthen Medicaid. Those same principles are going to guide us in the months, in the days and weeks and months forward. As Leader Scalise noted, we have some low-hanging fruit. We have some things that every Republican agrees to. Democrats won't. Remember, they don't actually want to fix this problem. But you're going to see a package come together that will be on the floor next week that will actually reduce premiums for 100% of Americans who are on health insurance, not just the 7%. Remember, the COVID-era subsidy only covers 7% of Americans, and it was passed and extended without any reforms at all. It would only reduce their premiums by 4%. So they're using that as a red herring. The overall system is broken, and we're the ones that are going to fix it. You will see that laid out. Thanks to the good work of the Chairman Cole and all of our appropriators, we have our appropriations process that will be going forward as well. We're moving those through the regular order process, and that's the way it's supposed to work. So you'll see many of those going through the process, and we think we can get it all wrapped up by the end of that deadline on January 30th. And you'll see that process continue over the days and weeks ahead as well. I will say this again. This Congress has been the most productive and successful in the modern era, and I think you can make an argument one of the top 5 of all time. You've heard me say that. Look at the evidence and the facts. Don't listen to the talking points. This team has delivered with small margins what the American people asked us to do and what we promised we would do. And that work has just begun. It will continue in earnest all the way through the end of this year as we sprint through the end of this calendar year and we start the new session in January. We never take our foot off the gas. So with that, take a few questions.
No questions. That was just a quick clip. Thank you guys for joining me here today. I do have another clip that I want to listen to. I haven't listened to this yet, so bear with me here.
All right, good morning, and here we go. President Trump taking his economic message on the road, what he told folks in Pennsylvania last night about his efforts to try and cut costs for Americans across the board. This as we await a big decision from the Fed today. So it's Wednesday. Good morning. Here we roll in New York City. I'm Bill Hemmer. Good morning at home.
Good morning. Wednesday, the week's going
Purple
fast.
State, that's right.
Or red state today.
Purple haze, right?
Well, purple state is Pennsylvania. There was also one of those. And last night, the president was in Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania, and he spoke for more than 90 minutes. He's trying to make the case for his economic agenda, and he's pointing to progress on multiple fronts.
I have no higher priority than making America affordable again. That's what we're going to do. And again, they caused the high prices, and we're bringing them down. It's a simple message. They gave you high prices. They gave you the highest inflation in history, and we're bringing those prices down rapidly. Lower prices, bigger paychecks. You're getting lower prices, bigger paychecks. We're getting inflation. We're crushing it. And you're getting much higher wages.
So that was part of the message. Meanwhile, in just a few hours, the Fed will announce its final interest rate decision of the year. Now, the president's been hammering Chairman Powell for not making a faster move on the rate cuts, but they've made 2. Today will likely be number 3 in a row. Mark Meredith begins our coverage, begins our day, as we say, live from the White House. Hey, Mark, good morning.
Bill and Dana, good morning to you both. The White House knows people want to talk about the economy. Millions of Americans are struggling to pay credit card debt, student loans, balance the cost of living, all things people are facing right now. So the White House admits they are moving to a PR effort to let people know their concerns are being heard here in Washington.
I can't call it a hoax because they'll misconstrue that. But they use the word affordability, and that's their only word. They say affordability. And everyone says, oh, that must mean Trump has high prices. No, our prices are coming down tremendously from the highest prices in the history of our country.
As the Wall Street Journal points out today, the affordability issue could severely damage Republican prospects in the midterms, and it could also sink the Trump presidency. Today, the Federal Reserve will wrap up a two-day meeting where another interest rate cut is expected. But the big question is, will we see more rate cuts next year? And we'll look for any comments about how the Fed feels about the economy overall. Today, top administration officials are arguing rate cuts will help the housing market.
We need the Fed to cut rates. We need to continue to deport illegals that are taking houses from the American people. So we're very intentional and focused about it at HUD and across the administration.
Fox polling shows a majority of Americans still not happy with where the economy stands, and those numbers really have not changed much in a year.
Working class Americans, everyday Americans, hardworking American taxpayers are struggling in the Trump economy to live paycheck to paycheck. Can't thrive, can barely survive.
While the speech was focused on the economy, the president touched on a number of different topics, including efforts to restrict immigration further from certain countries. And Bill, he had some pretty fresh attacks on Congresswoman Ilhan Omar of Minnesota.
Okay,
Bill.
about an hour and a half last night in Pennsylvania, based on my clock watching. Mark, thank you so much for that. Nice to see you. Remember now the message from the Trump team. They have set up the big, beautiful bill to go into action starting January 1. So here's a bit more from the president on that and more last night.
We're also putting thousands of dollars in the pockets of hardworking Pennsylvanians with the largest tax cuts in American history. That's no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, no tax. And all of that kicks in on January 1st. You know, it hasn't kicked in yet. I mean, we're doing great, and it hasn't kicked in yet, and it's amazing.
And so on the big, beautiful bill, what they were trying to do is to say, just be patient. Starting in January, you'll start to see things like this. The no tax on tips and overtime, there's a max reduction for tips. It's $25,000. So imagine if you are somebody who uses tips as part of your salary or to make your living, that will have an impact. The senior deduction, you have to be 65 years old. It phases out at $75,000. But again, for people who are saying, gas prices, which are lower, but that food prices are higher, that it's hard for them, that might help as well. There's a no tax on car loan interest. Now, that can be helpful, but what might be even more helpful is what they announced last week, which is they're doing away with some of the EPA rules on these car and fuel mileage. That actually will help bring the cost of cars down, probably even more. And then a child tax credit expansion. That's very bipartisan. A lot of people like this. A lot of people love to see good economic news, but I would say Josh Holmes, our next guest here.
Cost of living. Somebody asked me a question about that. Cost of living. No matter how many times we say this, no matter how many times we show people, mass migration. See, everybody on the left side, I wish that you guys were very right in the middle. If you were neutral, if you were impartial, if you didn't speak with hate towards one man, you guys hate this guy so bad that you're making the rest of us suffer because of your hate. I wish that you would think in the middle, impartially. Now, we're waiting for, oh, never mind. Here we go. Too late. Powell is here.
Good afternoon.
I will address this cost of living. Remind me.
My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. Although important federal government data for the past couple of months have yet to be released, available public and private sector data suggests that the outlook for employment and inflation has not changed as much since our meeting in October. Conditions in the labor market appear to be gradually cooling, and inflation remains somewhat elevated. In support of our goals, in light of the balance of risks to employment and inflation, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to lower our policy interest rate by 1/4 percentage point. As a separate matter, we also decided to initiate purchases of shorter-term Treasury securities solely for the purpose of maintaining an ample supply of reserves over time, thus supporting effective control of our policy rate. I will have more to say about monetary policy and its implementation after briefly reviewing economic developments. Although some key government data have yet to be released, available indicators suggest that economic activity has been expanding at a moderate pace. Consumer spending appears to have remained solid, and business fixed investment has continued to expand. In contrast, activity in the housing sector remains weak. The temporary shutdown of the federal government has likely weighed on economic activity in the current quarter, but these effects should be mostly offset by higher growth next quarter, reflecting the reopening. In our summary of economic projections, the median participant projects that real GDP will rise 1.7% this year and 2.3% next year, somewhat stronger than projected in September. In the labor market, although official employment data for October and November are delayed, available evidence suggests that both layoffs and hiring remain low, and that both households' perceptions of job availability and firms' perceptions of hiring difficulty continue to decline. The official report on the labor market for September, the most recent release, showed that the unemployment rate continued to edge up, reaching 4.4%, and that job gains had slowed significantly since earlier in the year. A good part of the slowing likely reflects a decline in the growth of the labor force due to lower immigration and labor force participation, though labor demand has clearly softened as well. In this less dynamic and somewhat softer labor market, the downside risks to employment appear to have risen in recent months. In our SEP, the median projection of the unemployment rate is 4.5% at the end of this year and edges down thereafter. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. Very little data on inflation have been released since our meeting in October. Total PCE prices rose 2.8% over the 12 months ending in September, and excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices also rose 2.8%. These readings are higher than earlier in the year as inflation for goods has picked up, reflecting the effects of tariffs. In contrast, disinflation appears to be continuing for services. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have declined from their peaks earlier in the year, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures. Most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation is 2.9% this year and 2.4% next year, a bit lower than the median projection in September. Thereafter, the median falls to 2%. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to lower the target range for the federal funds rate by a quarter percentage point to 3.5 to 3.75%. In the near term, risks to inflation are tilted to the upside and risks to employment to the downside, a challenging situation. There is no risk-free path for policy as we navigate this tension between our employment and inflation goals. A reasonable base case is that the effects of tariffs on inflation will be relatively short-lived, effectively a one-time shift in the price level. Our obligation is to make sure that a one-time increase in the price level does not become an ongoing inflation problem. But with downside risks to employment having risen in recent months, the balance of risks has shifted. Our framework calls for us to take a balanced approach in promoting both sides of our dual mandate. Accordingly, we judged it appropriate at this meeting to lower our policy rate by a quarter percentage point. With today's decision, we have lowered our policy rate 0.75 of a percentage point over our last 3 meetings. This further normalization of our policy stance should help stabilize the labor market while allowing inflation to resume its downward trend toward 2% once the effects of tariffs have passed through. The adjustments to our policy stance since September bring it within a range of plausible estimates of neutral and leave us well positioned to determine the extent and timing of additional adjustments to our policy rate based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. In our summary of economic projections, FOMC participants wrote down their individual assessments of an appropriate path of the federal funds rate, under what each participant judges to be the most likely scenario for the economy. The median participant projects that the appropriate level of the federal funds rate will be 3.4% at the end of 2026 and 3.1% at the end of 2027, unchanged from September. As is always the case, these individual forecasts are subject to uncertainty, and they're not a committee plan or decision. Monetary policy is not on a preset course, and we will make our decisions on a meeting-by-meeting basis. Let me turn now to issues related to the implementation of monetary policy, with the reminder that these issues are separate from and have no implications for the stance of monetary policy. In light of the continued tightening in money market interest rates relative to our administered rates and other indicators of reserve market conditions, the committee judged that reserve balances have declined to ample levels. Accordingly, at today's meeting, the committee decided to initiate purchases of shorter-term Treasury securities, mainly Treasury bills, for the sole purpose of maintaining an ample supply of reserves over time. Such increases in our securities holdings ensure that the federal funds rate remains within its target range and are necessary because the growth of the economy leads to rising demand over time for our liabilities, including currency and reserves. As detailed in a statement released today by the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, reserve management purchases will amount to $40 billion in the first month and may remain elevated for a few months to alleviate expected near-term pressures in money markets. Thereafter, we expect the size of reserve management purchases to decline, though the actual pace will depend on market conditions. In our implementation framework, an ample supply of reserves means that the federal funds rate and other short-term interest rates are primarily controlled by the setting of our administered rates, rather than day-to-day discretionary interventions in money markets. In this regime, standing repurchase agreement, or repo operations, are a critical tool to ensure that the federal funds rate remains within its target range, even on days of elevated pressures in money markets. Consistent with this view, the committee eliminated the aggregate limit on standing repo operations. These operations are intended to support monetary policy implementation and smooth market functioning and should be used when economically sensible. To conclude, the Fed has been assigned two goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing our inflation sustainably down to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. At the Fed, we will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Howard.
Thank you. Howard Schneider with Reuters. Just first turning to the statement, just to be clear, we're on the same page here. The insertion of the phrase, considering the extent and timing of additional adjustments, does that indicate that the Fed is now on hold until there's some clearer signal from inflation or jobs or the evolution of the economy along the baseline outlook?
So, yes, the adjustments since September bring our policy within a broad range of estimates of neutral. And as we noted in our statement today, we are well positioned to determine the extent and timing of additional adjustments based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. That new language points out that we'll carefully evaluate that incoming data. And also, I would note that having reduced our policy rate by 75 basis points since September and 175 basis points since last September, the Fed funds rate is now within a broad range of estimates of its neutral value, and we are well positioned to wait to see how the economy evolves.
And if I could follow up on the outlook there, it seems like with the additional GDP growth coupled with easing inflation and a fairly steady unemployment rate, this seems like a pretty optimistic outlook for next year. What's given rise to that? Is this an early bet on AI? Is there some sense of improving productivity out there? What's driving that?
So a number of things are driving what's happening in the forecast. And I would say if you look broadly at outside forecasts, you do see a pickup in growth in many of those now too. So it is it's partly that consumer spending has held up. It's been resilient, and it to another degree it is that spending on data centers and related to AI has been holding up business investment. So overall, the baseline expectation for next year is, at least at the Fed, and I think with outside forecasters too, is a pickup in growth from today's relatively low level of 1.7%. I mentioned that the SEP median is 1.7 for this year growth and 2.3 for next year. You actually, some of that is due to the shutdown. So you can take 0.2 out of 2026 and put it in 2025. So it would really be 1.9 and 2.1. But overall, yes, for a few reasons, fiscal policy is going to be supportive. And as I mentioned, AI spending will continue. The consumer continues to spend. So it looks like the baseline would be solid growth next year.
Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking our questions here. You had previously described rate cuts in terms of a risk management framework, and kind of following up on what Howard was asking, is the risk management phase of rate cuts over here, and have you taken out sufficient insurance, I guess, against potential weakness in terms of the data we might get next week when it comes to employment?
So we're going to get a great deal of data between now and the January meeting, and I'm sure we'll talk more about that. And the data that we get are going to factor into our thinking. But yes, we have, if you go back, we held our policy rate at 5.4% for more than a year because inflation was high, very high, and unemployment in the labor market was really solid at that point. So what happened is over last summer of 24, inflation came down and the labor market began to show real signs of weakness. And so we decided, as our framework tells us to do, that when the risks to the two goals become more equal, you should move from a stance that favors really dealing with one of them, in that case inflation, to a more balanced, more neutral setting. And so we did that. We did some cutting, and then we paused for a while to work our way through what was happening in the middle of the year. And then we resumed cuts in September, and we've cut now 3. We've now cut a total of 175 basis points. And as I mentioned, we feel like where we're positioned now we're well positioned to wait and see how the economy evolves from here.
If I could just follow up on the SEP, you have a whole lot of a big increase in the growth numbers, but not a big decline in the unemployment numbers. And is that an AI factor in there? What is going on in terms of the dynamic of you get more growth, but you don't get a whole lot of decline in unemployment? Thank you, sir.
So it is, the implication is obviously higher productivity. And some of that may be AI. It just also, I think, productivity has just been almost structurally higher for several years now. So if you start thinking of it as 2% per year, you can sustain higher growth without more job creation. Of course, higher productivity is also what enables incomes to rise over long periods of time, so it's basically a good thing. But that's certainly the implication.
Thank you. Colby Smith with the New York Times. Today's decision was clearly very divided. It wasn't just the 2 official dissents against the cut, but there were also soft dissents from 4 others. And I'm just wondering if this reluctance from several people to support recent reductions suggests that there is a much higher bar for cuts in the near term. And what exactly does the committee need to see if things are well positioned right now to support a January reduction?
Sure. So let me just say, as I mentioned, and as I've mentioned here before, the situation is that our 2 goals are a bit in tension, right? So interestingly, everyone around the table at the FOMC agrees that inflation is too high and that we want it to come down, and agrees that the labor market has softened and that there's further risk. Everyone agrees on that. Where the difference is how do you weight those risks, and what does your forecast look like, and where do you, ultimately where do you think the bigger risk is, and it's very unusual to have persistent tension between the 2 parts of the mandate, and when you do, this is what you see. And I think it's actually what you would expect to see, and we do see it. Meanwhile, the discussions we have are as good as any we've had in my 14 years at the Fed. They're very thoughtful, respectful, and you just have people who have strong views, and we come together and we reach a place where we can make a decision. We made a decision today. We had 9 out of 12 supported it, so fairly broad support. But it's not like the normal situation where everyone agrees on the direction and what to do. It's more spread out, and I think that's only inherent in the situation. In terms of what it would take, we all have an outlook in terms of what's going to come, but I think ultimately having cut 75 and the effects of the 75 basis points will only begin to be coming in. As I've said before a couple times, we're well positioned to wait to see how the economy evolves. We'll just have to see. And we will get, as you know, quite a bit of data. I should mention on the data, as long as I'm talking about it, that we're going to need to be careful in assessing, particularly the household survey data. There are very technical reasons about the way data are collected in some of these measures, both in inflation and in labor, in the labor market, so that the data may be distorted and not just sort of more volatile, but distorted, and that's really because data was not collected in October and half of November. So we're going to get data, but we're going to have to look at it carefully and with a somewhat skeptical eye by the time of the January meeting. Notwithstanding that, we will have a lot of the December data by the time of the January meeting. So we expect to see a lot more, but I'm just saying that what we get for example, CPI or for the household survey, we're going to look at that really carefully and understand that it may be distorted by very technical factors.
And just one more question on dissents. I mean, you talk about it in a very positive way, just given the complicated nature of the situation we're in economically. But is there any point in which those dissents become counterproductive, either to the Fed's communication and the messaging around the policy path forward?
I don't feel that we're at that point at all. I don't. I would say, again, these are good, thoughtful, respectful discussions. And you hear people say, and you hear many outside analysts say the same thing. I could make a case for either side. I mean, I could make that case. It's a close call. We have to make decisions, and we always hope that the data will give us a clear read. But in this situation, you have competing. If you look through the SEP, you'll see that a very large number of participants agree that risks are to the upside for unemployment and to the upside for inflation. So what do? You've got one tool. You can't do two things at once. So at what pace do you move? What size moves do you make, and that kind of thing? And what's the timing of them? It's a very challenging situation. I think we're in a good place to, as I mentioned, to wait and see how the economy evolves.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, there's been some discussion recently of the 1990s. In the 1990s, the committee did 2 discrete sequences of 3 quarter-point cuts, one in 1995-96 and one in 1998. And after both of those, the next move in rates was up, not down. With policy now closer to neutral, is it a foregone conclusion that the next move in rates is down? Or should we think of policy risks as genuinely two-sided from here?
So I don't think that a rate hike is anybody's base case at this point, and I'm not hearing that. What you see is some people feel we should stop here and that we're at the right place and just wait. Some people feel like we should cut once or more this year and next year, but when people are writing down their estimates of policy of where it should go, it is either holding here or cutting a little or cutting more than a little. So I don't see the base case as involving that. So of course, a data set of 2, now 3, is not a big data set. But you are right about those 2 3-cut times in the 90s.
If I could follow up, the unemployment rate has been rising very gradually for the better part of 2 years, and indeed the statement today no longer describes the unemployment rate as remaining low. What gives you confidence it won't continue rising in 2026, especially when housing and other rate-sensitive sectors still appear to be feeling restrictive policy from the, notwithstanding the 150 basis points in cuts prior to today?
So I think the idea is that with now having cut 75 basis points more now and having policy, I'd call it in a broad range of plausible estimates of neutral, that will be a place which will enable the labor market to stabilize or to only tick up 1 or 2 more tenths, but we won't see, any kind of a sharper downturn, which we haven't seen any evidence of at all. At the same time, policy is still in a place where it's not accommodative, and we feel like we have made progress this year in non-tariff related inflation, and as tariffs come through, as they flow through, that'll show through next year. But as I said, we're well placed to wait and see how that turns out. That is our expectation, but we're going to start to see the data, and it'll tell us whether we were right or not.
Claire Jones, Financial Times. A lot of people interpreted your comments at the October meeting that, when there's a foggy situation, we slow down, to mean that, there wouldn't be a cut now, there'd be a cut in January instead. So it'd be good to get a sense of why did the committee decide to move today rather than to move in January instead? Thank you.
Right. So in October, I said that there was no certainty of moving, and that was indeed correct. I said it's possible you could think about it that way, but I was careful to say other people could look at it differently. So why did we move today? I would say point to a couple things. First of all, gradual cooling in the labor market has continued. Unemployment is now up 0.3 from June through September. Payroll jobs averaging 40,000 per month since April. We think there's an overstatement in these numbers by about 60,000, so that would be negative 20,000 per month. And also, just to point out one other thing, surveys of households and businesses both showed declining supply and demand for workers. So I think you can say that the labor market has continued to cool gradually, maybe just a touch more gradually than we thought. In terms of inflation, it's come in a touch lower, and I think the evidence is kind of growing that what's happening here is services inflation coming down, and that's offset by increases in goods, and that goods inflation is entirely in sectors where there are tariffs. So that does build on the story, and so far it's only a story, that that the goods inflation, which is really the source of the excess at this point, almost more than half the source of the excess inflation is goods, is tariffs. And you've got to say then, so what do we expect from tariffs? And I would say that is to some extent down to looking for broader economic, heat. Do we see a hot economy? Do we see constraints? Do we see what's going on with wages? You saw the ECI report today. It doesn't feel like a hot economy that wants to generate, Phillips curve kind of inflation. So we look at all those things, and we say that this was a decision to make. Obviously, it wasn't unanimous, but overall, that was the judgment that we made, and that's the action we took.
Just on the ample reserves point, how concerned were people around the table about some of the tensions we've seen in money markets? Thank you.
I wouldn't say concerned. So what really happened is this. Balance sheet shrinkage, sometimes called QT, went on. We had a framework in place for monitoring it, and nothing happened. The overnight reverse repo facility went down pretty much close to zero. And then beginning in September, the federal funds rate started to tick up within the range, right? And it ticked up almost all the way to interest-on reserve balances. There's nothing wrong with that. What that's telling you is that we're actually in an ample reserves regime. So, we knew this was going to come. When it finally did come, it came a little quicker than expected, but we were absolutely there to take the actions that we said we would take. So, and those actions are today. So, we announced that we're resuming reserve management purchases. That is completely separate from monetary policy. It's just we need to keep an ample supply of reserves out there. Why so big? The answer to that is, if you look ahead, you'll see that April 15th is coming up, and our framework is such that we want to have ample reserves even at times when reserves are at a low level temporarily. So that's what happens on tax day. People pay a lot of money to the government, reserves drop sharply and temporarily. So this seasonal buildup that we'll see in the next few months was going to happen anyway. It was going to happen because April 15th is April 15th. There's also a secular ongoing growth of the balance sheet. We have to keep reserves, call it constant as it relates to the banking system or to the whole economy. And that alone calls for us to increase about $20–25 billion per month. So that's a small part. That's going on. It's also happening in the context of a temporary few-month front loading to get reserves high enough to get through the tax period in mid-April. So that's what's happening there.
Andrew.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. This is the last post-FOMC press conference before an important Supreme Court hearing next month. Can you talk about how you're hoping the Supreme Court will rule? And I'm just curious why the Fed's been so reticent on such a pivotal matter.
It's not something I want to address here, Andrew. We're not legal commentators. It's before the courts, and we think we don't think that we help matters by trying to engage as a public discussant of that. I'll give you a mulligan, though.
No, thanks. I don't know if that means I get 3 questions, but
no, just one more.
I guess I wanted to come back to the 1990s question, and like, do you see that as a useful model for thinking about what is happening in the economy right now?
I don't think it rises to that level. So I did think that in 2019, where we cut 3 times, but this is such a unique situation. It's not the 1970s, let's put it that way, but we do have tension between our 2 goals. And so that's just unique in my time at the Fed, and I think going back a long ways, we haven't had that. In our framework, as you know, says that when that's the case, that we try to take a balanced approach to the 2 things, and we look at how far they are and how long it would take to get them back to each of them back to the goal. And that's a very subjective analysis, really. But it just tells you you've got to, and I think ultimately what it says is when they're broadly equally threatened or equally at risk, you should be kind of neutral. Because if you're either accommodative or tight, you're favoring one or the other goal. And so we've been sort of moving in the direction of neutral. Now we're in the range of neutral. We're in the high end of the range of neutral, I would say, and that's what we're doing now. It so happened that we've cut 3 times. That we haven't made any decision about January, but as I've said, we think we're well positioned to wait and see how the economy performs.
Edward.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. I wanted to ask you, the inflation expectations has come down in your SEP report. Do you see the tariff price increases as passing through in the next 3 months? Is it a 6-month process that we're looking for that to end? And then because of that, is jobs the threat to the economy?
So with tariff inflation, it takes, there's the announcement of a tariff, and then there's, they start to take effect, and then it takes some months. Goods may have to be shipped from other parts of the, it may take, quite a while for an individual tariff to take its full effect. But once it's had that effect, then the question is, isn't that just a one-time price increase? So we actually look at it, all of the announcements and what you get from all that. You see sort of for each one of them, there's a time period, and then it's fully in. So if there are no new tariff announcements, and we don't know that, but let's assume there are no major new tariff announcements, inflation from goods should peak in the first quarter or so, right, or roughly. We haven't been able to predict this with any precision. No one is. But call it the first quarter or so of next year should be the peak. And from here, it shouldn't be big. It should be a couple tenths or even less than that. We don't really have precision on this. And after that, again, if there are no new tariffs that are being announced that will take 9 months to get fully in, and 9 months is also an estimate, then you should start to see that coming down in the back half of next year.
And I want to see if I could address sort of the elephant in the room. The president's been talking openly about a new Fed chairman, does that hinder your current job right now or change your thinking at all?
No.
No mulligans for it. Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio and Television. 10-year rates are 50 basis points higher than when you started cutting back in September of 2024, and the yield curve basically has been steepening. Why do you think that continuing to cut now, especially in the absence of data, is going to bring down the yield on the thing that will move the economy the most?
So we're looking at the real economy and focusing on that. And you've got when the long bonds move around, you've got to look at why they're moving around. If you look at inflation compensation, it's very that's one part of it is inflation compensation break-evens, and they're at very comfortable levels. They're at levels consistent once you get out past the very short term now. Break-evens are at at quite levels that are quite consistent with 2% inflation over time. So there's nothing happening with rates going up out there that suggests concern about inflation in the long term or anything like that. I mean, I look at these things pretty regularly. Same thing with surveys. Surveys are all saying that the public understands our commitment to 2% and expects us to get back there. So why are rates going up? It has to be something else. It must be an expectation of higher growth or something like that. And that's a lot of what's been going on. I mean, you saw a big move, toward the end of last year, which was not to do with us. It was to do with other developments.
Well, you just mentioned that the public is expecting you to get back to 2%, and Americans overwhelmingly are citing high prices, inflation as their number one concern. Can you explain to them why you're prioritizing the labor market, which seems relatively stable to most people, instead of their number one concern, inflation?
So we, as you know, we have a network of contacts in the U.S. economy, which is really unmatched if you go through the 12 reserve banks. So we hear loud and clear how people are experiencing really costs. It's really high costs. And a lot of that is not the current rate of inflation. A lot of that is just embedded higher cost due to higher inflation in 2022 and 23. So that's what's going on. And so the best thing we can do is restore inflation to its 2% goal, and our policy is intended to do that, but also have a strong economy where real wages are going up, where people are getting jobs and earning money, and we're going to need to have some years where real compensation is higher, it's positive, significantly positive, so nominal wages are higher than inflation, for people to start feeling good about the affordability issue. And so we're working hard on that. We're trying to keep inflation under control, but also support the labor market and strong wages, so that people are earning enough money and feeling economically healthy again.
Victoria. Hi, Victoria Guida with Politico. Just to follow up on that, I mean, this is now the third time that you've cut this year and inflation is around 3%. So is the message that you're sort of trying to send with that you're okay with where inflation is for now, as long as people understand that at some point you still want to get back to 2% because inflation is relatively stable where it is?
Everyone should understand, and the surveys show that they do, that we're committed to 2% inflation, and we will deliver 2% inflation. But it's a complicated, unusual, difficult situation where the labor market is also under pressure, where job creation may actually be negative. Now, supply of workers has also gone way down, so the unemployment rate hasn't moved that much. But it's a labor market that seems to have significant downside risks. People care a lot about that. That's their jobs. That's their ability, if they get laid off or if they're entering the labor force, to find work. So that's really important to people. The story with inflation, and we're well aware that this is a story at this point, is that if you get away from tariffs, inflation is in the low 2s, right? So it's really tariffs that's causing most of the inflation overshoot. And we do think of those as likely to, in the current situation, as likely to be a one-time price increase. Our job is to make sure that it is, and we will do that job. But right now, you've got this difficult balance, and there are risks to both sides. There's no risk-free path. If it was just inflation and the labor market was just really strong, and then rates would be higher, as they were for more than a year. We didn't have to worry about inflation, about the labor market, because the labor market, unemployment was very low. If you remember when inflation was very high, there was a labor shortage, so we could focus entirely on inflation. Now it's different. We actually have risks to both, and I think we're doing the best we can for people. They also care about their jobs. They do care about affordability, and the best thing we can do there is both to support economic activity, but also, make sure that when tariff inflation goes down and disappears, inflation lands around 2%.
Elizabeth. Thanks so much, Elizabeth Schulze with ABC News. Just to follow up, you keep talking about job growth being negative. Why do you think job growth is so much worse than some of the official data? Why do you think job growth is, to follow up on your comments about job growth, why is it so much worse than the official data is suggesting?
Oh, well, we know, I think I don't think this is particularly controversial. It's very difficult to estimate job growth in real time. They don't count everybody, they have a survey. And there's been something of a systematic overcount. And so we expected, and they correct it twice a year. So the last time they corrected it, we thought the correction would be 800,000 or 900,000. I won't get the numbers exactly right. And that was exactly what happened. So we think that has persisted. And so there's an overcount in the payroll job numbers, we think, continuing, and it will be corrected. I don't have the exact month in my head right now, and that's just, I think forecasters generally understand that. So, and we think it's about 60,000 a month, so 40,000 jobs could be negative 20. And, that could be wrong by 10 or 20 in either direction. But in any case, but the thing is, that's job creation in a way, that's demand. Labor supply has also come down quite sharply. So, if you had a world where there's just no growth in workers and you really don't need a lot of jobs to have full employment, some people argue that's what we're looking at. But I think a world where job creation is negative, I just think we need to watch that situation very carefully and be in a position where we're not, pushing down on job creation with our policy.
When we're talking about supply, we have seen major American employers like Amazon cite AI in job cuts. How much right now are you factoring in AI into the current weakness in the job market?
So it's probably part of the story. It's not a big part of the story yet. We don't know whether it will be. But, for example, if you look at, you can't miss the big announcements of layoffs and also companies saying that they're not going to hire anybody for a long time, and they cite AI. That's all clearly happening. At the same time, people are not filing for unemployment insurance, and since job creation, job finding rates are extremely low, if there were big numbers of layoffs, you'd expect the continuing claims to go up, and you expect new claims to go up. It really haven't much. So it's a little bit curious. Longer term, though, the question is, what are we going to see here? And we don't know, but it's it may be that in past technology, really significant technology innovation eras, you have seen some jobs destroyed and other jobs made. Ultimately, what's happened for a couple hundred years is when you get through all that, you have higher productivity and you have new jobs, and there are enough jobs for people. This may be different. It's every time we have a wave of technology, we think, this could put a lot of people out of work. What are they going to do? In the past, there's always been more work and higher productivity, and incomes have risen. What will happen here, we're going to have to see. But right now is such early days. We don't think we see much. It's certainly not showing up in layoffs yet.
Thank you, Chair. Enda Curran, Bloomberg News. Given the breadth of views on the policy committee, why is there such a division of views between
on the policy what?
On the committee.
Thank you.
Why is there such a division of views between the presidents and the board members?
It's not so stark as that. The views are more varied in each group as well. There's some of that, but I would say they're also governors and they're people on both sides in both groups. I wouldn't put too much in that.
Okay, and just to follow up, please, given your growth upgrade, how would you factor in, or what would be the economic impact if the Supreme Court is to strike down the tariffs that they're currently hearing, please, in terms of growth and inflation? Thank you.
I really don't know. It would depend. It would depend on a whole bunch of things we don't know. So I can't really help you there.
Christine.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Christine Romans, NBC News. Wanted to ask you about how the higher income households are really driving spending right now. They're backed by home equity and stock market wealth, but lower income consumers are really struggling with the accumulation of 5 years now of rising prices. It's price levels, not really the inflation rate, holding some of these families back. How sustainable is this so-called K-shaped economy, and what are the Fed's thoughts on whether that's a risk going forward?
So we do, through our vast network of contacts and just through our observation of what's going on in the economy, we hear about this a lot. If you listen to the earnings reports for consumer-facing companies that tend to deal with low and moderate income people, they'll all say that we're seeing people, tightening their belts, changing products that they buy, buying less, and that sort of thing. And so it's clearly a thing. It's also clearly a thing that, asset values, housing values, and securities values are high, and they tend to be owned by people more at the higher end of the income and wealth. So as how sustainable it is, I don't know. Most of the consumption does happen by people who have more means. I think the top third accounts for way more than a third of the consumption, for example. So it's a good question how sustainable that is. The best we can do is to have a price stability and a strong labor market. And what we saw, for example, what we saw at the end of the the very, very long expansion that ended with the outbreak of the pandemic, we saw that it was 10 years and 8 months or something like that, the longest one in recorded history. In the last 2 years, most of the largest part of the wage gains were going to people in the bottom quartile, the bottom part of the low and moderate income. So, having a strong labor market for a long period of time is really, really good from a social standpoint. It's helping people at the lower income levels, and that's what we all want to get back to. But we got to have price stability, and we got to have full employment, maximum employment.
And just quickly, you mentioned the housing market remains kind of weak. With these rate cuts that we've seen, is there a chance we're going to see more affordability in the housing market so more people can maybe enjoy that part of wealth creation? I mean, the average age or median age of a first-time home buyer is now 40 years old. That's the highest on record.
Yeah, so the housing market faces some really significant challenges. And I don't know that, a 25 basis point decline in the federal funds rate is going to make much of a difference for people. Housing supply is low. Many people have very, very low rate mortgages from the pandemic period, and they kept refinancing and caught the really low. So it's made it expensive for them to move. And, we're a ways away from that changing. Also, we haven't built enough housing in the country for a long time, and so a lot of...
Too late, Jerome Powell is kind of pissing me off. Hurry up. I want to answer some questions.
Estimates suggest that we just need more housing of different kinds. So housing is going to be a problem, and really the tools to address it are we can raise and lower interest rates, but we don't really have the tools to address a secular housing shortage, a structural housing shortage.
You know what too late Jerome Powell doesn't address on here? Illegal immigration, 50 million people in this country illegally, all at once, massive invasion. He doesn't address that. This guy is a moron. He needs to go.
Thanks. Chris Rugaber, Associated Press. You mentioned on inflation, services inflation being low, goods inflation looking like maybe it'll peak. We had the wages report you mentioned today showing moderating wage growth. Where
2.9.
Where are the inflation?
What about it? It's only 3.0 with Trump. When it gets to 9.1, you guys can talk shit about it. Until then, shh, quiet, piggy.
Risks. It looks like inflation is cooling. In your view, at the same time, you have potentially negative hiring. Why not? Why aren't we hearing more about maybe more cuts in this environment?
Well, I think the risk in inflation is pretty clear to see, and that is, we see higher inflation. As I mentioned, most of the inflation over target is from goods, and we estimate, we expect, most of us, that inflation will be a one-time price increase and then come down. We just came off an experience where inflation turned out to be much more persistent than anyone had expected. Is that going to happen now? So that's the risk. The risk is either that tariff inflation just turns out to be more and more persistent, maybe because companies who are now holding back from passing through the tariffs will just keep doing that. So you see that. I think the other possibility is less likely, and that is just that the labor market gets tight or the economy gets tight, and you see just traditional inflation. I don't see that as particularly likely. But so I think again all across the committee, people see the picture pretty similarly, but see the risks quite differently. And some people do see the inflation risk, and I wouldn't dismiss that case. I don't dismiss that case, but you've got to make an assessment, and this is the assessment we made.
Yes. He's not counting everything that has to do with inflation.
Hi, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin with Axios. So this has come up a couple of times today, but to be clear, do you believe that we're experiencing a positive productivity shock, whether from AI or policy factors or whatever? And how much is that driving the higher GDP projection in the SEP?
So yeah, I mean, I never thought I would see a time when we had 5-6 years of 2% productivity growth. This is higher. This is definitely higher, and it was.
Hey, Chucky, did that trigger you, Chucky? Don't worry, he's almost done. I'll come back. I'm gonna go ahead and feed you little piggies.
Before it could be attributed to AI, I also think if you look at what AI can do, and if you use it in your personal life, as I imagine many of us have, you can see the prospects for productivity. I think it makes people who use it more productive. It may make other people have to find other jobs, though. So it could have productivity implications while also having social and labor market implications that we don't have the tools to deal with. But yes, I think we're definitely seeing higher productivity. I think it's a little quick to be saying it's generative AI, but I don't know. The pandemic may have induced people to do more automation and do more things with computers to replace people, and that raises productivity, output per hour.
Does that imply a higher neutral rate, and therefore the policy might be a little easier than it seems?
All things equal, yes, but all things aren't equal. There are many things pushing in different directions on where the neutral rate would be. But yes, that argument does come up.
Matt Egan.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Matt Egan with CNN. After today, you only have 3 more meetings at the helm of the Fed. Since becoming Fed chair, you've seen multiple trade wars, the pandemic, COVID reopening, period of high inflation. I know your term's not up as chair until May, but I'm wondering if you've given any thought to what you want your legacy to be.
My legacy. My thought is that I really want to turn this job over to whoever replaces me with the economy in really good shape. That's what I want to do. I want inflation to be under control, coming back down to 2%, and I want the labor market to be strong. That's what I want.
And it will.
And all of my efforts are to get to that place. They have been all along, but ultimately, that's what I'm. And it's I don't have time to think about bigger things. I hope many years ahead to worry about that, but there's enough to do.
Relatedly, have you given any more thought, and can you tell us any more about your plans on whether or not you plan to stay on the Fed Board of Governors even after your term as chair expires?
Again, I'm focused on my remaining time as chair. I haven't got anything new on that to tell you.
Go to Mark for the last question.
Chairman Mark Hamrick with Bankrate. Even while many price levels remain elevated, the reductions in the federal funds rate means that savings rates, or yields to be more precise, have peaked. while key borrowing rates remain elevated. And that's, as we've discussed here, as many Americans struggle with liquidity or emergency savings challenges. Is that just collateral damage or an unintended consequence because your tools are limited in addressing individual or household liquidity constraints, insufficient money in the bank?
I don't know. I wouldn't agree that that's collateral damage of our. I mean, over time, we do what we do in order to create price stability and maximum employment, and those things are hugely valuable to all the people we serve. When we raise rates to bring inflation down, that does work by slowing the economy, but we've moved back our policy back down to where it's certainly not strongly restrictive at this point. I think it's sort of in the range of neutral. So that's what we're trying to do, and I would want people to understand that. I think what people are feeling is the effect of higher prices. There was a global wave. Sort of every large economy in the world, every large open economy, market-based economy in the world had a wave of inflation that looked an awful lot like ours. We actually came through better than any other country, substantially better. We had higher growth, we had better labor market, and this is really due to the American economy. We have an extraordinary economy, and people are innovative, they work hard, and so all of us who work in economics jobs are really fortunate to have the U.S. economy. So, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Get the hell out of my chat. All right, I want to make something really clear. I've been itching to go ahead and give you guys some answers, man. You guys are so impatient. We got another live that we're missing out right now. So one of the things that you guys are talking about in here, and I really I hate how you guys try to go in here and just throw all this little insult, blah blah blah. We're watching this live. Let's make it clear. Now, when it comes to the job, the position that Jerome Powell has, he has more knowledge than I do. Of course, he's he's a genius in what he does. But my point is, he is not analytical in all things of an everyday person. Meaning, when we talk about cost of living, so what makes cost of living go high? Now, before you sit here and argue with me, I need you to do something. Shut the hell up and listen. You guys don't want to admit or accept the truth, so we're going to put everything all together, okay? Everything all together. If you really want to know the real answer to everything, you have to listen. If I'm just going to sit here and just talk and you're not going to listen, well, then everything you say is irrelevant from now on. Cost of living, yes. Inflation is one of them. Housing, healthcare, energy, wages, education, food, all of these things have something to do with the cost of living. Do tariffs make a difference? Yes. Tariffs are a part of what inflation comes because of why? Because of companies that want to import products into our country. Now, tariffs are not the reason why inflation is happening, like too late Jerome Powell just said. That's wrong. And that's why I think he's an idiot. Is he smart? Sure, but he's an idiot for saying that, because that's not the full answer. The full answer will be, well, tariffs are part of inflation because of importing goods. But we also have inflation because the housing. High demand brings high costs. And with that being said, I don't want to hear jack squat if you don't agree with what I'm going to say after I make these points, because it is the truth. And people don't want to hear it because they are settled in that Trump Orange Man is bad. But you have a problem. Your local government does not get excuses for their horrible ass governing that they're doing. Democrats in office and even Republicans that are not allowing for new constructions of housing to happen. Too much regulations, too much high property taxes. Developers don't want to invest. It's too expensive. There is too much loss and risk that they have to take. So housing is not really growing as it should. Now, housing and inflation, they are put together in a little level. It's what I call a level. It's a balance. You make housing according to the estimate of the population multiplying. Meaning, we want 3-to-1 Americans to multiply to be able to sustain our economy. The more people get old, the more healthcare costs go up. The older we get, the more healthcare we need. Why? Because of bad healthy choices, foods, etc. There's more to inflation than just one little thing. So what do you have now? Okay, 3-to-1. You know what? We still have enough housing for a 3-to-1 population, which we're getting here, multiplying American citizens, residents. Okay, we got that. But what happens when we have millions of illegal immigrants coming in one big ass wave? Invasion. What happens to housing? Higher demand. What happens to produce? Higher demand. What happens to gas and oil? Higher demand. So what happens to produce? Higher demand. The general rise in prices is always going to reduce purchasing power, meaning that your dollar just doesn't go as far as it used to, because corporations get taxes put on them. They get regulations that they have to follow, which makes the cost of doing business more expensive. If they import products, they're going to have to pay a tariff. But that is the way that they want to do that business. You're also going to have energy bills. Okay, we just wasted billions and billions of dollars on stupid wind power electricity. Wind power. Waste of money. That's right. That causes inflation as well. Your wages. Okay, so you're saying, all right, I need to get my minimum wage has to go up this much. So what happens when you are working and you have fast food chains? You got the taco truck, you got the McDonald's, you got the Mexican restaurants, you got all these little taquerias everywhere, etc. What happens when you raise the minimum wage on these jobs that are meant to give somebody, maybe, if it's very popular, up to $100,000 salary? What happens when they have to pay their employees more? If you have never been a business owner, you have to know two things. One of them, you have to pay the employee this amount of money. And then you have to pay the state. In order to do business and have that employee, you got to pay more money. And it's almost double the pay that you're actually giving your employee. So where is the problem? Is it the business not wanting to pay more money? Or is it your local government taking the money away from the business owner that needs employees in order for the business to keep growing? Where is the problem? Tariffs? No. That's local. There is no importing. No importing. It's all local. So if you want to raise the minimum wage, guess what happens? My value meal at McDonald's is no longer $5. Now it's $15. And some other ones are $20. You cannot go and get a value meal or a meal at a taqueria or whatever it is that you take your 30-minute lunch for less than $20. It's very rare. And now, depending on where you live, of course, in my state, that's how it is. Education. For all of you socialist dumbasses out there, educations. Okay, how much money did you borrow to go to college for some English art class? How much money did you borrow to go in there? Local import. Did I say local import? I apologize. If I said local import, they're not. If they're imported, there's tariffs. But if it's locally provided, if it's locally produced, that doesn't have tariffs. So thank you for covering that. I didn't notice I said that. So does anybody in here agree that higher prices are rising because of two things? Just two things. There's more, but there's two things. One of them is increasing minimum wages, and the second ones are taxes imposed on employers. Their cost of doing their business. Do you guys agree with that? Minimum wage and taxes on employers. Do you agree with those two things? Now, the third thing, which is the most important one, it's illegal immigration. Mass illegal immigrants. Not just illegal immigrants. No, mass illegal immigrants. We're talking about millions. Let's see what you got there, Ket Patch. Let's see. It costs roughly $100,000 to train one U.S. infantryman or rifleman. That includes basic training. The war in Ukraine has turned this concept into head. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, forget it. Yeah, that's not in there. We need that. There's stuff that we do need. Okay. Thank you, Margaret. Some people got common sense in the chat. Illegal mass migration is huge. We need to get rid of illegal immigrants. I don't care how you dice it or slice it. We need to get rid of them. You think I'm immoral. You think that I'm not empathetic. That is not the case. That is not the case. You see, I didn't have this problem. Even though I knew that there was illegal immigration going on, I didn't have this problem until Joe Biden and the administration of failures in the United States of America allowed millions to just cross the border. Not only that, they use our tax dollars to give it to them. You want to complain and bitch about inflation right now with Trump. I made a point. Highest inflation rate with Biden, and the loser administration went up to 9.1%. We are 3%. Right now is the highest. And we just got started. We haven't even begun to scratch the pot. Starting next year. It's going to be such a good year. And all you libtards, all you're doing in here is just arguing with us, which is okay, because hopefully, something of everything that I'm telling you gets put in that little brain of yours and you make it grow. And you can make it grow. If you get rid of millions of illegal immigrants, as President Donald Trump says, then they can come back legally. Why you might think, oh, well, this guy's a dumbass. Why don't they just legalize it? Well, for two reasons. One of them, you send out a message to the world that it's okay to come here illegally, which is wrong. Number two, it is so hard, almost impossible now with the millions of illegal immigrants, to vet each and every one of them. Now, of course, I don't know how many illegal criminals we have in this chat. So their negative outrage and all this other stuff, it doesn't mean shit to me. It doesn't, I don't care. But what I do care is you're wasting people's time and people need to learn. So I'm gonna give you a chance here. So those who want to learn about inflation, cost of living, do me a favor. Mods on the chat. I want only serious people in here. If people are going to put comments on there just to insult, get rid of them. Get rid of every single, you're clear. Get rid of every single one of them that puts a comment just to insult. I want the chat clear of stupid people. And I want serious people that tell me, well, how come this happens? Or how come that happens? That's all I want. Chris, you wouldn't know common sense if it hit you in the face. All right, so here we go. Again, why don't we go ahead and look this up real quick? Rise of cost of living. Okay. The cost of living increases due to factors like inflation, driving up prices of goods and services, and supply chain issues. While specific essentials like housing, healthcare, energy, education see sharp rises from high demand, limited supply, for example, fewer homes built, rising wages, and policy changing. Broader economic forces, including rising interest rates, too slow, Jerome Powell, global rises and trade barriers, further compound these costs is squeezing household budgets. Key drivers of increased costs. Inflation is the general rise in prices reduces purchasing power. I think I mentioned that. Housing, shortages of available homes, high construction costs, and increased demand, fueled by low rates historically, push prices up. Let's go ahead and hit that. Shortages of available homes, and we touched about policy. Policy changes. Who changes the policy for your city, for your state? Local government, not the president, not the tariffs. And now you have shortages of available homes. Okay, so policy changes can mean, okay, here we go. Here's one. Policy changes, it's property tax increase, regulations on where to build and how to build, with what to build. And number 3, how many people need housing? Are we on this together so far? So in a common sense mind, tell me on the chat, how would you fix the housing crisis? Go ahead. This is the time that I'm going to dedicate to you before we go listen to our beautiful POTUS. How do we fix the housing crisis? Go for it. We can fix the housing problem. Donna? Yes, ma'am. Impeaching Trump will get dumbasses like Biden back in office, and they were destroying our country. That's not a smart answer. Timo, if President Donald Trump didn't put tariffs on the world, none of those world leaders would have came to us to make a deal China, they even try to punish us with the soybeans. Guess what? That failed. That is a tactic. This is what happens in war. We have collateral damage. We're going to have some hard times. But at the end of the day, when we finish that war, we, the 1/3 of the market of the world, will win. And we have seen the win happen. Nobody can make President Xi make deals except for President Donald Trump, whether you like him or not. You know what China was doing when Biden was president? They were laughing and mocking at him. They were laughing at you and all the American people. Now when President Trump says something, oh shit, you better listen. You better listen. He ain't playing. Daddy ain't playing. We already got the money back from Argentina, Timo. You missed the message. Airbnb already have way too many regulations. The farmers were being destroyed under Biden's administration. I don't know about you, but hundreds of farmers went out of business under Biden. You cannot fix a problem within 1 year that is taken decades to destroy. That's right, Daddy ain't playing. Not the best chips. They do have access, but not to the best chips. No, why will we abolish it, moron? They need to make money. It is how we make money. Well, there you go. There's your 2 minutes of questions. I answer every single one of them. Now, with that being said, let's go ahead and listen to our beautiful POTUS. And let's take a look what Daddy wants to say. This is all the Democrats' daddy right here. Listen up, children.
Hello, everybody. Thank you. Hi. Hi, Steve. Hi, everybody. Brian, hi.
I love it. My oldest son is almost 30 years old. I asked him in front of his girlfriend, I said, son, who's your daddy? Oh, he laughed, but she said, you know who your daddy is. That's right. Eat your heart out.
Do you want to bring that camera over there? It's okay. Bring him over there. It's better. Go ahead.
Thanks,
Bring him
Kimberly.
over into the center. Yeah, it's okay.
This is the head on.
Nice to see you. Well, thank you very much. It's been an interesting day from the standpoint of news. As you probably know, we've just seized a tanker on the coast of Venezuela, a large tanker, very large.
Oh.
Largest one ever seized, actually. And other things are happening, so you'll be seeing that later, and you'll be talking about that later with some other people. Very excitingly for me and for the country, we've just launched the Trump Gold Card. It was about 30 minutes from now. The site goes up, and all funds go to the United States government. It could be a tremendous amount of money. It'll also be able to have people like this keep, as an example, just one example, there are a lot of examples, people just buying them. It's somewhat like a green card, but with big advantages over a green card. And companies are going to be able to go to the Wharton School of Finance, the Stern Business School, Harvard, MIT, wherever you may get your students, any school, and you're able to buy a card and keep that person in the United States, actually, so there's certainty, because I've heard from Tim Cook of Apple, and I've heard from a lot of people, some of the people at this table, that essentially in the United States you can't keep the student. You can't hire people from the best colleges because you don't know whether or not you can keep the person. They come and have the people get out, they throw the person out of the country, you graduate number one from your college, and there's no way of guaranteeing, I guess you could say, there's no way of guaranteeing that they're able to stay in the country. Howard, maybe you'll give a little description of the Trump Gold Card, please.
Sure. So for an individual, it's $1 million, and for a corporation, it's $2 million. And as the president said, for a corporation, they spend $2 million. They can then have an employee, full vetting, the best vetting the government has ever done, $15,000 vetting to make sure these people absolutely qualify to be in America, absolutely qualify. And then the company can keep them here, and they have a path to citizenship, right? Obviously, they have to be perfect people in America, and having passed the vetting, after 5 years, they'll be available to become citizens, and then the corporation can put someone else on the card. So for a company, they can keep putting people on the card, one person per card, and for an individual, it's $1 million, and it's a gift to the United States of America to help America be great again under Donald Trump.
And it's really two gifts. It's a gift of getting somebody great coming into our country, because we think these will be some tremendous people that wouldn't be allowed to stay. You know, they graduate from college, they have to go back to India, they have to go back to China, they have to go back to France, they have to go back to wherever they came from. Very hard to stay. It's a shame. It's ridiculous things. We're taking care of that. The companies are going to be very happy. I know Apple's going to be happy, but a lot of the companies, nobody talked to me more about it than Tim Cook. He said it's a real problem, and it's not going to be a problem anymore. As you know, they used to send people up to Canada and other places, other countries, so we've solved that. And the other thing is it'll take in, we think, probably billions of dollars that will go to the Treasury of the United States, that will go to an account where we can do things positive for the country. So it'll be a great thing. We'll take in, I think, billions of dollars. Many billions of dollars, even. So that's very exciting. The Trump accounts are doing really well. We have a man on my right, Michael Dell, who's an extraordinary person. His wife is even more extraordinary. I think I can say that. They have such a good relationship. You know, like she's an extraordinary person, right? Got a great wife. But they're two great people. And as you know, last week, Michael contributed $6,250,000,000. And this is just something that's so special. So many people are in love with that. He understood it right from the beginning. It was his idea, and he understood it right from the beginning. Could you give maybe just a little description of why you loved it for such a long period of time? And we were able to get it through the great big beautiful bill, basically. That's how what gave us the authorization to do it. Michael, please.
Yeah, absolutely, sir. So, when we first heard about this idea, the idea was that the government would give $1,000 to a newborn baby in an account that they would own, and it would go in essentially the S&P 500 and compound. And when the child becomes 18, they could use that money to go to college, to buy a home, to start a business, to continue saving. And I thought that was a great idea. I thought that'd be great if companies matched the government's contribution, which we're doing, and a lot of the companies around the table have committed to doing that. And also the thought about this is, wow, this is going to be like a platform for families and communities and philanthropists to contribute to those accounts. And so we originally started with the idea of well, what if we gave some money to all the kids in our home state of Texas, right? We thought that would be a nice thing to do.
That's still a lot.
Yeah, it is. 1 out of 10 new kids in America are born in Texas.
It's pretty good.
Happen to be a fan of the state of Texas. But anyway, we thought about it some more, and we thought, this is going to be something really special. We have a foundation. It focuses on children. It's been around for 26 years, and we said, well, why don't we go bigger? And so we talked about it, and now that the Investment America Act is a law, which that in itself is a incredible thing that occurred. It does create a platform, and we were super happy to announce that we would give $250. We arrived at $250 because next year will be the 250th birthday of America and 25 million children. We thought that was a nice thing to do because it would include most of the children that are 10 and under, that are not part of the government program, that live in zip codes where the median income is less than $150,000. And that was also an important part of our contribution. And I do believe there will be a number of other large gifts announced. I've already spoken with a few that will be announcing gifts at the state level,
right.
And more to come.
Yeah. It's amazing, and it's amazing the vision you have, but that's why you're so successful, frankly. And to think that Michael started off with not a lot of money, I would say, right? Not too much, like very little. And he can give a gift of $6,250 million, and I know he said he's going to do a lot more. It's pretty amazing. It's really a beautiful thing to watch. So great for our country. So we have the Trump accounts are doing really well, and it's become, I have to tell you, just everyone's talking about them, beyond what I would have even thought. And it's going to make some young people relatively very wealthy. And in some cases, they could really be off to a great start. So some people have had that advantage and some people haven't, but it's a wonderful thing. Thank you to you and your beautiful wife. Thank you very much. So it's a pleasure to welcome so many brilliant minds and distinguished business leaders back to the White House. I love these brilliant minds, including Michael Dell of Dell Technologies, who makes a great product. And I want to thank him for what he's done, what we just discussed, the accounts. We also are grateful to be joined by Enrique Lores of HP. So thank you very much, Enrique. Great job you're doing. Antonio Neri of HP Enterprise. Thank you very much. What's the difference between HP and HP Enterprise?
We focus on the cloud security, networking, and large systems.
The cloud's good. People have done very well with the cloud. That's great. Arvind Krishna of IBM, who's actually become, I would say, a legend. The job he's done. He's taken the stock from a rather low price to a very nice price. I won't say high because I'm sure you're going to say it's going to go up a lot more, right? So I can't say a high price. But he took IBM into a new stratosphere that nobody, I think, saw. If you go back to before when he took over the company, nobody would have even imagined that you'd be able to do what you've done. So congratulations, become a good friend. Cristiano Amon of Qualcomm, and thank you very much. Congratulations on the success.
Thank you.
I know a lot about your company. You've done amazing. And Executive Director of the Technology CEO Council, Bruce Millman. So, thank you very much. I think that these people know each other. We're going to be talking a little bit about technology today, and we'll take a few of your questions about technology. I'm sure you probably won't have too many of those questions. You'll be asking about some other things, right, Bruce? Our administration is committed to total dominance in technology. Right now, we're leading artificial intelligence by a lot. And I think, you look at what's going up, and we're writing rules, regulations. We want to keep it at the federal government level so it's simple for the company is very important, frankly. And I think we're pretty well committed. I spoke to some of the senators today, and I think we're committed to do that. We want to make it as simple as possible, as easy, because you're competing with some very big sources, and we want to stay number one by a lot. We're leading the world in building new data centers and new semiconductor and chip manufacturing facilities and new capacity for AI. And we're unleashing all of the forms, literally all forms of energy and natural gas and oil to clean, beautiful coal and safe, reliable nuclear power. And I'm giving them approval to, when they build these massive plants that cost $50 billion. You know, it used to be that for $50 million you could build a nice little shopping center. But for $500 million, you could build one of the biggest, most beautiful centers. And now they're talking about $50 billion. So explain that one. These buildings are, there's never been anything. There's never been anything like that. So you're all involved in that. It's pretty amazing. 1 year ago, our country was considered dead by many leaders throughout the world. And now we have what's called the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the hottest country in the world right now. 10 months took us. I thought it was going to take longer, Michael. I didn't think we were going to have this success this soon. We have over $18 trillion being invested. So much of it by, like you're in for a lot. What's the number that you're looking at?
150.
150 billion. That's good. I don't know, Michael. Am I allowed to ask you? You already gave 6,250,000,000. Do you have you stated a number that you're at for investment, future investment?
Well, you know, if I think about all the, you know, investment that we make with the American companies that are adding capacity, particularly around semiconductors, it's several $100 billion.
I think that's right. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It makes the 6 billion sound very, very small. That's very good. Antonio, what about you guys? What about you and Enrique? How's that going?
Well,
have you announced a number or anything?
No, I'm actually happy to share with you. Over the next few years, we're going to invest an additional 3.5 billion building secure manufacturing. Right. We built the largest supercomputer for the United States government that supports both the DoD and DOE. So in the next 18 months, we're going to build the largest 5 supercomputers that will keep the United States ahead of the game, both in life science and AI, but also to keep ahead owning the entire stack at the national security level.
Great. Are you doing that separately? Are you doing that together or separately?
No, we are totally separate company.
Totally separate, right?
From our side, we invest in the US around $18 billion per year. So if you look at the next five,
that's right.
It will be close to $100 billion. And we are going to be investing in AI at the edge, not only on data centers, but how to make AI available to customers in PCs, in headsets, in devices that they would be using every day. Which is
so it's over $100 billion.
Yes.
And you're doing well. HP is doing really well.
Yes.
That's great.
We're competing hard with Michael, but we're doing well.
Are you direct competitors?
Yes.
That's it. It's that. That's why they're on different sides of the table, sir.
The old days would say, "Why don't you make a deal?" I guess now it's not so easy to make.
We can have an arm wrestling match now.
Yeah,
right. If we want to.
And Cristiano, you've been amazing, right? Your company with the investments. How are you doing with investments?
We're doing great. I think, Mr. President, you have a great decision. I think when you drove our company to continue to be innovating, and I think we're doing very good. We've been, in addition of doing phones, I think we're now, our chips are going to every car company in the world, all the car companies. We're entering into the robotics. There's a lot of growth in robotics and the data center. The new smart glasses going to be the future mobile devices, industrial. I think a lot of the drive towards manufacturing the country is driving a lot of technology for smart manufacturing. We're making chips for that. So I think we're very excited. And I think, like Michael, I think the number of industries our chips are being enabling is driving hundreds of billions of dollar investments. And most important for us, semiconductor manufacturing is very important. So we are going to be customer of the fabs that are being built in the United States by TSMC and Samsung. So we're just going to keep going forward.
Yeah, those investments are very important, and we are all customers of those fabs.
Those two are my customers too, so
Memory stuff, memory?
we don't do memory, we do a lot of the
Who's
processing.
the king of memory?
It's Micron and
Micron's-
SK
yeah.
Hynix. and
Micron's
Samsung.
another one doing very well. That's great. Yeah, I heard you're doing fantastically. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The stock market has set a 51, think of this, 51 all-time record highs during the last 10 months. 51. You guys are big beneficiaries. You're setting the records, right? It's amazing. 51 times we've hit a new high. And in the history of our country, if you think about it, 51 times during the last 10 months. And Bruce, let me ask you, pull these people all together. How's it looking for technology?
A lot of global competition, but you'd rather be playing our hand than any other hand in the world.
I think so. We have a good hand right now, don't we? Joe Biden secured just really much less than $1 trillion of new investments in 4 years. And in 10 months, we secured more than $18 trillion. So 18 times the amount in 10 months what they did in 4 years. And they would have gone negative. They were heading toward negative. In other words, not $1 trillion, but it could have been 3 or 4 or 5 trillion less because people were leaving. So it was a big turnaround. In 10 months, the $18 trillion, it's a record. There's never been a country that's gotten anywhere near that. In the Middle East, when I left the Middle East, we brought back $3 trillion and lots of Boeing airplanes, like 300. And Boeing gave me the award for the greatest salesman in the history of Boeing, which was a nice little award, every little plaque. The greatest, I think I've sold 1,000 Boeing planes, can you believe it? Now all they have to do is make them, okay? They gotta make them, but they will. But we have made historic trade deals with the United Kingdom, China, Indonesia, Vietnam, Japan, the EU, Malaysia, Cambodia, El Salvador, Argentina, Ecuador, Guatemala, Switzerland, Liechtenstein, Thailand, and South Korea, and many others. And a lot of it's based on the November 5th election result, which was a massive victory. We won all 7 swing states, the popular vote. We won the Electoral College by a landslide. We won counties. The counties, they do it. I don't know, to me it's the most accurate of all in many ways. We're 2,700 counties against 525. That's pretty good, right, Cristiano?
Pretty good.
2,700 against 525. 525. That's why when you see the maps are all red, except for two little blue lines on the right and the left side of the map. They're probably changing too. Americans are great builders, and in the Trump administration, America is once again a country where innovators get a green light. You have the greatest innovators in the world at this table, and representing a lot of their friends who are competitors and friends. But we're really on a big move to get rid of red tape so they can run their businesses and not have to wait 10 years for an approval. In the old days, getting some of these approvals for plants that are already being built would have taken 10, 15, even 20 years prior to rejection. You'd get rejected. You'd work 20 years and then you'd lose 5 to 4. And we're getting plants approved in a matter of weeks. The biggest plants ever built in a matter of weeks. For every new regulation, we're slashing more than 10 old regulations. So we're not allowing regulations unless they slash 10 old regulations. We did that in the first term, and we cut more regulation than any administration ever. In our first term, we have the all-time record. I think we're exceeding it here. In fact, now it's 1 in 24 is the number we're at. It's 1 in 10 you have to do, otherwise we're not letting you do it. But we're actually up to 1 in 24, so we get rid of 24 regulations for every one. That's not a bad deal, right? And it's been very exciting, actually. But including, we're allowing 100 in the Great Big Beautiful Deal. We're allowing 100% expensing for capital expenditures, including investments in factories and equipment and structure. So including even structure. So that if Michael goes out and builds a factory, you can take it against tax immediately, the whole thing. You don't have to wait 38 years, do it over a 38-year period. And I think that's what made the first tax cut which we, by the way, got extended in this tax cut. So, and you add it up, it's the biggest tax cut in the history of our country. But I think that the expensing factor, and it's good for 10 years too. I think that's the, maybe was the reason that so much growth was, there were other reasons, but so much growth was gotten in the first term. So earlier this year I said that the challenges of our time demand a new spirit of patriotism and national loyalty in Silicon Valley, smart people, and from the whole technology sector, and that patriotism is on huge display here in this room with some of the most brilliant people. And I'd now like to ask Secretary Howard Lutnick to say a few words, and OSTP Director Michael Kratsios also say a few words. And I look forward to hearing from Michael a little bit about this subject. Cristiano, welcome. And Arvind, you'll say something, and I appreciate it. And anybody else wants to say a couple of words, feel free. Good job. So why don't we start with Howard, please?
So the key to America's success is the amazing innovators that we have. I mean, we have invented everything from the light bulb, transistor, GPUs. We are on the edge of everything. And we need to keep being on the edge, and the people at this table and this industry is why America's great. We need to build here. You know, for too many years, we innovated and we let everyone else build our stuff. And we just can't do it anymore. So with President Trump coming and winning the election on November 5th, we changed that, and now we're going to build it here. You've done everything you can, and you've heard trillions and trillions of dollars of technology build coming home to America to protect and defend us and use our innovations here. You're driving interest rates lower, and you're going to continue to drive them lower. That makes it cheaper. It makes it more exciting to build here. You're blowing out the regulatory deep state so that people can build here and do it fast. And the last thing is, because of our investment in energy, we're going to drive down the cost of energy for all Americans, including the people who are building here. Drive down the cost of energy. It's great for America. Put all of that together, and you're going to see the greatest growth the United States of America has ever seen. You're going to see north of 4% next year, and then it's going to go up from there to 5s and 6s. This president's going to drive the greatest GDP growth, led by the tech sector coming home and driving growth.
Well, thank you. You know, one of the things I'd like to say just before going over to Michael, and this Michael, and then we'll have this Michael, all right? But one of the things I'd like to say is, in the old days, when you announced really good results in this country, the stock market went up. And that's the way it should be. And we're going back to that. Because otherwise you can never really attain true greatness. In other words, GDP at 4. Oh, 4 is so high. Let's raise interest rates and kill it. And we're going to go back to the old days. When we announce great results, it doesn't mean we're going to raise interest rates and try and kill it. It means that instead of 4% GDP or 3%, which I said so wonderful, 3%, it should be able to be 20 or 25%. I don't know why it can't be. You shouldn't kill it. And so we hope that if this country announces great results, because you're going to see great results over the next couple of years, all these plants, and I'm not just talking about AI, we have the biggest number of auto plants planned. Toyota just announced $10 billion in plants built, various couple of locations, few locations in the country, just a little while ago. They're all coming here. They're coming here because of tariffs, because they don't want to pay tariffs, but they're coming here because of the election and the mindset. But when we announce good results, the market should go up. Now it's when you announce good results, Michael, the market goes down because they say, oh, that means things are good. That means we're going to kill it by raising interest rates. I think it's really wrong. It should be the opposite of what it is now. It should be the way it used to be. We announce good results, the market should go up, and we should keep driving it up and have it keep going up and let it be much, much bigger, much, much better. And, you know, growth doesn't mean inflation. They're always afraid that, oh, we have, and if there is inflation, that's okay, then we can slow it down. But we should be able to do a lot better than 3 and 4. We're scheduled to be at 4%, which is pretty amazing because we have a deadhead Fed hair. I mean, this guy, the head of the Federal Reserve is a stiff. And, you fight that. It's amazing. We fight that, and yet interest rates are going down, except with him, not too much. He did a rather, I would say, a rather small number that could have been doubled, at least doubled. And that's the other thing. I think the rates for the United States are always the lowest in the world, because without us, there is no world. Without this economy, there's no world. You could go to some of these wonderful countries that you think are so great. Well, one of the reasons they're great is because we allowed them to get rich off of us. We didn't charge them anything. You look at some of the deals. I don't want to say use Switzerland as an example, but Switzerland paid almost nothing in terms of a tariff or a tax or whatever you want to call it, license. They paid nothing, and they're paying now. They're paying a fair amount. I had them at 39%, but I decided to be nice. I was nice, and I think they like us a little bit better. But the money you're talking about is enormous. Our country is a very rich country. But if we do well, the market should go up and the value of our country should go up. And if we do poorly, the market then should go down. It shouldn't be the opposite. And if we go up, we should encourage it to go up more. And those numbers, when you say, 3% of GDP or 4% of GDP, they should be much higher. So, I've wanted to say it. I do say it. I believe it. And we have to get a mindset that when a country's doing well, you don't want to kill the growth. That's what they're doing. They kill the growth. I don't know if you guys even agree with that. They kill the growth because they're so afraid of inflation. But you can have tremendous growth without inflation. Everything goes up with the growth. But that's not inflation. So I think we can do much better than traditional numbers. And you see that. You see that with what we're doing. We're leading in everything. And now, and remember this, as far as prices are concerned, and they talk about affordability, I inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country. They say it was 48 years, but I say it was the history. What difference? It's 48 years, they were telling me. And they said, I was being inaccurate because I said the history. I think 48 years is a long time, but it's actually, I disagree. I think it's the history. So in the Biden administration, I inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country, or 48 years. And prices were very, very high. I brought the prices down. We had yesterday 3 states where oil was at $1.99 a gallon. How about that? And with these guys, it was $4, $4.50. In California, it was like $7 because that's a badly run state. But the price for oil and gas and everything else, the price of gasoline was $4.50, $5. And we just hit $1 and we broke $2. I was looking forward to that. Couple of states, 3 states. And I will say that when that happens, oil and gas and energy is so big, it's so big a category, you don't even know what number 2 is. There is no number 2. And when you have the prices coming down for energy like that, you've killed inflation and you're lowering prices. So I inherited very simply the highest prices in history, and I'm bringing them down really fast, led by energy. And when energy comes down, everything else comes down. But I've only been here a short while, and we gave them a beautiful, beautiful thing, and they destroyed it. They would have destroyed our country had they been allowed to stay. If we didn't win this election, if we had Kamala, who's the same as Joe, low IQ people, but if we had Kamala, you would have a country that would be right now in ruins. I believe that 100%. Things would be in a state like nobody's ever seen before, worse than anything you've ever imagined, worse than 1929, in my opinion. Instead, we have the hottest country in the world, and we're going to keep it that way. But just to finish, we inherited high prices. We're bringing them down very rapidly, and we're bringing them down to very, very good levels. They'll soon be down at very good levels. Michael, please go ahead.
Absolutely. As everyone in this room probably knows very well, leadership in science and technology has been foundational to our economic and national security for 4 decades. And because of the policies that you have championed and the private sector partnerships that you have made, America currently is leading the world in S&T, and it's benefiting all Americans every day. The one thing that I want to remind this group of, and many of you know, the president has been arguing for American leadership in AI well before ChatGPT was even invented. The president signed an executive order on artificial intelligence leadership in 2019, which set the stage for the revolution that we're seeing today. In the past year, we've built on that. We signed out the AI Action Plan in July of this year, which the president launched here in Washington, along with 3 EOs. And I know a lot of that effort is around creating a regulatory environment to allow for companies like yours to thrive and for the applications that you build to have the biggest impact on Americans every day. So thank you for everything that you do, and I know we're going to keep working together to make sure that America is the home for the next great technological discoveries.
All right, thank you, Michael. And Michael?
Thank you, sir. Well, look, we greatly appreciate the focus the administration has on lowering energy costs. And energy is the substrate of manufacturing at the industrial level, and really an incredibly important input to the economy. We can't be competitive without a super low cost energy industry. And had a great meeting earlier today with Secretary Wright, and really appreciate all the work that he's been doing. This is, of course, incredibly important when it comes to AI, because it does consume a great deal of power. All the semiconductor manufacturing consumes a great deal of power. Another big area of focus for us is how we can take all this great AI technology, the AI stack of the innovative companies here in the United States, and sell that around the world. And I'd like to ask Arvind to speak a little bit more about this. Arvind?
Thank you. So, Mr. President, first, we really would like to thank you for everything you're doing for economic growth, as you said. I completely agree with you. Economic growth then drives a lot of other benefits to everything else. We also want to thank you for all the work you're doing on deregulation and making things easier for business to participate in that growth. Michael spoke of the AI stack. It's incredibly important that under the action plans that you have laid out and Michael Kratzer just spoke of, we really help promote the AI stack, which is not semiconductors only. Those are incredibly important, but it's semiconductors, it's software, it's the systems which many of us here build, and it is the software applications on top. The ability to take those to all our friends in countries, so all the friendly countries, is going to be very, very important. And we wish to work with your government to make sure that we can do that, because otherwise we're afraid that competing countries are going to be able to get that stack. So we would say that.
Anything that you're looking at that we can help you with so that you create a bigger and better IBM and hire a lot more people? Anything you need?
A few countries. We'll speak to members of your administration to make sure that those can go and that barriers get lowered for being able to do it quickly. We agree guardrails are necessary, but lower barriers would be very, very helpful.
You mean tariffs?
No.
Because are these countries tariffing you, making your life difficult? Are they doing anything else to make your life difficult?
It's the ability to take certain systems which have semiconductors inside them into these countries. So right now, because we have controls on where all the semiconductors can go, then the entire system is restricted. That's what we want to do. The same as
how many countries do that?
Probably a half dozen. So
I can tell you the countries already. I know.
Yes.
I know every country very well.
And
we have ways of combating that quickly. So you'll let me know.
And the last part I'd like to say is I'd also like to thank you for all that you're doing to help modernize government itself, because we think that that's incredibly important. You know, you made a number of announcements, but a couple that I'd just like to point out, we worked with Commissioner Frank Bisignano to help make Social Security better. So I would like to thank you for your help on that. And we'll work with him on making IRS.
He's done a fantastic job.
He is. Frank's great.
He's done a great job, Frank. He's had a great career, actually left a tremendous career where his salary, I think, was 100 times greater than it is now. And he was at JP Morgan Chase, and he's doing a fantastic. He did a great job at Social Security, quickly.
And we hope to help him replicate that now at our results.
Very good. Thank you very much. Good job. Cristiano, please.
Yes, just a few points. I think, first of all, Mr. President, thank you for your vision. Thank you for understanding the importance of the American private sector in industry, I think, in the growth of the economy. I want to just build on some of the things that were said by my colleagues. I think we have built probably one of the most advanced technologies in the world, and part of it is because I think the commitment to innovation that we have in the country, but also the fact that it has been American technology for the world. So I think we have an incredible opportunity. When I think about what Michael said about exporting AI, I had conversation with Secretary Howard. Now that the trade deal's been made, is an opportunity to really build on those trade deals and export, I think, American technology. And also, as we think about the technology, it's an important vector to drive the reindustrialization, I think, of the country with technology. So we're incredibly excited about that. I think it's a big opportunity. I think it's the next wave of growth that we can build on those trade agreements. And I think it resonates what also Arvind said about the importance of the American technology stack. And then we're just going to finish with 2 points. There are 2 exciting things happening in the world of technology coming right now. One is, as AI become the new form of computing, AI is going not only to the data center, but to everything, to cars, to PCs. And we see now the ability to run models that you can only run AI in the data center. You can run that on a microcomputer, on a computer for Enrique, on a server, with small server on premise. So I think we're going to see the proliferation of AI. The other one is 6G. We had made a commitment working with your administration, working with FCC. We're going to accelerate 6G. We're working to launch first in the world in the LA Olympics. And I think that's another opportunity for America to lead in the next wireless evolution. So thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the partnership. And we're going to be hard at work, I think, driving that agenda.
So we're into 6G now. I just finished 5G. I was a leader on 5G, getting that done. And now they're up to 6.
Let's do it again.
What does that do? Give you a little bit deeper view into somebody's skin? See how perfect it is? I like the cameras the old days. So they just had a nice feature. Now they cover every little. Let's see, Michael. Well, you're in good shape. You're not gonna. But I tell you, it's the 6 is coming, huh?
It's coming.
Does it ever end? And what happens? You'll be into 7, right? Before 6 gets old, you'll be into 7. Anybody have anything else to say? Anybody?
I think that the other thing is we want to thank you as well for the openness of your organization and your team. We always find people that wants to hear what we need and is willing to design programs that will support us. So thank you for.
Well, we're here to. We want you to just dominate the whole world in terms of what you do. It's a very important world, and you're doing that. And we're making it easy for you, and that means you're going to do it faster. It's more jobs, and a lot of good things happen. Right? Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, you may not recall, but in your first term, you actually sponsored the Department of Energy to build the largest systems ever built. And thanks to your sponsorship, the Department of Energy owns the 3 top supercomputers in the world.
Yep.
And we build them with them. And these are systems that can do quintillion operations per second. And that means we can solve
I know.
a lot of.
We made that possible. It's worked out very well. Good.
Solve problems. So now we're going to build the next generation again.
Good. Sounds good to me. Any questions, please?
Mr. President. Thank you. Can you explain a little more about this Venezuelan oil tanker and share a little more information?
Well, I'll let the people do it, but you see the result, and I guess they probably have released the pictures by now or pretty soon. You'll discuss that with the appropriate people later on, but no, it was seized for a very good reason.
Cuba.
Sir, there's a new proposal from DHS that would see tourists from a lot of countries have to hand over 5 years of social media history to get a tourist visa. Are you concerned at all that if that's implemented, there would be a decline in tourism next year? And what sort of material
No,
do you think is?
we're doing so well. We just want people to come over here and safe. We want safety, we want security, we want to make sure we're not letting the wrong people come into our country. We're getting rid of a lot of bad ones from jails, from mental institutions, drug dealers. We're getting a lot of bad people, murderers. 11,888 murderers, half of them, almost exactly half of them, committed more than one murder. We're getting rid of them. In some cases, we don't even want to get them out. We put them in jail because we're afraid they're going to come back into our country. We're not going to let them back in. So we've taken a very tough stand. And you see where we've been, like Washington, D.C. now, people walk down the streets. They go into restaurants at night. It's beautiful. It's like this beautiful thing to see because till I got here, this was a very, very bad place. We had a terrible thing happen 2 weeks ago with terrorism with regard to 2 National Guards people that are so phenomenal. One is no longer with us, and one, amazingly, we weren't looking with great hope on that, that Andrew. And today he got out of bed, actually, stood up, didn't say anything. It's a little early, but the chances of Andrew, other than his mother who said, nope, he's going to be okay. His mother was the most positive person. And could be that she'll be right. It's pretty amazing. Made progress. It was, both of them were so badly hurt, we never thought that one could survive. So it looks like Andrew's doing pretty well.
Mr. President, the winner of the Nobel Prize dedicated the prize to you, the Nobel Peace Prize, and she left Venezuela at a great risk to make it to the ceremony. There is a risk she could be arrested, actually. What would happen if she's arrested? What message do you send, or would you send to Nicolas Maduro?
Well, arrested by who? The Nobel Prize Committee? That's probably the ones that would arrest. I don't know anything about it. She was very gracious. She said I should have gotten the Nobel Prize, and I don't, I'm doing this to save lives. I'm not doing it for any other reason. But no, I don't like if she would be arrested. No, I wouldn't be happy with that.
Mr. President, Senate Republicans currently have a healthcare proposal that would take away, let those ACA subsidies expire and then put about $1,000 in people's HSAs. Do you think that is enough money, and how do you ensure that people who will see those tax subsidies expire won't see their healthcare costs skyrocket?
Well, the Unaffordable Care Act, which is Obamacare, they call it now the unaffordable because it's unaffordable. It used to be called the affordable, but it was never affordable. It was always bad. It was basically designed for the benefit of insurance companies. And what we're doing is we want all of the billions and billions of dollars that went to insurance companies to go directly to the people, and they can buy their own health care. And people love it. I don't know if the Democrats are going to approve it because they want the insurance companies to make money. It was a scam. Obamacare was a scam. But we're going to see. I mean, the Republicans, I can tell you, want the money to go to the people. And we're winning that battle. The Democrats are having a hard time with it because they're in the pocket of the insurance companies. Yes, please.
You spoke to some European leaders today, I think, sir, about Ukraine.
I did.
Could you tell us about that? And is there a new revised peace plan that Ukraine has presented?
The leaders of France, we spoke to, and Germany, and UK, all very good leaders, very good friends of mine, and we discussed Ukraine in pretty strong words. And we'll see what happens. I mean, we're waiting to hear answers before we progress. We're not spending any money in Ukraine. We're selling basically missiles and everything else to NATO, and NATO's paying us, and then they distribute it to who they want. I guess they're mostly distributing to Ukraine, but we're not spending money. But we're spending a lot of time and a lot of effort. Because last month, 27,000 soldiers were killed. Think of it, 27,000. That's if you take a football game and take half the stadium, that's 27,000. So 27,000 soldiers were killed. Russian and Ukrainian soldiers were killed. And I want to see that stop. We'll find out. Look, there are a lot of things happening right now. A lot of people say it's closer than it's ever been. It's a war that would have never started. If I were president, would have never started. It's a war that should never have started. But we'll have it figured out, I think, with within a pretty short
When you
period.
say very strong terms, sir, could you explain that?
Well, I think we had some little disputes about people, and we're going to see how it turns out. And we said before we go to a meeting, we want to know some things. You know, they would like us to go to a meeting over the weekend in Europe, and we'll make a determination depending on what they come back with. We don't want to be wasting time. Sometimes you have to let people fight it out, and sometimes you don't. But the problem with letting people fight it out is you're losing thousands of people a week. It's ridiculous. The whole thing is ridiculous.
Mr. President, 2 questions. One, the oil tanker. Who owns that oil tanker?
You'll get that information later.
Okay, and have you spoken to Maduro since your last conversation?
No,
or has
I
it only been one conversation?
No.
And when you say that the European leaders want to have a meeting over the weekend, are you talking about with Zelensky or with them?
With Zelensky and us.
And you said in an interview yesterday that you think it's time for Zelensky to start accepting things. What things are you talking about?
I think he has to be realistic, and I do wonder about, how long is it going to be till they have an election? It's a democracy. It's a long time. They haven't had an election in a long time. It's losing a lot of people, and it's possible that the people, if you look at the polls, I will say 82%, there was a poll that came out, 82% of the people are demanding a settlement be made, Ukrainian people. They want to see a settlement be made. I understand that. They're losing thousands and thousands of people a week. They want to see it ended. And I do say, at what point, when do they have an election in Ukraine? That's not casting dispersions on anybody, but they do have a massive corruption situation going on there. And they do say, when are they, people are asking this question, when do they have an election? Are they going to have an election? Or are they going to just keep it going like this? So I think it's time to get that war settled. And I think it's a war that can be settled. But it takes two to tango.
Mr. President, Warner about the new owners of Warner Brothers Discovery to make changes at CNN, big changes, and have you spoken to Jared about it? What are you doing with him, or are you sort of walled him off a little bit?
So what do you want to know?
What changes do you want to see at CNN under new ownership?
Well, I'm not involved in that. I will be probably involved, maybe involved in the decision. It depends. You have some good companies bidding on it. I think the people that have run CNN for the last long period of time are a disgrace. I think it's imperative that CNN be sold, because you certainly wouldn't want to put people, just leave those people with some money, good money, and CNN, so that they can spend even more money spreading poison, because it's lies. It's a disgrace. So I wouldn't want to see the same company end up with CNN, the same company with money, because right now they don't have too much money, but they have value, I guess, based on the bids. They've got value. But I think CNN should be sold, because I think the people that are running CNN right now are either corrupt or incompetent.
And that'll be a factor in the decision making, because we've got some.
Well, in my mind, but I can be talked out of that by some very talented people that we have, antitrust people. But I just think that the people that have run CNN into the ground, by the way, nobody watches, very few people watch. I don't think they should be entrusted with running CNN any longer. So I think any deal should be guaranteed and certain that CNN is part of it, or sold separately. But I don't think the people that are running that company right now and running CNN, which is a very dishonest group of people, I don't think that should be allowed to continue. I think CNN should be sold along with everything else.
Sir, you spoke about affordability earlier in your remarks and yesterday in Pennsylvania. How much more can we expect to see you on the road kind of delivering that message? And are you worried at all about the Democrats winning a couple more things in Miami and Georgia?
I don't worry about it. It's like statistically, it's amazing. When you win the presidency, even if you win by a landslide like we did, and even if you do a good job, and some people say we've done the best opening 10 months in history, in the history of the presidency. I think we have. Who's done better? We ended 8 wars. We have the strongest economy. We have $18 trillion coming in, which is more than any country had, times I think 5 or 6. 18 trillion's a lot even in your standard, right?
Yes, sir.
Even for that guy, 18 trillion's big numbers. But we have $18 trillion coming in. Pretty amazing, right? I think Qualcomm would be very impressed if they had even a little piece of that. So we've done a great job, but for whatever reason, and nobody's been able to give me an answer, when you win the presidency, you seem to lose the midterms. Even if you win the presidency by a lot and you do a great job as president. You know, some presidents have done good and they've lost, I think it's like 2 times in the last many, many years it's been won. I don't know why. It doesn't make sense. Usually I can figure things out, but I don't know why, but that seems to be. But other than that, we should win because we're doing great. The economy is roaring. I think the economy is only going to go, better with all this money pouring in. We have factories being built, and forget about AI. We have AI more than anybody. We're leading AI by a lot. But we have many car companies coming in from Canada, from Mexico. They're coming in from Mexico. They're coming in from Canada, from Japan, from Europe, all over Europe, Germany, all over Europe. We're doing great. But for whatever reason, it doesn't matter how well they're doing, good and bad. The bad you understand, but even when a president is doing well, they seem to not do well in the midterms. So we're going to try and change it. There should be no reason for it. If anybody at the table can figure out, Bruce, a nice psychological reason, but so I want to win, and winning the midterms is important. People want us to win the midterms, and I think we have great spirit. We should win the midterms, yeah.
Under Joe Biden's administration, during COVID specifically, Biden removed the safety standards on abortion drugs. Now I'm hearing from a lot of pro-lifers that they're very anxious because yesterday Bloomberg reported that your FDA is slow walking a review of the abortion drugs that Secretary Kennedy promised.
Yeah,
How
I don't
soon
know.
do you want to see that?
I'll find out. I'll ask them.
Do you want to see it?
I don't think they're slow walking anything, but I'll find out. Yeah.
Mr. President, any update on the clashes between Thailand and Cambodia, sir?
Yeah, I think I'll have to make a phone call. I was going to say that the Thailand and Cambodia, one of the 8 that I settled, they've been fighting for a long time. They've been fighting for a very long time, many, many, many decades. But I got along great with both. I found they were 2 great leaders, 2 great people, and I settled it once. I think I can do it pretty quickly. I think we're scheduling a phone call tomorrow.
Mr. President.
With Thailand.
On the Fed chair.
With Thailand, if just to answer Steve, with Thailand and Cambodia, I think I can get them to stop fighting. Who else can do that? Think of it. Settled 8 wars. Every once in a while, one will flame up again, and I have to put out that little flame. I have to put it out, but we're going to put it out again. So I think I'm scheduled to speak to them tomorrow and see if I can. It was unfortunate what happened. I know exactly what happened. It got it started a little bit, but we'll see if we can put it out.
We're interested in the seizure of this tanker. What happens to the oil on that ship?
Well, we keep it, I guess.
Where does it go? What port does it go to?
Well, you have to follow the tanker. You're a good newsman. Just follow the tanker.
Do you know where it was going? Was it going
Follow
to
it. Get a helicopter and follow the tanker.
Is it true it's going to
But we're
Cuba?
I assume we're gonna keep the oil.
Mr. President, on Fed Chair, Kevin Haskett said you were going to announce your decision within the next 2 weeks. Is that correct?
Maybe.
Are you doing your interviews with finalists today?
Well, I'm meeting with Kevin Warsh today, so I'm meeting with him, and I sort of have a very good idea what I'm looking for. Again, I'm looking for somebody that will be honest with interest rates. That's all. I just want honesty. Our rate should be much lower. Our rate should be the lowest rates in the world. Because all these countries that you see, with low rates, many of them are low because of us, because they suck so much money out of us.
Yep.
But that's not happening anymore. We should have the lowest rates in the world. And without us, none of them really exist as an economy. I can show you these really prime, really wonderful countries. They've had nothing but success. It's because they took so much out of the United States. It's one of those little problems. I want to see that when we do well, we're rewarded for doing well, not the way it's been for the last pretty long period of time.
Are you asking these finalists to pledge to lower rates? Are you asking these finalists to pledge to lower rates? if
No,
you become the chair?
no, I'll be asking questions and I'll be able to figure it out.
Mr. President, we have 3 countries sending drugs to the U.S., Mexico, Venezuela, and Colombia. And you talked to the president of Mexico, you already talked to Nicolas Maduro. Have you considered talking to the president of Colombia, whom you call a drug leader?
No, I haven't really thought too much about him. He's been fairly hostile to the United States, and I haven't given him a lot of thought. He's going to have himself some big problems if he doesn't wise up. Colombia is producing a lot of drugs. They have cocaine factories that they make cocaine, as you know, and they sell it right into the United States. So he better wise up, or he'll be next. He'll be next too. And I hope he's listening. He's going to be next. Yes,
Mr. President.
because we don't like people when they kill people, and they sell drugs. They kill them in the United States, and Colombia is a major manufacturer of drugs, meaning cocaine in particular, as you know.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Multiple House Republicans in recent weeks, days, have been critical of Speaker Mike Johnson. I wanted to ask you if you're still confident in the Speaker to keep his conference together ahead of the midterms, and how often are you speaking about him?
I think Mike Johnson is great. You know, he's had a majority of 2, 3, 4, then back to 2. We actually had 1. So we were 1 heart attack away from disaster. So everybody prayed for everybody's health. I think Mike Johnson's been a fantastic speaker. I mean, a very hard job because, you know, when you have a small majority, and we got the biggest bill in the history of our country approved, the Great Big Beautiful Bill. I call it the Great Big Beautiful Bill. There are different names for it, but to me it's a Great Big Beautiful Bill because it gives the biggest tax cuts in history, the biggest regulation cuts in history. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. I think Mike Johnson's been a great speaker. I think few people could have done that job.
Do you want to see another big package move through Capitol Hill in the next year, or?
Well, we don't need it because we got everything. You know, this was supposed to be 17 bills. I think it was my idea, but, you know, with the concurrence of people that have done this a long time. And I said, why don't we make it 1 bill? Because it's very hard to get things approved by the Democrats. And it worked out because there was something good for everybody. If we would have done 17 bills, we wouldn't have gotten 1/3 of them approved. It was something great for everybody in the one, you know, the Great Big Beautiful Bill. Brian?
Yes, good to see you, Mr. President.
Hi.
I'd like to follow up on the event last night in Pennsylvania. Huge crowd turned
Yeah,
out there.
big crowd.
It seemed like Rally Trump was in prime condition last night. You enjoyed it. Can you just give me your thoughts on that? Then I do have a question on the gold card.
Last night was amazing in Pennsylvania. We had a tremendous crowd. It was like freezing. And the people, the thousands of people on the sidewalk trying to get in, or the streets. It was an amazing evening, actually, and I think people really enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. You could tell that.
I can tell that you enjoyed it.
I enjoyed it. I really did. Well, you know, it's easy to enjoy when you do a good job, and, you know, when you can talk about things in a very positive way. It's hard not to say. We have potentially the greatest economic boom in the history of the world. It's being built right now. And when it opens, there will be nothing ever in history like what's happening in our country. And, you know, Washington, D.C. is safe, and Memphis is now. Look at Memphis. Crime is down 60% in Memphis. We just got there 3 weeks ago. And we're going to have New Orleans. New Orleans we just sent a group of people there, and crime is down 28% in about 3 days. No, we do a good job, you know, and these are central casting people. These people they're very tough people if they have to be. They're very good, they're great patriots, but they are the toughest, and they don't take any nonsense. And every place we go, we knock down crime. Too bad that we're not invited more into Chicago, because we could save Chicago very quickly. But even that, we're doing it on a minimal basis until, you know, at some point we'll just go in and do what we have to do if the governor doesn't wise up. They got a bad governor, they have a bad mayor. I would say they're both incompetent, but it's hard to believe that people don't want to stop crime. We could stop the crime in Chicago in about 2 weeks. Go ahead.
My question is on the gold card. I apologize if I missed the answer to this. Is there a limit to how many gold cards these companies can buy?
Howard?
So the program is part of the already approved visas. So we're just going to have great people come into this country. You know, the average green card holder earned less than the average American. So they were more likely to be on the dole and be on our assistance programs than average Americans. And the idea is from President Trump, he wants to raise it, bring in the best people into America. So same visas, but now just full of the best people.
Basically, it's a green card, but much better, much more powerful, a much stronger path. And a path is a big deal. Have to be great people, but much stronger path. And it also, in addition to that, helps companies, because not only for companies, but if IBM gets somebody #1 in his class at the Wharton School of Finance, and you're dying to get the person, but you can't guarantee the person stays in the country, because oftentimes they'll say, I'm sorry, sir, you got to get out of here, you have 24 hours, right? And you say, where's my employee? Now IBM can buy a card, and that employee can be there for essentially a very long period of time.
Mr. President, could you tell Bruce?
It's so needed for the companies. You know, it's needed for others, but really it's basically a much better form of a green card. And you can't get green cards. They are impossible to get. This is much better than a green card. Yeah.
Yes, so did you tell Bruce Blakeman not to run for governor, or that she should think about not running for governor?
I haven't spoken to, first of all, he's a friend, she's a friend. These are two great people running. In a way, I hate to see them running against each other. I hope they're not going to be damaging each other. But Elisa's fantastic, and Bruce is, they're two fantastic people. And I always hate it when two very good friends of mine are running. And I hope there's not a lot of damage done. Sometimes it works the other way. The victor ends up being much stronger because of it. A lot of times that happens in politics.
You think you'll step in a couple months to actually see who performs?
Well, I think in New York we have a convention toward the end of February, and I think you'll know pretty much at the end of February what's going to happen. And I'll probably have to, you know, do what I want to do. But I hope that he's running now, as you know, and she's running. We have two very talented people. Either one should win against the Democrats.
Mr. President, the President legacy story lately focuses on one of your cabinet members predicting that you're going to fire this one or you're going to get rid of that one. Of all your cabinet members, who would you perceive as the most under attack?
Well, I think my cabinet's fantastic. I read these same stories that I'm unhappy with this one or that one, and I'm not. I think the cabinet's done a great job. I read a story that I was unhappy with Pete because he was attacking drug dealers. I said, that's not exactly right. I would say very much the opposite. Pete Hegseth has been phenomenal. I read a story recently, I'm unhappy with Christie. I'm so happy with it. I mean, we have a closed border. We have a border that's the best border in the history of our country. Why would I be unhappy? She's fantastic, actually. No, we have a fantastic cabinet. Really fantastic cabinet. I mean, Lutnick I'll have to think about. No,
Can't have everything.
Can't have everything. He's doing great. Well, Howard's done really well, and Scott's done really well. We have just a fantastic cabinet. I'll tell you who's doing a great job is Linda McMahon. We're bringing education back to the states where it belongs. Education is going, we can't do any worse than we're doing right now. Let the states run it. You know, if you go back to some of our states that have run so well, so good, I would say 40 of them. And then you'll have trouble with 5, and you'll have bigger trouble with another 5. But you have 35 or 40 states that will run education as good as Norway or Denmark, Sweden. We have some, you know, the heads of the list are Denmark, Norway, Sweden, a few others. I think if you go to Iowa and you go to Indiana and you go to, I can name a lot of states, I think it would be almost the equivalent or maybe better. But you can't run a school system in Iowa from Washington, D.C. Yeah.
So the Gaza plan, when do you expect to announce members of the Board of Peace, the leadership of that?
Well, we'll do it early next year. And the Board of Peace are gonna, it'll be one of the most legendary boards ever. Everybody wants to be on it. It's mostly gonna be, I guess, we weren't thinking about it that way, but they wanna all do it. Basically, it'll be the heads of the most important countries.
Mr. President.
They all want to be on. It wasn't really planned. We thought we were going to get very distinguished people that do that kind of thing for a living. But really, it looks like it's turning out to be, they want to be on. The heads, the kings and the presidents, prime ministers, they all want to be on the Board of Peace.
Mr. President, as a follow-up to last night's rally, can you clarify, you have called the affordability crisis as a Democratic hoax, but you also want to make America affordable again?
No, the word that they use is a hoax, and because they're the ones that caused the problem. I'm talking about when you're trying to say it a different way. Now, it's pretty simple, though, if you listen. It's a hoax where they created the problem. They're the ones that gave the high prices. So when they use the word affordability, they shouldn't be using that word because they're the ones that created this problem. They created the highest inflation in history, and they created the highest prices in history. And now we have to get those things down. But when they look and they say affordability. They never discuss it. They just say the election's about affordability. Well, it may very well be. I think it's also about still the border. You have to remember the job. The sad thing is, for 7 months, we've had no people come through our border. Nobody can even believe it. 0 people. And the people that do that are largely Democrats, which the people that do the stats. We've had no people come in, other than coming in legally. But if you take a look, and nobody wants to talk about that. In fact, last night I said, let me talk about the border. My own people told me, sir, nobody cares about the border anymore. You've fixed the problem. I said, do I get a little credit for fixing a disaster where millions of people a month would flow into our country, and from prisons and from gangs and from drug dealers and mental institutions? They say, sir, you fixed the border. Nobody cares. I say, but I care. It's sad when you fix something and then you can't even use it. You can't talk about it. My own people don't want to talk about it anymore. But very simply, the Democrats created the worst crisis of inflation that this country's ever had. And with that came the highest prices that we've ever had. And I'm fixing it.
Mr. President, has Secretary Hegseth told you why he hasn't released the video of the second strike?
No, he hasn't told me. I thought that issue was dead. You're surprised you bring it up. You must be CNN.
Lawmakers are still
Are you
talking about
CNN?
it on the Hill.
Are you CNN?
I am with CNN.
Oh, gee, I'm shocked to find out.
But lawmakers are still talking about it on the Hill.
Well, I'll tell you, I don't know about lawmakers. Which lawmakers you're talking about?
Most of the Democrats have
Talking
been talking about
Democrats?
trying to release it.
I mean, the people that you work for, the Democrats? You work for the Democrats, don't you? You're basically an arm of the Democrat Party. Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you guys.
Come on, you want to talk?
Well, the freedom of the press just got their freedom of speech. They do work for the Democrats. You guys do realize that. He's not joking about that. CNN was getting what? How many billions? That's right. Yeah. Not just that, but also PBS and all their homo stuff that was going on. But I'm glad there was a break because I was passing out. I am tired. I'm tired. All right, what do we got? Cost of living. It's already done. So let me unpin that. Let me see. What questions did you guys have? I already answered a bunch of them in here. Let's see. Who do you work for? Myself. No diverse cabinet. Bilo, what are you watching, bro? This is the most transparent and diverse cabinet I ever seen. All right, so here we go. One of the things that people when they come into my channel, they always say, "Hey, man, how come every time I come into your channel, you're always avoiding the question? You're always defending President Donald Trump and blah, 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 blah. Well, there's two reasons, okay? There might be more than two reasons. Robert, God dang, that was way too fast. I haven't got a chance to check emails. I just need the address and that's it. Just the address and your name, obviously, and I will ship you a Dennis Herrera coffee mug for free. I'll pay for it. And it's gonna be bigger than this. This is I think this is like a 12 ounce. I think the ones that I order are 15 or 16 ounces. I can't remember. But nonetheless, it's just, something that I wanted to buy to give some of you members. So, okay, so Robert, don't worry. The emails will be stamped. So if somebody doesn't have my email yet, you can put it on the chat. Here we go. Let's see. It's at Gmail. There we go. All right, so there you go. For those of you who are members in here, you guys can go ahead and send that email in there. And once I get 10 of you in there, because I did have to pay $130 for it, and I had to pay the shipping and handling as well. So you guys be patient. You will get it. You will get it. I want a Dennis Herrera flat bill hat. Eventually, guys, I appreciate it. I think the one that I'm going to maybe reorder is going to be this one. If that's one of the hats that you guys want, I can definitely order some of those. These hats were made in Bangladesh. Bangladesh, you know what I'm talking about. Okay, the hat, but the print comes from Miami, I think, from Florida. Now, with that being said, here's the reasons why I have to support President Trump. Like many maggots that left the MAGA movement, we are loyal to the people that we put in office. See, we voted for 4 years of President Donald Trump. So we're going to give him 4 years to show us that we made the right choice or that we messed up. Either way, we are not traitors, we're not backstabbers, and we support everything he does because it makes sense to us. Everything he has been doing, it's right in my eyes. This is just my opinion. See, some people don't think the way I think, so you will disagree with me. That's okay. We will agree to disagree. Number two, I got three things, I guess. Number two, this is a MAGA, American Patriots channel. There is no, I'm just out there for no. It is mainly MAGA. Why? Because Make America Great Again. It's not just a great slogan, but it's a way of life for patriots to always strive to make this country better. Now, a lot of us think that President Donald Trump is not being tough enough or hard enough on his policies. So be grateful that President Donald Trump is the one in charge and not some of us crazy people. And number three, and most importantly, number three, I know his whole life from his grandparents' history. I know the lies, I know the cheats, I know the struggles, I know the rebelliousness, I know the sin, and I know the redemption. I believe in God, and I believe that Jesus Christ came and died for all of our sins. All of our sins. Not one of you is without sin. So not one of you should be throwing rocks right now or condemning him, because not one of you is clear of sin. We are all dirty. We are here by the grace of God, by his mercy. And we can either choose to continue to do what we feel is right and righteous, or we can believe and sign up with the devil. You see, many people come in here and they say, oh, I voted for Democrats because President Donald Trump, affordability. You voted for the devil. The devil has been trying to indoctrinate our children in school. They have been trying to keep you broke, dependent on the government, so that they can bend you to their will. They've been trying to push Christianity out of this country. Every single day, the devil is fighting against all of us. You don't see because you have no discernment. You don't see because you don't want to hear the truth. You already believe the lie, so there's nothing that we can do except share what we have. So this channel is created for people that think alike, like we do. You don't see me going over there and just joining a Democrat channel. For what? So I can be indoctrinated into lies instead of joining a group of think-alike minds that says, okay, why is President Donald Trump doing that? Well, we voted for this. Okay, he's doing that. Okay, yeah, we're good. We're good. Hey, why do you think that he sent the warship to Venezuela? Well, here we go. Well, you know, Venezuela has this blah, 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 and we talk about it. We just want to know why. We want to have a common sense answer, and that's why we're here. If you are not part of us, then get the hell off the chat. Just put it there politely for you. Get the hell off the chat. I want people that think like me so that we can go ahead and put together a sort of an argument and stick with the leader that we put in place. See, a lot of you snowflakes that come out here and say, oh, I voted for Democrats because President Donald Trump is doing this. No, you voted for the devil. See, you might not like President Donald Trump, but God put him there. See, God can use anybody. God can use anything to help us to do his will. He doesn't have to be the holy, righteous man. He doesn't have to be. God can use whoever he wants to bring us what we pray for. Included in this number 3, the left and a lot of people throughout the world and the United States has been hating him from day one when they used to worship him. Many people spend their daily life and devotion like Letitia James trying to sue, use taxpayer dollars to sue, and in the meantime, they are corrupted, zero accountability. So as much as people come over here and start talking crap about the president that I voted for, I take responsibility on everything that he's doing. And if he's wrong, I'm wrong. And if he's going to go down, we're going to go down. That is the loyalty that we have. And why do we keep supporting him? Not only because we have loyalty to him, but he has loyalty to his country. He has so much loyalty for his country, he allowed Mondani to come into the Oval Office and even get away with insults. That's why I support him. You guys bitch and complain about him. Well, guess what? Over here, we're going to go ahead and make sure that he receives the credit that he needs to get. We're going to love him. We're going to show him support. Just like you come in here to my chat, instead of trying to win me to your side, you come here to insult me. And you know what that does? It makes me want to fight harder for Trump. So I'm going to defend them every single day. I am going to try to find the common sense plan on what he says. When he's talking about this whole affordability, the reason why that is just a smokescreen is because Biden and the administration and the Democrats have been putting a lot of problems into our economy. They've been getting rid of our manufacturers. And you say, well, globalism is where it's at. You want to import? That's your choice of business. If you want to help America, you're going to help American people here. If you want to support America, then you buy American and you don't buy Chinese. Even if you have to pay more money, you buy American. That money stays here. That money circulates in the country. It does not go to France. It does not go to Spain. It does not go to Ukraine or Russia or China. It stays right here in this country. And the people outside of the United States of America, they know that we are the best country in the world. And they want to have a piece of the 1/3 of the market because Americans know how to spend money. Make them bend the knee to us and not the other way around. When you go against tariffs, you go against our future of prosperity. You guys are so snowflake. You guys are so weak. You can't stay loyal, faithful to the person that you voted for. Trust in God. Trust in God. How did you vote? Did you pray? Did you believe in God when you casted that vote? Or you said, I am God. I make the choice. I will fix this. You know how I voted? You know how I voted? Father, let your will be done. Who should I vote for? Who should I vote for? And I went and voted for Trump. No president in this whole world came to say, the United States of America, forgive us. We have been taking advantage of you for decades. Singapore built their country on American money. China built their wealth on American money. Why defend Donald Trump? Because he's the only one that stood up against all these bullies and all these people taking advantage of us. There is a reason why I keep supporting him. There is a lot of lies out there. And I have no mercy on you, homeboy, for one single reason. You fail to see that Democrats will do anything to destroy President Donald Trump. See, they don't care about you or your family or me. They don't care about any of us. And they have proven it over and over and over. And I will give you the two latest proofs. Government shutdown. They shut it down and they blamed it on Trump and the Republicans. Number two, they put us, American citizens, last. And they have placed criminals and illegal immigrants first. Number three, they are given the benefits that belong to our veterans and our Americans in need to illegal immigrants. Fake refugees from Somalia. You guys don't complain about $8 billion of fraud. You guys don't complain about $1 billion of fraud in Oregon. You guys don't complain about all the tax money that we paid going to Africa, going to other countries in South America. You bitch and complain about $40 billion from Argentina, and we got that money back already. You complain about President Donald Trump over there with the Russia-Ukraine war not being finished, but you didn't say shit when President Biden told Russia that they can invade Ukraine, when we gave Ukraine almost $200 billion to fight that war. And how much did Biden get from that? Tell me how much President Donald Trump got from this. Nothing. We are not paying anything for the war in Ukraine anymore. They are paying us. They're buying our missiles. They're buying our equipment so that they can defend themselves. You know what else is coming? We got $170 billion coming in profit because of tariffs. You know what else we got? We got over $21 trillion in investment profits that are going to come to the United States of America. If we are making $177 billion every year, that means that we are no longer hemorrhaging money out of the United States of America. And it also means that the factories that are being built right now, with time, they will employ millions of people in this country. And you worry so much about AI, but you don't know that there is a lot of other manual work and other labors that need to be put in where they need human people to go in and do the job. How can you not see that? You sit here and complain and saying we are sheep, and yet, even when you're getting screwed, you're over here defending these devils. You see Muslims come over here and take away your country, and you can just sit there and say Orange Man is bad. You guys did a No Kings rally complaining, lying to the senior citizens, telling them that President Donald Trump was taking away their Social Security. You lied. What did President Donald Trump do? No taxes on senior citizens. $75,000 a year. If you're a senior citizen and you are retired and you are getting $75,000 worth of money through Social Security, you pay no tax. And you can deduct $6,000 on top of that. And if you are married and you're both retired and you get $120,000 together, you can deduct $12,000 and no tax. Americans that decided to buy American vehicles that were assembled here in America have a chance to put up to $10,000 on interest payments on your car loan. Up to $10,000. Affordability is a hoax. You're right, my friend. Why? Because they effed it up. People complain, oh, look at the inflation. All these flakes that turned against President Donald Trump, they're flakes. You got to stick together through thick and thin, for better or for worse. That's how it works. Whew. Blood pressure is coming down. Okay, dog. Thanks, man. I know what I need. I need a dose of my favorite felon. Let's go. All right. That was my bipolar moment. That was the sermon for today. I already said all that, sister. We don't need your news for that. It is time for that moment. You guys know what time it is. Everybody knows what time it is. Everybody knows what time it is. What time is it, guys? What time is it? Oh, you heard that? What time is it, guys? That's right. Our favorite chef, the crime chef. It is time to deport some Karens and Juanitas. No one is above the law, and these illegals gotta go. If you're a resident, if you're a citizen, and you're obstructing federal agents on their investigations and deportations, you also gotta go, at least to jail. Go ahead, brothers. Say it.
In the frozen wilds of suburban Illinois, a rare confrontation erupts. Today, we witness a full-blown standoff between a roaming Karen herd and the apex predators of federal law enforcement, ICE. What begins as screeching protest chants quickly devolves into chaos as the mob surges forward demanding rights, justice, and apparently the freedom to obstruct federal agents. But ICE does not spook easily. As tensions escalate, tear gas drifts through the air. Projectiles are launched, shots are fired, and the crowd instantly deploys their favorite survival tactic, the victim card. Some protesters retreat in dramatic fashion, some double down, and a handful of brave Juanitos decide this is the perfect time to sprint, only to be promptly collected and packed for transport. It is a chaotic scene, a rare habitat, and a perfect study of what happens when emotion meets federal authority. Welcome to the Elgin standoff. Brace yourself.
No! Please. Why would you not be professional? Are you an ICE agent? You're trained to handle chaos, right?
Oh, that's what you guys want, huh? So you're trained to handle chaos. So you think that gives you the right to go over there and be assholes? Like this guy, Beloved, I give him freedom of speech in my chat, and what he does comes in here and disrespect me. You think that's what you do when somebody's being lenient to you, when somebody's being to be able to handle situations like that? That gives you the right to go be an asshole and be the problem? What does that say about you? Are you wanting to be part of the chaos? Or do you want to give them help saying, hey, you know what? We're going to help you handle the chaos. How about that? How about you do that as an American citizen? I detect a slight Mexican accent on this girl. I think they should check her papers. Maybe get her deported.
They're words. Why are you gaslighting the community?
Come on, you said you're a wrestler, you're a hammer,
right?
Huh? Come on, you say you arrest me? Come on. Well, you're taunting him. Yeah, okay. Yeah, whatever, he's not grabbing you yet. But if you cross that line, they will arrest you. They will arrest you.
Why are you gaslighting the community?
Gaslighting. She learned that from CNN probably.
I've been here since this started.
Y'all gotta clear the street. I said I want to go to
You know, Agent CH05?
That's right. I do have a slight accent, but I'm a citizen, and I, on the other hand, support ICE. I love this country. USA, baby. That is the difference. Not the Mexican flag, not the Honduran flag, the American flag. You want to make fun of my hat? You know who loves this hat? Americans. You know what country I live in? America. The United States of America. And that's right. That is the big difference. So I will try to get a heavier accent going so that I can laugh at that stupid comment that you just made. Thank you for commenting on my chat.
He arrived here aggressive. He put his hands on a woman and then he pepper sprayed her.
The Karen species will always paint ICE agents as the aggressor and the poor, helpless Karens as the victim. But this never lines up with reality. You and I both know that Karen was screaming at the agent and getting in his face, demanding a warrant and calling the agent a Nazi.
Yep.
Legally, she was on the sidewalk recording. The ICE agent pushed her. Don't do this. You work for us. Why would you let words gaslight you? They're just words.
I have some words for this, Karen.
Shut up, bitch!
Control your agents. Why are they gaslighting the
Crime
community?
chef.
You guys think we're just gonna...
Crime Chef is a badass, bro. I like this guy. He's getting better and better. Guys, if you haven't gone to his channel yet, you gotta visit Crime Chef. Please like and subscribe to his videos. He's actually doing pretty good. He's got about a couple of thousand more subscribers in the last few days since we've been sharing his videos on this channel. And he's just getting better and better and better. I love it.
Sit here and let you guys be tough and bullies. Be professional. Agent CH05. He's 6 feet with colored eyes, Caucasian. He arrived here aggressive. He put his hands on Maria Elena, who is autistic. All she was doing was standing on the sidewalk, recording and complaining.
The double victim card. Let me go ahead and put this a little bit here so you guys can take a look at the checklist that these Karens and Juanitos like to check when they're trying to protest against, when they're trying to obstruct federal agents. There you go, guys. There is the Karen checklist. Double use of the victim card. Not only is she retarded, she's also autistic and, oh my gosh, man, come on, people, come on.
You guys have no authority to not like what we do and just put your hands on a woman and then pepper spray. So understand that the community is upset. We saw it on the live, which is still going. Agent CH05. He's the one that started it. See? I said.
So now she's over here doxing live. Okay, I like that. I hope she goes to jail.
Agent, do not gaslight the community. You cannot be professional. Find another job. You don't talk to your citizens this way. And you don't pepper.
Wait, what? Well, you don't talk to your citizens that way, but it's freedom of speech. Oh, you think the rule only applies to them, not to us? No, bitch. That applies to you as well. Yeah. Everybody. That's everybody's right. Not just yours. You want to be a bitch? Well, they can also be a bitch back to you. That's as simple as that.
Spray people for no reason. Shame!
Y'all can solve it just by letting them through.
I've been here since 10 a.m. I have cramps. I'm not going to go away and let you guys think it's us. It's you guys.
Spare us the victim card, Karen. We don't care about your cramps.
Yeah, she was recording on the sidewalk. She didn't do nothing. And the guy who's wearing the CH05 hat, he's Caucasian. His mask is like tan, sand brown. And he just put his hands on her and pepper sprayed her for no reason. You think we're going to stand here and let things happen? You picked the wrong person. She's very viral and Elgin. Out of all people, they picked Mari Elena. Why did they put their hands on her? Why did they pepper spray Mari Elena when she was just...
My cousin got deported. I told his ass, don't come here illegally. I warned him, and I told him when I went to visit him in Honduras, I told you ass, don't go to the United States illegally. That's right. Nothing there to protest. But thank you for commenting.
On the sidewalk recording and complaining. That makes no sense. If you guys...
As a matter of fact, I went on a Honduras chat, and every single Honduras in there, they told me that it was a shame to come to this country illegally. And when the president of Honduras started making the United States look bad because of the deportations, do you know what the Honduran people were putting on the chat? That's your fault, bitch, because you are making it unlivable for your citizens. The blame is on you. Why people want to go to the United States illegally. Honduran people over there, they are with me on that issue. You know why? Because we're educated. We know how to follow the law. We know how to have respect for other people's property. The ones that are uneducated, the ones that have no conviction to do the right thing when it's right, to not to abuse something when it's not given to them. You cannot just take something from somebody when you have no permission. That is a big difference. See, you like to go ahead and approve everybody else's faults because you're friends with somebody, because you're family with somebody. That doesn't mean that it's right. If it's illegal, if it's against the law, you cannot be condoling it. And if you do condole it, you are also guilty of it. I bet you have some illegals working for you right now. We should investigate him.
You guys are trained professionals. Obviously, people are going to complain, and they are words. So who are you to pepper spray? You guys are jerks. You cannot do this. And then what kind of man puts his hands on a woman?
The Karens are always preaching, women are equal to men and no one is above the law. But all of a sudden, she thinks a woman is not allowed to be apprehended. Give me a break.
A woman's strength will never physically compare to a man's.
And that's why women, hold on, Crime Chef, I apologize. And that's why women should never hit men. Because they should know that a man is going to beat the crap out of them. And then again, if you hit my wife, she'll beat the shit out of you. I'm just letting you know. I'm just letting you know. Just letting you know. Just letting you know.
Let the woke feminists hear this. They'll have a stroke. If you're not a woke feminist, then you're probably enjoying this video and you should subscribe because I have a lot more ICE content in the works.
Excuse me.
Do you think that ICE agents just come into a neighborhood and see if there's any illegals in somebody's house? No, fool. They have an order to come and get them. They don't have to show it to nobody. They have an order. They're looking for specific people. If I get pulled over, let's say, for example, I get pulled over. I am driving my friend's car, but that motherfucker is illegal. They're going to pull me over, and they're going to think I'm him. They're going to assume that I am him. License and registration. Of course, sir. Here you go. Are you a U.S. citizen? Yes, sir. What you need? My social security number? I got that. I don't have my passport, but if you would like to, I can get my passport. We can go home and grab my passport. I can give you that. No? Okay. Well, what do you need? Whatever you need, sir. We have been invaded by a bunch of illegal immigrants. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Whatever you need, sir. That's right. That's how you do it.
Hey, sir. Go back. Go back.
Get off the street, and then he goes right back on the street.
These mostly peaceful protesters need to learn that actions do in fact have consequences.
Federal agents, I have a question. Can you tell us what you need us to do so that you don't fire your weapons? Can you just tell us?
Stay on the sidewalk.
In plain English, what do you need us to do?
You need to simply stop impeding and obstructing federal investigations, and you will magically not get tear-gassed or pepper-balled.
Okay, but why are you firing on people as they're leaving?
So, riddle me this, Mr. B-Love, since you're putting in here. Why are they not just grabbing all of those Hispanics on there? They all fit the profile. Riddle me that. Why aren't they just grabbing all these Hispanics in there, asking them for papers? Very interesting, isn't it? Go ahead. Think about what you did wrong. Think about why you were born on this earth. And then ask yourself, did I really get a brain when it was time to deliver brains to everybody being born?
Do not attack the agents!
That's right. Adios, amigos.
Sir, can I ask you a question? Is David Kim on the scene? Sir, officer. Officer 608. Sir, can you tell me who the commanding officer is here?
ICE.
Can you identify who's in charge?
That's all you need. ICE. You know what's really crazy? Like, if these people didn't actually come in here and did all this shit, they would have left a long time ago with the actual person that they came after. You know what's damn shame? That these people don't know that the person that is actually in their community could be a rapist or a murderer or a thief. They don't know because they were never vetted. They don't know what the history is of any of these people that they're coming out specifically to come and get. They don't just drive to a neighborhood and try to fix some Hispanic. No, they got the description of the person they're looking for. These people don't get it. Why?
Can I ask you a question?
According to the male Karens, you're a terrorist if you enforce immigration law. I guess Obama is the biggest terrorist of all time.
Let me give you a little tip. If you don't want the ICE agents to arrest you, get off the damn street so that they can get out of your neighborhood.
Officer, What do you want these people to do?
Go home.
I'm taking you to court. I'm taking you to court.
So he asked the officer, what do you want these people to do? He gave him an answer. Go home.
Little bitch, come here. Come here, you bitch. Stop running, motherfucker. Don't run, motherfucker.
You see that first they tell him to get out, and then they tell him to come here. They just start cussing at them. Stop running, they said. Really.
Fuck you.
That's assault. I saw a water bottle flying at the car. That's assault. If they know who did it, they should arrest them. Get out of the car and arrest that person.
Don't do that. Don't do that. We're going to take you to court. We're going to take you to court.
Oh, they missed one. Here comes another illegal Mexican. He's got the Mexican flag on his car. That should be easy to spot. She definitely looks Mexican. They should deport her. Or at least check her papers first.
Nazis! What the
Says the Mexican that has never met a Nazi before.
accountability? Hello?
What are you guys protecting? What are you guys here for now?
Where do these Karens get the idea that law enforcement exists solely to protect these idiots? Law enforcement exists to enforce laws, and that includes immigration law. Deal with it.
People will know what you did and didn't do for your community.
When the time comes, I'll be ready.
You guys are helping ICE, you pieces of
You didn't.
piece of shit.
We're doing the work for the community.
And then you wonder why the community does not trust the police.
Because the community are stupid. They're idiots. They're retards. And they protect criminals. They don't follow the law. So why should we trust them?
Because you guys are just standing there, watching the community get terrorized.
Let's be honest. Who's being terrorized in the community right now? Not ICE, not the police. These morons. They're terrorizing the community.
Do you see how we're all
We will all remember what you did and didn't do. We will remember what you did and didn't do.
We're looking for someone that called 911.
Okay, is anybody that needs help? Take them home.
Shame on you guys. Now they're playing stupid. Shame on you. Now they're playing stupid.
We're not playing stupid. We're just trying to find this person that called 911.
I wish you guys were here to de-escalate all this. How dare you be threatened with someone with a phone in their hand? When y'all got the pepper spray, the guns, what the helly? How are we a threat? Shame! Don't get mad. No, I've been here. Girl, let's not. I don't want it to go there. I don't want to go there, honey.
Arrest her ass.
She's stressed out. I get it. I don't want it to go worse.
You moved up. You moved up. We've been standing here. You came to us.
Your fucking corner.
You back the
Do your best to be patient. I don't like what's happening.
Nobody's coming.
Oh my God.
You're supporting a fascist regime.
So the guy with CH005 hat, he started it by putting his hands on her, and she wasn't doing anything. And then he put pepper spray. So he started it. You guys need to do your job professionally.
We were just told this is your line.
I know, but don't be mad at us.
I'm not mad. We just got to do it.
Don't threaten us. We have kids here. What was that?
He said, go away. She says, don't threaten us. Why are they making up shit on their phone? And then we got some emotional Karens in my chat in here. Get a hold of yourself. Go grab a glass of water. Breathe. Bring it down a couple notches. Respect the law. Respect the law. Every single one of my compadres agrees with me. We all want to respect the law. Not one of us supports criminals. Not one of us. My Latino family are those who respect the law. If you don't want to respect the law in this country and you don't want to be deported, if you don't want to be arrested, then get the hell out of this country. Go back to where you came from. And then you have no problem. You want to wave the Mexican flag? Go wave that shit in Mexico. Have some respect for this country.
But help them listen to you.
Getting back or being arrested?
I don't.
Our homeboy, passion is not the same as losing its cool. That is a big difference. You morons are defending illegal immigrants who are breaking the law. The difference is I am defending that law. And that, my friend, is why you're a snowflake with your whole family. Because you said it.
I don't want kids to get hurt. I don't want kids to get hurt. You guys work with me. I don't want it to get worse. I'm begging you.
So what's the plan, guys? What's the plan? I see you back there. John Kind,
Do not attack.
John Kind, doesn't feel good, huh?
There's children.
You little bitches.
Say that there's children, please.
There are children here, please.
Say that there's children. Say there's children as they antagonize them, as they incite violence, as they over there cussing them out. F you. Oh, yeah. Tell them that there is children. Tell me. How does that work? Tell me. How does that work? Huh? How does that work? Los Angeles. You're an idiot, bro. You are an idiot. That is the best line you got. That's the best line. Man, 14 years married, man. I have half a century old. You think I play the stupid games, bro? That doesn't do anything for me. That happens, I move on. I move on. So don't think that that's going to do anything for me. Keep your little words to yourself, because apparently you think that you are invincible. But I can tell right now your ass is doing this like chickens after they lay an egg. That's how your ass is doing right now. Be careful. They might come after you and deport you eventually.
There's children!
The Karen mob brings children to a riot to use them as human meat shields. These people are pure evil and need to face severe legal consequences for their actions.
There are children here.
Bring CPS.
Stop, guys. I don't want you to throw anything. Be patient.
She thinks she's the leader of the whole neighborhood. Ain't nobody listening to her.
Paciencia. Paciencia. Paciencia.
Hey, ain't nobody trying to scare you, but you over here trying to insult me. You over here trying to put negative things in my chat. Whose chat is this? Mine. And with that being said, let's see. Get the hell out of my chat. Okay, bye-bye.
Señor.
You don't know how to drive.
Paciencia. Guys, I don't want anyone to get hurt.
How many times have they told them to get off the street and stay on the sidewalk? And here you go. Watch this.
There's
Look at that.
children.
Look at that.
Get back. Stop. 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 Please do not attack. Stop.
Sorry, Trinity. You're right.
Let them leave. Stop. Stop.
That's the Gestapo. The Gestapo crew is here. Don't you mean Gustavo? You know what? I find this very interesting. I find this very interesting. what makes people go into a place where they are miserable and stay there? Just a simple question. If you see a place that you hate, don't go there. If this bothers you, if vouching for ICE and encouraging people to respect the law bothers you, just leave the chat. Stop torturing yourself. Be good to yourself. No need to be in here and being irate and just trying to disrupt the peace. This is MAGA country. This is patriotic people only who respect and abide by the law. If you have nothing positive to say, keep it to yourself and get the hell off my chat. It's very simple. Hey, don't torture yourself. Crime Shift. Sorry about that, man. Go ahead, brother.
Please be patient. Please be patient. You guys, I know. Be patient. The people are mad. Be patient. Don't hurt us. We don't have anything. Oh my God. Armani, please do not attack the agents.
Get him.
Oh
Arrest
my
somebody.
God.
I want to see people get arrested.
Oh my God. Armani, stay by me. Do not attack the agents. Do not attack
That's right.
the agents.
Get him. I want to see some arrests.
Do not attack the agents. Do not attack the agents.
That we are America first, but we know what it takes to have America first. We are not flakes like you, sir. You're a damn shame to this country.
Do not attack the agents.
Oh, they shouldn't go to Mexico. That's the problem, guys. They went to Mexico to deport Mexicans.
Attack the agents.
Look at that. Yeah, they went to Mexico. That's the problem. Yeah, they shouldn't go to Mexico to deport Mexicans to Mexico. They should really do that here in the United States of America. These agents are such a shame. Ah, man, I'm so against ICE right now. These guys went to the wrong country. Unbelievable.
Do not attack the agents. Let them go. Let them go. Let them go. Let them go. Stop. Shit. You guys don't even tell your people to chill? You guys like news? You like drama? I don't like drama.
She doesn't like drama, but here she is, causing drama, making drama, enjoying drama.
How can you just watch? Oh, hell. Okay. You're just watching, bro? This is not professional.
Hey, he's over there speeding. She's right. The police officers should go and arrest the guy that's speeding on a friendly family neighborhood. There is children, for Pete's sakes. It's icy. They can run somebody over, hurt somebody. Common sense, guys. Common sense.
To protect the neighborhood, Belgian police are being complicit.
No brains.
Belgian police is being complicit.
I'm sweating more than you.
Shame on you guys for not protecting the neighborhood. You are not protecting the neighborhood. You are being complicit. Belgian police is being complicit, being chickens.
I'm more tired than you. You don't look tired. You look like you just came out of the shower. Why am I more tired than you? I was trying to help my community, not
because you're causing all this drama and going back and forth, just causing havoc because you like the attention. You feel special causing havoc, like a lot of the leftists that come into my live chat. You guys don't appreciate that I'm doing this live so that we can interact. You guys ruin your chances to be able to communicate back and forth, and you waste it with insults. This wouldn't happen if they respected the law. If they wouldn't be in here illegally, they wouldn't have to go in there and get these people. If you really love your Hispanic people, then you would really consider telling them, hey, self-deport, free plane ticket back to your country, and $1,000 once you get there. Why don't you do that instead? Tell them, hey, if you really love your country more than the United States of America, I think the logical thing to do is, well, go back over there. Now, before you tell me, why don't you go back to your country? Well, that's because I love this country as well, and I am an American citizen, and I respect the law. Instead of talking trash about this country and about our ICE agents, I respect them and support them 100%. And that, my friend, is the big difference between me and you.
get attacked.
You've been running around telling grown adults not to attack federal agents. If they choose to attack federal agents, then I call it natural selection.
Their answer is that they cannot get involved. How dare you say you can't get involved?
People that live there called ICE on him instead of calling the police for a civil dispute.
Deportation is a civil matter, so good on those neighbors who called ICE true patriots.
And they took him. He was hurt, he was injured, and...
Do you know if he's a citizen?
I'm not sure of the details.
So you don't know his name either?
No, right
okay.
Here. This is Maria Elena right here, and this is Eddie. They're the ones that started everything.
Hi. Hi, can I ask you what you saw?
What I saw?
At the beginning. At the beginning.
Okay, when I showed up, there were some agents waiting for a man that was on the balcony there.
Okay, that balcony
He
up
was
there?
inside, and then the person from the apartment, this is not his residence. He went out into the balcony, and so the agents were outside waiting for him, trying to get him.
And why did they want him? If you know.
If they have, that's right, Mike. If they have expedited removal, that means they had their due process already and they know that they're illegal. That's too much common sense. I don't think they can handle it. They just can't handle it, guys.
From what I understand is that they were after him, and I don't know if it's like in the somewhere in the next street over, and they hit his car, I believe.
Who hit?
They
Do you
hit
know
his car.
whose car hit whose car?
ICE agents hit the guy's car, and they're the one that was there on the balcony.
And how do you know that? You just heard that?
From his family member.
His family was reaching out to us.
Is the family here now?
No.
Okay.
We will contact the family.
She's watching.
Tell me more about what you saw, if you don't mind.
So then they kicked him out of so he was sitting on the balcony. This happened all around like 10 o'clock.
And this is
morning.
after the accident?
After the accident.
Was
because
he injured?
Ran over here.
Yeah.
He came inside, and then she ended up kicking him out into the balcony. He was there for
And
a little
who's
bit.
the she that kicked him out?
Some resident that was there.
So he was...
So is this the autistic lady that she was talking about?
Just basically trying to use somebody else's balcony
I believe so.
to stay away?
Inside the house, and then she kicked him.
So the illegal criminal went into somebody else's property illegally. Well, I mean, it is in the nature, I guess, and put other people at risk by fleeing the ICE agent. Very crazy how that works. You don't respect the law? Who are you going to respect? If you have no morals, if you have no conviction that something is wrong, and you decide to do what's wrong anyway, yeah, that's a tough one. That's a tough one.
Onto the balcony.
Okay.
And so that's how then more people from Elgin started showing up, and then more agents, Border Patrol, and a bunch of other police. We tried, we called the Elgin Police Department so they could at least sit and document and record for us.
Brother Rene, he is telling, that's for our homeboy, the one with the business owner who probably has illegal immigrants hired, to be honest, by the way that he talks. It sounds like he does. And Rene just showed you off. You small business owners, this is your fault. You rely too much on China products. Buy American and also South American.
And they refused to do that. They left. but they ended up going inside the apartment and pulling him out.
Do you know if they...
Now, before you think that this guy needs a warrant to go in there, he doesn't. They chase the man, and once they know that the person that they're chasing after goes into a house, they do not need a warrant to go in there. Now, there was a video about a girl, a Hispanic girl, that was going to be questioned by ICE agents, and she happened to be very close to her house, and she walked into the property. They cannot go after her because they didn't verify her identity. So therefore, they need a warrant to go into the private property. I hope that makes sense.
They had a warrant.
They did not have I asked them and they said yes, but I don't believe so because they never do.
And there's a difference.
The warrants that they have, the descriptions that they have is that they are wanted, but it's not a judicial warrant that they need to show to come into a private property. That is not at all. And if they have any other type of warrant in there, they don't need to show it to these people.
Difference between a judicial warrant and the fake warrants that they fill out after the fact.
If they would have had a warrant, they would have this would not have lasted for 5 hours. Huh?
They said it was a crash?
Yeah.
Do you think that while we were waiting like those hours, do you think the cops were building a warrant? Because it was like a crash criminal report?
I don't.
So they think that the ICE agents come in here and made up some warrant. That's not how it works. That is not how it works.
No, they could.
When Elgin showed up, that's when they took him out.
Yeah.
As soon as I think Elgin brought the warrant. They took him out. Fucking bitches.
And then...
I want to know, why are they bitches? Why are they cussing the ICE agents when they're doing their job? The guy's a criminal. Why are they cussing up the agents? Yeah, right. I don't believe you, homeboy. I think you're a liar, bro. You defend illegal immigrants way too much. Uh-huh.
What about what I saw when I got here was that agents were pointing weapons at people?
Yeah,
and
they were.
lot...
When I was here, before a lot of people showed up, I was recording there, and then they kept telling us to on the sidewalk, and they pushed me off the sidewalk, and they pepper sprayed us when we were like recording on public property.
It was only like 7 agents at that time, and then they started coming more and more and more.
After they saw more people show up, then more people.
Yeah.
And then so they tear gassed us. They tear like 3 times.
Before they tear gassed, did they give you a warning?
No. Oh my God.
No, they tear gassed.
No warning. Of course not. Get back. Stay on the sidewalk. Get back. That's not a warning. Nah, not at all.
This is the first time just to get us away from the area.
Did they ever issue a warning before they...
I asked him for a warrant. He said he didn't have to show it to me.
No, a warning. Like they were going to tear...
No.
They didn't.
They just told us to move out of the way, but then they tear gassed us. And we're like, we're on...
They just told us to move out of the way, but they didn't say they were going to tear gas us, even though they have it in their hands.
Public property, we have a right to record.
So you were both pepper gassed and tear gassed?
Yes.
And...
Push.
And push. And before any of those incidents... Were you impeding or obstructing the officers?
No.
Do you have the badge number of the officer that committed any of those offenses? Like, do you see their badge number?
The whole time.
So it could be on your recording?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
I like that guy. He was actually asking good questions. Not bad. I wonder who that was. All right. And I got the last one here. This one, he says, 35 years illegal through 3 U.S.-born kids, and now we're supposed to feel sorry for them. Well, here we go.
Let me tell you a story about a Colombian couple who lived in the United States for 35 years, illegally. 35 years. They came here in the late 1980s, built a life, dumped out 3 anchor babies, and somehow no one noticed they were supposed to leave. Now, fast forward to 2025. The Trump administration ramps up deportations, actually enforces immigration law, and guess what happens?
Orange County couple detained after living here in the U.S. for 35 years. The family says their parents are now expected to be deported to Colombia by the end of this month.
Colleen, I spoke with Stephanie Gonzalez today. She tells me that her parents, Gladys and Nelson, are at a detention center now in Louisiana. Now, an ICE spokesperson today confirmed what the
It's an over voice. I know the voice of the actual person talking.
family told us last week that neither has a criminal history, but that spokesperson says they are violating immigration law and both have final orders of removal.
Yeah, breaking into a country illegally and living off taxpayers for 35 years is a crime. Don't fall for the leftist emotional manipulation. These people don't care about you. They just want to push their agenda down your throat.
Stephanie Gonzalez.
No, homeboy, what you don't understand is anything you say has no meaning to me after my last exchange with you.
Shares her family's heartbreak. She says her parents, Gladys and Nelson, have lived in Southern California for 35 years. She says they're good people who paid their taxes, raised a wonderful family in Laguna Niguel, and recently became first-time grandparents. But Gonzalez's parents came to the U.S. from Colombia illegally, and the family says during a routine check-in with Immigration and Customs Enforcement, their parents were both detained February 21st, and they're now scheduled to be deported to Colombia by the end of the month.
Ridiculous that we have to wait an entire month to get them out. I want to know how they got away with it. For 35 years, somebody must have been helping them out, and they need to be held accountable.
Gonzalez says President Donald Trump promised to take out criminals who have committed
Katie Crackhead Johnson? Yeah, I think I might have heard of her.
horrible crimes, and that's not the truth. She says her parents have no criminal history, and an ICE spokesperson did confirm that today. In a statement saying, in part, as part of its routines operations, ICE arrests aliens who commit crimes. The statement goes on to emphasize, and other individuals who have violated our nation's immigration laws.
They came illegally. They stayed illegally. They lived here longer than most Americans stay in their careers, without legal status. Order after order, decade after decade, they lived here. And when ICE finally carries out the law they already had across decades, people act like it's some cruel surprise.
While immigration enforcements have focused on those with criminal backgrounds initially, we are now starting to see what ICE calls additional priorities being carried out. ICE confirms an immigration judge found no legal basis to allow the Gonzaleses to stay in the U.S. and granted Gladys and Nelson voluntary departures in 2000.
That's 25 years ago. How do these reporters take themselves seriously?
The Gonzalez family says their parents tried everything they could to appeal their cases and find a pathway to citizenship, but they say they were given bad legal advice through that decades-long process. Now, 25 years later, the couple was taken into ICE custody on February 21st to process a final order of removal. Gustavo Mora is an immigration attorney.
Thanks, DBS, man. I appreciate that. Thank you, bro. Thank you, my man. There, if you haven't noticed, you can go to my profile and you can see why I talk the way I talk. There is an oath that I had to make to this country. I made that oath and I have to keep it no matter how much people hate me in this country, no matter how many illegal immigrants call me a traitor, no matter how many racist people call me a coconut, a brown man trying to be white, just in case Americans don't know what that means. I do know what that means. But it is what it is. Go to my profile and then take a look at the oath, and that is exactly why I stand for. So if you want to keep judging me, you know what my channel is about. If you don't like my channel, you don't subscribe. But with that being said, to every single one of you guys that have come into my channel, that have hit that like button, I appreciate you. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for those who went to the extra mile and became a member. This is what I do for a living. And this is what I do for my hustle, to tell the truth for the American people from a Hispanic perspective, an immigrant that came to this country legally, followed the steps of the law legally, made an oath to become an American citizen, and I am now respecting that oath. Till this day, I will continue for as long as God allows me to live on this earth. With that being said, let's get back to the video. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate you.
Who does not represent the Gonzalez family, but says has many clients in the same situation.
Under the Trump administration, I have seen them be more aggressive. Yes, but realistically, this would be a justified removal order under any administration, because again, the courts found that they had no relief.
Clinton and Obama would have done the exact same thing. But suddenly it's a problem when Trump does it. Look at it logically. A sovereign country has the right to determine who lives inside it. That's not inhumane. That's not racist. That's just the definition of national borders. Yes, they raised children here. Yes, they built a life. But none of that magically erased the fact that their stay was illegal. If you don't like deportations, protest border security failures, not law enforcement finally doing their job.
The Gonzalez family says they've exhausted all of their options and that the best thing they can do right now is help their parents prepare for a new life in Colombia once they're deported. The family has started a GoFundMe account to help their parents start a new life in Colombia. That account has raised more than $55,000. We're live in Newport Beach. Hetty Chang, NBC4.
$55,000. That they can actually build a house in Colombia.
News. All right.
That $55,000 should go back to American taxpayers who paid for these criminal aliens for 35 years. The true failure here isn't ICE. It's the fact that America allowed someone to live here illegally for 3.5 decades. That's not compassion. That's incompetence. And now, when finally the law is enforced, we're supposed to act surprised. No. This is what happens when illegal immigration is normalized, enforcement is delayed, and consequences are ignored for decades. Borders matter. Law matters. And living here illegally for 35 years doesn't suddenly make you a victim when the system finally catches up. End of story. Roll the tape.
There you go. I like the crime chef. He's funny, but he does put some facts on there. And it's just very obvious. You know, the people are going to come in and they're going to hate. That's fine. We expect it. With 50 million illegal immigrants, they can convince a lot of American patriots to drop their guard down and feel sorry for them. Guys, I want to say thank you so much for your support. I really mean that. For those of you who come in here and give me compliments, I can tell you it means a lot to me. The reason why I defend President Donald Trump so much is because I see him sacrifice his life, literally his life, to work hard for the American people. I know a lot of Republicans have dropped out, have lost their belief or their hope. There's always going to be flakes, and it's up to the very few that think with hope and that stand on their word, not being traitors to the word. You have to understand something, and this is what I think. When I voted for President Donald Trump, that's my responsibility. We get 4 years, period. Whether I was right or wrong, it is irrelevant. That is what I take with me. I blame Democrats and some Republicans for voting for Biden. 4 years of a horrible administration, 9.1% inflation. Whether it came down or not, everything started going better when they knew that President Trump had won. People that don't want to sit here and understand or learn really what inflation is being caused by and then just bluntly throw out there that is tariffs. Give me a second, brother. They just throw out their tariff and they say that is the problem, Trump. They don't have one thing to say that he has accomplished or has done for our country or anywhere in the world. The truth of the matter is that the corrupted politicians on the Democratic side and some weak-ass Republican politicians just don't care enough about the Americans succeeding, living the American dream. They care more about their pockets, about their agenda, and the hate for one man that they cannot put aside, the hate for one man to look after the well-being of all American citizens. The moment that we decide to put illegal immigrants and foreigners before American citizens, it is the day that we betray this great nation. It is the day that we break our oath to protect this country from foreign and domestic threats. The moment that we give up because things get hard is the moment that we stop being true Americans. As much as people might like to hate China, let me tell you what I do respect about the Chinese. And I get it. A lot of people complain, But there is one thing that President Xi said, and maybe he didn't mean it, but it resonated a lot in my heart. And he said that the Chinese are a lot stronger than Americans think. And even if we have to go hungry, even if we have to do without, we're going to stay strong for our country. Now, I don't believe those words come from a loving heart, but I do believe that when President Trump said that we're going to put tariffs on China and we are going to put tariffs on the world to protect American values, to make sure that we are respected again. And respected is important because we don't care who likes us and loves us, or at least so they will say. They don't care for our families. They don't care about our well-being. They don't care about our faith. They don't care about our values, our morals, our laws, our Constitution. Instead, people support foreigners raping our Constitution, using the Constitution against its own American citizens so that they can come in here and trash a great nation, which other countries are jealous and envious of. See, there's a reason why Mexicans come over here and wave the Mexican flag, saying how proud they are to be Mexican, but yet cause riots because they're being deported. I find it very interesting that Ilhan Omar and all the Somalians say how much they love Somalia and how great Somalia is and how awesome their Muslim culture is. And yet, they are living here in the States. Congresswomen like Ilhan Omar, Talib Rashid, waving the Palestinian flag instead of the American flag. Her allegiance after making the oath is, if you will go to my profile and take a read at it. Read that oath and tell me what it says. Read it to yourself and try to learn why I think the way I think and why these Congress foreigners that became citizens are destroying our country. Tell me if that's not betrayal. Tell me if they are not traitors. Not only should we put them in jail and then deport them, but they shouldn't be allowed to be in this country at all. You see, when you complain about the finances or the economy that we're going hardships through here, you tend to ignore that a massive legal immigration problem has been broken into our country. I call that an invasion. Millions of jobs of unemployment is happening throughout the whole country, but nobody on the left thinks for 1 second that maybe illegal immigrants leaving jobs is part of the reason. Nobody in here protects American citizens anymore. We protect illegal immigrants. They're just here for work. They're here to start a business. How about those Americans that are trying to start a business and they can't? How about those Americans that because of the local government policies, they cannot start their own business? How about those Americans that have to abide by the law, but the law themselves doesn't serve them? And the corrupted politicians are breaking that law to help illegal immigrants. Why is it that an American citizen or a resident with a legal social security number and actual permit to work cannot afford to start a business here in Seattle legally? Regulations, taxes, surcharges, expensive rent, etc., property taxes. I can go on. But yet illegal immigrants are allowed to put a little stand on the street and sell some tacos. It's not that I don't like them. I love them. If they are here legally and that is the only way that they can get a business, by all means. But it's also okay to allow ICE agents to come in and check paperwork. If I am an illegal immigrant, I wouldn't be here. I would have self-deported already if I didn't learn my lesson. If I am a legal migrant or a citizen or a resident and I want to start a business on the street because I am allowed to do it for some reason, I will make sure my passport is with me so that they know that I am legal. And so when they check me, they can give me a fine for doing the business out there illegally, maybe. Or who knows, maybe I have a license, maybe I have a permit, but I cannot afford a building. And if the sanctuary city is allowing me to do business, ICE is not going to do anything about that. All they care about is that you are legal in this country. If the local police does not come and take your business away, that is the local police. ICE agents will not arrest you if you have your passport with you that shows you're a resident or a citizen. So my advice is, if you don't want ICE to arrest you, the least that you can do is two things. If you are illegal, self-deport and get out of this country. It's not yours. If you are a resident or a citizen in this country and ICE comes for you, you cooperate, make their jobs easier, and then you can go about making your business. It's very simple. It's not racist. It's not hateful. Everything has to have order. If we follow the law, there will be no disorder. If we didn't have an invasion recently happen to our country, then nobody will be bothered. Nobody will be startled from anything. And if the communities just learn to mind their business and allow ICE agents to come in for the right people that they're looking for, there will be no chaos. There will be no traumatizing people on the street. I think it's very disrespectful. As much as you have your freedom of speech and your right to protest peacefully, it does not give you the right to get on federal agents' face and start cussing at them. They don't deserve that. If you get too close to federal ICE agents, you are obstructing an investigation. You are obstructing the law and can be arrested even if you don't touch them. You got to stay away from them. Do yourself and your family a favor. Respect the law. Support our ICE agents. Tell them they're doing a great job. Tell them how much it means that you're keeping this country safe. Tell them thank you for enforcing the law. Because I don't think it's fair that an illegal immigrant can just use any social security, and when they go and ruin somebody's life, they can just get another social security number and there is no consequences to that. But if you are an American citizen, if you are a resident and you actually have legal papers to be here and you have a social security, if you go and ruin that social security, you are held responsible and you're held accountable. Your privilege of being a resident or a citizen in this country, and I'm talking about naturalization citizenship, it is just that, a privilege. It is not your God-given right. If you're a migrant that comes into this country legally, you are allowed to come into this country. But there is a law that says that if you're going to be a migrant here temporary, you need authorization to work. And this is where the pursuit of happiness, that right comes available to you. Your due process. Are you here legally or illegally? If you're here illegally, it doesn't mean that the judge is going to say, we'll give you 10 years before we can go ahead and ask you another question. No, you got to be deported immediately. As a matter of fact, most of the cases tell you that you are to be deported from this country immediately and that you are to leave and then come back when and if they call you. You are not supposed to stay here as a refugee or as an asylum seeker. You are supposed to go back to your country and await for orders to reconsider that sort of due process that you're asking for. In conclusion, I know that we're going to be hated for standing up for the truth, for what's right. Jesus Christ told us that he didn't come here to make sure everybody was content and united. He said that he was going to make son go against their father, father against son, brother against brother, sister against sister. Why? Because not everybody's going to see the truth and not everybody's going to follow the law and order. Not everybody's going to believe in God. Many will hate us because we believe in God. Many hate us because we believe in following the law of the land, which God has commanded us to follow. They hate us because we know that if we love our neighbor, we're going to be honest with them. We're not going to lie to them. We're not going to break the law, nor should we allow them to break the law without warning. If you love your neighbor, you will tell them to respect the law. If you love your family and your neighbors, you will tell them, don't come to this country illegally because they will arrest you. Don't put your children in danger. If you're illegal, don't make babies in this country because those anchor babies can only hold you here for so long. President Donald Trump has now gone to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court has agreed to take a look into birthright citizenship. Now, what has ever happened between yesterday and today, I don't know about the Supreme Court. But I can tell you this. Everything that I have been arguing as an American citizen, migrant that came here and became a naturalized American citizen, because I didn't break the law, because I've done everything legal, I have nothing to worry about. And if and or when they decide to take my citizenship away, well, that's God's will. And I'll be more than happy to go back to the place where I was born. Would I have a hard time to get a job, make my own business? Would I have the same things that I have here in the United States of America? Maybe, maybe not. But I can tell you this. Every educated American, Honduran, family or friends, they all believe that they're supposed to respect the law. And if they come here illegally, they are traitors to our nation. There is no punishment for that. But that's the way they see them. They disrespect our culture. They make us look like criminals. And I, for one, will never protect a criminal. I will give the best advice that I can to anybody that is willing to listen to it. But I will not be complacent. I will love my neighbor, not their sin. I will welcome anybody that I see, and I have done this many times. I will feed you if you're hungry. I will clothe you if you are cold. But I will not help you break the law. I will help you so that you have a chance to go back where you came from, so that you can get back on your feet. But you got to do that on your own. I can force you, and I am not going to be your brother's keeper. Okay? I will not be your keeper. With that being said, I want to really thank every single one of you guys for liking my videos, for subscribing, for becoming members, and for putting up with some of the nasty chat that some people have put on my channel. Nobody's perfect, guys. We all need God's love and mercy. I am not the Christian that people want me to be, but I pray to God that we will all one day meet up in heaven and that we are held accountable for our actions, our mistakes, and may He have mercy on us. TBS, thank you, Dennis. I absolutely mean that. You are fighting the good fight, and I know it's not easy to turn your head. I really do. Thank you, brother. Much love to you. God bless you. God bless your family. And don't forget to say happy birthday to Trinity Meadows on the chat. Before you leave, you got a minute and a half. Sister, love you very much.